5 teams from APAC are already locked in for the Manchester Major. There's only one spot left, and that's here in the Asia League. We've got 2 of the most competitive teams from this region that have continued to show prowess both domestically and internationally. It's time for us to get underway with the playoffs grand final, and to welcome in, of course, 2 of the very best to touch the analyst desk. Oh wait, that's not them. Hang on a second. Hang on. I got shafted there. I got told I had Jesse and Lassing, but all of a sudden, where are they from again? It's the NA? Is that it? They're Canada, I think, something like that. Close enough.
Canada. That must be America.
Yeah, well, no. Somewhere up in that region. Anyway, we welcome in Xenox and we welcome in Guz. A little bit of shenanigans to kickstart with. We've obviously got an exciting first game. It's the 3rd place matchup, which everyone loves. That's just the way to put it, Guz. It doesn't get more exciting than this.
Yeah, a bit of a curtain raiser to begin proceedings. Of course, it will be Direwolves taking on Elevate in that 3rd place matchup in preparation for the grand final. Eventually, Fury and Bleed 3rd place matchup, though. Reverting back to that, obviously, both teams coming off a bit of a disappointing evening. For Elevate, not quite playing to their full potential, and Direwolves not even really getting into the game at all. So, going to be intriguing to see them duke it out.
Yeah, I mean, to say that Direwolves got spanked would be to put it lightly, Xenox, which is really, really hard to say.
Yeah, 100%. I think that it was a really... There's words I wanted to say, and then I kind of held back, and that's probably the best way to summarize it for Direwolves. I think it was really disappointing. I expected at least a bit more fight, a bit more competitiveness. I didn't expect them to win. I don't think anyone expected them to win, but quite frankly, they needed to do a little bit more, and I think that was really the most disappointing semi-final kind of matchup that I've ever really seen, especially a best of 3. You can have a best of 1 every now and then, Rob, where things don't go your way. That's understandable, but in a best of 3, I mean, it really does showcase how good Bleed are, though. And Fury's got a big task ahead of them in the grand final later to come.
Yeah, a little bit horrifying knowing full well that Direwolves actually started Clubhouse defense and still got 7-1. That's... I think that speaks volumes about where they performed last night. And we had such high hopes going into it, of course. They did beat Jolita in a 2-1 fashion earlier in the quarterfinals. We had really the conversation completely shifted once they won that game, and we were hopeful for, again, a competitive game. Didn't turn out to be that. Elevate, though, a little bit closer with their game against Fury. However, far too many mistakes were capitalized on, and unfortunately, that will be the story that concludes their playoffs run. Now we look to their game against Direwolves as somewhat redemption. In fact, it's probably just the redemption game rather than the 3rd place, Guz.
Yeah, I guess in some respects, right. It's going to be a really tough battle, though, I think, for Direwolves in this particular matchup. A lot of the numbers and form do suggest that Elevate are the better team in this game, and probably based on their reaction last night that I saw across Twitter/X, I think they were quite disappointed and have turned their focus quite quickly to this 3rd place match. So I think both teams are actually going to take it quite seriously and get the most out of it that they can.
All right, let's have a look at the predictions to see where all of our allegiances lie. And look, I think that I will speak on behalf of myself and no one else in saying that Direwolves is definitely the team that will be going into this the lesser favourite, if ever there could be one. I actually don't know what Dev is doing there. I believe he might be what is considered throwing in this region. But then into that later game, there is a very clear divide between us, although it's going to be an incredibly close game. Considering we've seen this story pan out before, Guz, I am surprised that history has not played bias in the discussion, at least in our predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to walking away as co-champions with Mandy this evening. We're both going to finish on 22 points, so it's going to be a good way to conclude the stage. I really do think that Bleed are going to be too difficult to take down this evening. I am anticipating a close match. Do not get me wrong, all 3 maps should get played in that grand final, and I think the split, reflects that fairly. As for match 1, Dev is huffing the copium on that particular matchup. There is very little to suggest that Direwolves should be walking away with this win. Elevate have had a good stage, have a good team, and provided they've reset from last night well enough, I expect a 2-0 from them tonight.
Well, we can probably start diving into our first matchup then. Try to keep the conversation relevant to what we're about to witness. Direwolves are certainly coming into this the lesser of the 2.
Oh,
no! Not again! They've gone and leaked the script, Xenox!
Yeah, yesterday the victory graphic ended up being true, so I imagine this one's over. Cool.
That's going to happen.
For Direwolves, though, yeah, I mean, we need to see a far more improved effort than what we saw in that semi-final. Joe Gore has dropped his EPS from like 150 to now 111. It just keeps dropping. He has not quite been the same player that he was throughout the first 3 to 4 weeks of the group stage. And I think a large portion of probably Direwolves' drop-off has come in part of that. You got Felix, Seal, Pika, all under 100 EPS. It doesn't, on paper, now look like a team that realistically is a team that should have been challenging for Manchester, at least in terms of the numbers. And a large reason for that is the beatdown that they had yesterday, in fairness. So they've got some redeeming to do. Whether or not they can do it against, I still think, a pretty strong Elevate team remains to be seen.
Yeah, again, uphill battle to kind of preface that. Really a concern just after their loss last night, guys. There's not a lot of hope in the camp at the moment, but that's the beautiful thing about these kind of games. Things can shift. The storylines don't always stay set in concrete.
Yeah, I mean, even when you look at their stats for the stage, despite losing in a, I guess 14-1 fashion in round count last night, they're still relatively competitive in some aspects of the game. Namely, their defensive win rate is quite good. Unfortunately for them, though, taking on Elevate actually still have the best defensive win rate in the Asia League right now. Wow. And with Daiwa's attacking win rate lagging behind the rest of the top teams at only 45%, it is very challenging, especially on an opposition's map pick. And if the coin flip goes against them on a potential decider, to see Direwolves actually be competitive on that attacking half, which we know is just so important at the moment, especially with how the map veto meta is playing out as well. So yeah, it's a difficult day for Direwolves, and probably going to be reliant on Joe Gore stepping up. He's been quiet, as mentioned, and he needs to have a good game tonight.
Xenox, I'm tentative here to throw you a comment about Elevate, but obviously last night they didn't hit the mark. But again, these are the kind of games that they need to be closing out and to do so in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, I think I was probably a little harsh on Elevate in retrospect with what Bleed actually did to Direwolves. We saw the Fury Elevate game first, and Elevate were by all means great on Consulate, and even halfway through the second map, what was it, Lab? So I think it was at that point they were 3-1. I'm sitting here thinking, I don't know what Guz was thinking, but I was thinking they were going to go on and win it. Like they had good control over the series, and Fury had to fight back, and they responded. And when Fury responded, Elevate certainly couldn't. And then they really shut up shop. They struggled to deal with shield operators. The Montaigne, the Blitz on 2 different maps were very much key win conditions. So something to keep in mind for tonight. Maybe ban them out. At least one of them. That's all you can really do. So I think Elevate, for me, go in as the team that I would expect to win this series. But I'll also add the caveat, Rob, that it's a third place match. Some teams treat this quite differently than others. Some try, some don't.
Yeah, it's best of 3 third place seeding match is always a very difficult game to gauge because you genuinely, as you've just mentioned, Xenox, I mean, we saw it last week, well, not even last week, this week in Osh. Some teams don't even want to rock up for the game. But I will say the difference is, okay, it's only $2,000. In that case, let's move this conversation along a little more, guys, and talk about 2 players that have been doing extremely well in the league. As Xenox alluded to earlier, Joe Gore's drop-off has definitely been a fall from grace, but Speakeasy, I tell you what, one of the most consistently good players that we have had in Asia for such a long time.
Yeah, and obviously Speakeasy not playing, quite at the same heights that he established a few years ago, but very difficult to achieve those heights with just how good he was back then. Currently, he's ranked 7th in the league, so that's really strong from him. And despite Joe Gore maybe not having the best of ends to this particular stage, especially through the playoffs where he wasn't quite as impactful, he's still up there, in the top rankings as well with that 111 APS as well. So both teams evenly matched in terms of their star players and their star potential. And so intrigued to see how well they play this evening. Slightly different roles. As you can see, Speakeasy has lent a little bit more into more supportive characters, especially Hard Breach on attack and then Denial on defense. Joe Gore's been given a bit more of a license to frag out with more powerful operators. Your likes of the Dokkaebi and the Wamai with ACOG as well. And so, yeah, excited to see how they clash tonight.
In the server, They shouldn't be as close as, you know, potentially they could have been throughout the stage. I feel as though Direwolves, the conversation when we first came in was kind of seeing where they were going to land and what they were going to be able to do. They obviously won their last game against them. Xenox, I don't know whether I'm backing a history repeating itself, but I think it does it alludes to at least a close game in this series.
Yeah, I think it should be. But it's, again, really difficult to know. Are Direwolves, you know, kind of just given up on the stage? Like, do they care about this match? Yesterday, they got completely beaten down to a pulp. And for Elevate, how do they respond? Do they want to finish off the stage in a good manner? Or are they also in that mindset of, like, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really affect things. And the other thing, I don't know how often this has really been said, but there's quite a large gap in terms of time off from Pro League, from stage 1 to stage 2. So it's not even like winning this game is form going into stage 2, or, you know, building those kind of foundations up again after the semi-final losses. So I'm trying really hard to kind of really showcase that for third place matches, it's a coin flip on how teams mentally want to prepare for these matches. I think the best team should always prepare for it as if it's a proper game, that they want to win it. You get a little bit more money, you get the 5 SI points, you just never know. And it would be a great way to finish off the stage, top 3, finish off on a good note, especially for Direwolves, who were shell-shocked yesterday. They need to redeem themselves, and for an Elevate team that certainly lowered their colors.
Well, I can say that both teams well and truly have their die-hard fans, both individually as players, but also as the collective organisation, so you definitely don't want to be letting this one slip by the wayside. We'll have a look at the vetoes now very quickly. I'm just going to say it right off the bat. This is the system where you can pick your the side that you want to start on your own map pick. So, you know, that already changes the discussion, guys, as this should be realistically 3 maps, just given the fact that that has been pretty much the stock standard that we've seen so far. Bank is picked by Direwolves, and they will indeed start on the defense. Where is Elevate taking us? We're going to go to Cafe, another defender-sided map. Guys, this is, like, regardless of what that third map is going to be, I unfortunately think that no matter what happens, this is going to a third map.
Yeah, I mean, fun fact about this veto, Bank, Cafe, and Chalet were the 3 bans from Fury in the semi-final last evening. So Elevate, I suppose, are comfortable on all 3 maps. Otherwise, they probably would have banned them out. Certainly going to have a decent preference rating on those particular maps, I would assume. As for Direwolves as well, Cafe, unfortunately for them, was one of the maps that they banned against Bleed, so that's not going to be a preference map for them. As you mentioned, with the team starting defense on their particular map selections, it is absolutely critical, especially for Direwolves who go in as the underdogs, to win Bank, start off strong. Cafe is going to be a challenge because the expectation will be that Elevate likely gets something like a 4-2 or 5-1 defensive lead, and coming back from that's going to be a real challenge for them. So, I mean, yeah, the map veto meta has certainly been established here in this particular stage. I think there's a lot of discussions that could be had about this system and whether or not it's actually the right play, but it's the one that we're in. Teams are making full use of that, and yeah, we're going to keep seeing more defender-sided maps played. It's probably a little bit different in this particular video compared to some of the ones we saw last night, but nonetheless, again, Direwolves have to win map 1. Map 2 is not going to be very fun for them, and yeah, fortunately for them, Chalet's an okay map as well. So,
yeah, Direwolves also need to reinstill a little bit of confidence in the fans, and of course us here on the desk. Not that we matter, but 2 people that do matter: Dev and Mandy.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, a third place match, but one that does seem to matter here in the Asia League. The last spot up for grabs in the APAC region for the Manchester Major. Well, we'll settle that a bit later, but first, Mandy, I see you're already on your way out. You've hit the ISS. How are you feeling about this game?
Yeah, feeling excited about this one. Last time that these 2 teams played against each other, Direwolves managed to get the up over Elevate during the group stage, so I'm hoping that today it'll look competitive as well in the best of 3.
Yeah, that's what everyone's hoping, because, of course, we didn't see a lot of competitiveness yesterday out of Direwolves in that Bleed game. 1 round over 2 maps. That has got to be one of the most, if not the most, dominant semi-final that we have seen for a very long time. But of course, we start here on Bank, and it is Direwolves' map pick. Now, strangely enough, the only Bank that I've seen Direwolves play is against Shalita, and they've lost it both times that they played it. Of course, it was the unplayed third map against Bleed, but I really hope that these guys have prepared, because Elevate will be a massive challenge. Now, I actually chose a bit of an upset prediction for this one, Mandy. I actually went with Direwolves. I did.
Why?
Kind of just because I wanted to be edgy. No, partly.
Okay.
But realistically,
Okay.
I was so surprised when I saw Direwolves beat Elevate during the regular stage, and I'm kind of hopeful that we can see that happen again.
That is quite brave of you. I'll be honest, Dev. That is quite brave of you. I don't know if Direwolves are going to have a very good chance against Elevate here, but to be fair, I think Elevate, especially towards the end of yesterday, really started to peter off a little bit. I think, yeah, in the way that they were performing against Fury, and so for Direwolves, if there's any opportunity to try and take them down, it would be here. Now, Direwolves do tend to be like the bogeyman team to some of these teams here in Asia. Just the way that they play the game can be a little tricky to keep track of, just because they can do some stuff that seems pretty random and maybe not so calculated, but nevertheless can sometimes be an advantage here in the league when there are teams that don't really know how to deal with that and punish mistakes. So I think, yeah, for Elevate, it's about being on the toes here against Direwolves, especially on a map like Bank, where there are so many like viable points of entry and ways that they can get themselves into the map.
Very much the case. Now, ban phase has flown by us. We've got the Monty, the Ying taken out, so a lot of these heavy execute operators are gone. The Monty we saw so much of yesterday, Mandy, from both Elevate and Fury, and my god, it was so effective. It ended up being Fury that could use those shields a little bit better than Elevate, and yeah, I mean, we do have the Blitz still in, but I just don't really expect to see it brought that much. But yeah, I'd be happy to see any shields. Maybe a bit of Osa. People love Osa on this bomb site in particular.
Yeah, that's true. That is if they have a take planned out to do so. But Elevate are teasing out some pretty interesting stuff. Okay, never mind. They've repicked off a lot of that. Never mind. But yeah, it does indicate to me that the way that they're trying to deal with this, especially with the ranged explosives, will be pretty centered in towards the repels over on CEO for this first take for Elevate. Of course, it is the top floor for Direwolves, not something that we see every day. Typically, we'll see the defense start down in the basement. It tends to be a more fashionable bomb site to go to, but nevertheless, Direwolves choosing to start us off in the top floor.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So one player that I'm going to be looking at a lot this game is Direwolves' Joe Gore. Now this guy really rocked the boat when he came into the league. Overall, this year, this guy has an 120 EPS. He is insane. He's 19 entry kills, only 10 entry deaths, so almost a 2.0 KD on his entries. He's been insane, real nuts, Dokkaebi, Ash kind of entry player, good roamer as well. Yesterday, he got 3 kills in the 15 rounds that he played against Bleed. 3 kills. And was the worst player on the team. A real surprise. Like, that is so unorthodox, so surprising for this Joe Gore guy. And yeah, we really need to see him fire up. Unfortunately, it is Soufflé that goes down first. Putting even more pressure now on the defense.
I was going to say, Arpe's just gotten in the building really quick here. We saw him in the overview earlier. He was just prone at the top of the top square stairs and manages to find a pick onto a player inside the bomb site or in through the hallway. One of them really catching Direwolves off guard early. But yeah, I think like you pointed out, Joe Gore seems to be a bit of a group stage Andy, if you will. And by the time he hit the playoffs, it didn't really seem to work out for Direwolves. And okay, this is interesting. Yoko drone for Felux is going to spot out where Arpe is and give some info out to Pika, who's going for the flank.
There you go, don't mind that. Bit of aggressive yokai play, but it has to be capitalized upon. Now Pika has to time this well. Nice easy kill. Oh, going straight for the jump out! He could have been good for so many more than that. Unfortunately, he does only find the one. That does mean Elevate now have the numbers advantage. Soufflé is getting aggressive under the window. Seal gets aggressive under the window and does find his pick. Now really feeling the pressure, but being the Azami, can protect himself. Suddenly, things have flipped a little bit. As I say that, a good upside down rappel here on lobby for MC does refrag eventually. So again, Joe Gore got to have an impact.
Trying to make some lines of sight over into the top square, but I think that position has been fully vacated from Elevate, and instead They're looking to go and try and make something work. Still on the repels, okay, never mind. Speakeasy's gone and put himself there, shed rather. And he'll look to try and see what entry he can find from this northern side of the map. I think for Elevate, they're just trying to do some drone work out in the bomb site, see what players they can dislodge. Speakeasy's still got 1 thermal charge, so if he can land it on this player inside of Janny, which it looks like what he's trying to do now, they can try and convert it from here.
Ooh, Velox has found one. Nice shot there from MC. Joe Gore going down. Does make it a 1 versus 1. The Echo versus the Hibana. 2 Japanese operators. Here comes the fight. Bearing 9 wins out. Great clutch up from Velox, finding both of the final 2 kills. Elevate looked like the better team that round, but at the end of the day, Velox pulled through.
Yeah, it looks like Elevate had a bit of a grip in the top floor at some point, but that very quickly went away, especially off the back of the Yoko drone that we saw earlier. The flank from Pika really secured top square control back in their favor, and then from there Elevate sort of had to like fill up the gaps that they'd lost in their attack, putting players in positions which they'd previously lost, trying to find some good picks on the cutoffs, but in the end Direwolves actually came out on top of that. In the back of the 2 versus 2 here, getting aggressive on the windows, even though this does get traded out. Eventually Felix is really good in his power position in Janitor, going for his 2k, and Direwolves closed out.
It's pretty good that they managed to start on the like unusual bomb site, Randy, right? And then also win it. I do wonder why you go for that top floor first. Surely it's not Direwolves' preferred bomb site on this map.
Maybe it is. You never know.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, this basement can be so good. I really wouldn't want to mess this up.
Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. Direwolves have got some interesting views on the way that they play the game, and I would not be surprised if just like maybe off the back of their scrims and how things have played out that they just enjoy the top floor more. I don't really know. I think there's something to be said about playing top floor in general in Rainbow Six on a lot of maps where a lot of the way that you hold some of these top floor bomb sites is like centered in around that floor, right? So there's not really like such thing as roaming. It's like you're playing like adjacent right next to the bomb site and you're playing power positions and that type of thing. Whereas like when you go down to these basements, if you're looking to do something like roamy, you're looking for like a more advanced strategy, which can be a little harder to coordinate. Like I know that there are definitely some teams that are more comfortable playing like something more anchor centric because then they don't need to think about like fall off routes, like coordinating with the team as much, right? So I don't know. I think it's personal preference for each team, but I think at a very high level, it's it's probably the basement. Nevertheless, it's sort of like not quite the level of Rainbow Six we're playing yet, right? So I think it still does come down to the preference of how the team flows.
Very true. Speaking of roam, I'm not really seeing any. Oh, okay. I take that back. Souffle, strangely with no hatches open. So he's actually playing the die here in open area. He's playing.
There's a drone behind him.
There's a drone literally on top of him. Bro. Wow. A Twitch drone, no less. I don't know how that managed to get into position. Maybe the Twitch drone was already on the desk when Souffle moved to that position, but that is 2 rounds in a row. Souffle has been picked off.
Yeah, I mean, to me, maybe it's just overthinking because of, well, maybe confirmation bias of the previous point that I was just talking about, but to me, it looks like Direwolves probably don't have that comfortable of a roam strategy on this map, or on this bomb site in particular, and so, yeah, maybe they just find a bit more comfort in the top floor because of that, and only now we're going to see the basement come out, and Souffle's got spotted out in a pretty embarrassing way there on the roam as well, and that's allowed to elevate some early control into server.
Smokes are starting to be baited out. I'm trying to calculate like how much time realistically of denial is there here for Direwolves, because we've got 2 more gases, we got a C4, even impacts can technically be used to deny the plant, and then I'm not exactly sure how many Vulcan canisters are still up. In theory, you could burn out the rest of the round, force Elevate to go deep here.
I think Elevate are probably going to have a buffer of like 15 seconds, like plus or minus 5 here, I think, to go for the plants at the end there, especially with that canister going off at the time that it has. If they want to go for default, it's certainly in the realm of possibility here, but that last smoke is going to make things really hard. I think it's really going to come down to, yeah, about the last 10 to 15 seconds. They will have the opportunity here, but they need to bait out the C4 as well.
You're going to have to go deep, you can tell. The way that they're poising this. Problem is, where are the smokes, where are the flashes? It's just a straight up drop, but the wall is completely open. Oh, the C4 baited out, but now they have to go deep. Good long angle there from Seal. However, Elevate and Heikel, he's gone big for it. Leaving it all up to Pika, no more plant denial. It was very tight there, but Elevate thanks to an explosive entry from N High Cal, seemingly make it work. Pika now in a really awkward position. He's not likely to find many more. As I say that, he does get the one. He does have a keeper barrier left as well, Mandy, so keep that in mind. He might be able to make something work. Such an exposed plant position, though, to the hatch here in server and to the hatch in A as well. He's going to give this a shot. He's tried to block off the line of sight behind him, but yeah, of course, bottom blue as well is already locked in. Nice little fist bump there between NHiCal and Speakeasy as they do lock out the round.
I thought that was really well calculated to execute there from Elevate. Since they were afforded the full map control, they went down into the server and actually counted the utility that they were burning out as well. In the end, my plus or minus 15 seconds guess their estimate is pretty accurate. I'm so proud of myself for that. They went in at about the 20 to 15 second mark, and the C4 came out, they baited that, and then went back in for the plant. At that point, there was no more utility there for Direwolves to deny the plant, and at the same time, the backstab that NHiCal managed to land came through from the main stairs as well. So really well played there from Elevate, not only being able to play the utility game really well, but also going for the backstab for a bit of redundancy in their execute meant that they landed that execute.
This kill was such a question mark for me, yeah. I mean, not only was it hilarious, Manny, but like, what the hell is going on with Souffle? Like, firstly, it's a huge gamble to roam with no info, but like, after dying to that, he would know for sure that they had droned him. That's a bit of a mistake. Like, how does he allow himself to get into that position? I don't know.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
If you jam next to the beeper, shouldn't the beeper stop beeping? Anyway. Sorry.
Wow.
That would be a fun interaction.
Big brain question. There are a lot of big questions.
Like, imagine if you... Because, like, that's just EMPs turn off lights in some areas of the map, right? Or is that not a thing that exists anymore? So if you mute jam the beepers, should the beepers stop beeping? Anyway. They do still keep beeping.
Very big brain, Mandy.
Anyway, Up Ace down below in the basement, and is on the Amaru of all things too, so if he wants to try and send it up a hatch into the ground floor, he can. Felix is in a pretty dangerous position here as well with his vertical open above him, but hasn't spotted out anyone on the entry. It's probably the right play considering Pulse is available to the defense.
Good info. I just realized, again, nice castle setup. So this is going to allow a little bit more of a safer extension here. What? I'm going to say it again.
Go.
What?
Go.
He's straight in the side. A minute and 5 seconds into the round. Ape goes straight up through the hatch, but thankfully for Direwolves, they stave him off. MC, though, goes for a big backstab. This was just the linchpin, but Seal has held on to sight. 2 versus 2 now. NHiCal, big fragger. Oh, almost landing that headshot onto Seal as well. Pika just around the corner from him. What a explosive round. So much headway already made. There's also info on site. Have a look at that, but Speakeasy's taken down for nothing. And NHiCal, bit of an awkward position. What a shot, mate! Oh, what a shot times 2! I tell you what, this guy is actually nuts.
Wow. Oh my god. Yeah, that was a pretty crazy round through the mid-round there. At some point, Ape was just like, it is go time into the bomb site, and then the rest of Elevate went to follow in. There was a flurry of trades that came through, and somehow NHiCal, despite being in a pretty tough position jumping in through the breach, is able to land the double there. Elevate steal away around at the last second.
Wow, that's a round that should, like, this should be 2-1 Direwolves, straight up. A nice idea, I guess, but like, no way that Elevate should have won that. Even that basement round, Mandy, like, I know it was a 3v1 at the end, but...
I thought the basement round... No, I thought the basement round was very deservedly Elevate's, I think.
Totally, but like, I
so.
reckon there was a moment there with 15 seconds on the clock and we're still in like a 4v5 or whatever. I reckon Direwolves could have definitely won that if they, I guess, didn't just all die to NHiCal. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, Elevate are just really clearly better in these like high pressure situations, and
maybe it's.
I think we're gonna get a lot of
diff.
those this game.
This guy's kind of nuts. Hey, I don't know how many kills he's on now, but is that 5 or 6? Sorry, I can't read. But yeah, I mean,
that is 5.
5. Yes. Maybe it's just NHiCal diff, really. This guy has been the playmaker 2 rounds in a row now in the late game for Elevate, so maybe Direwolves just need to keep a better eye on this guy.
Very true. I do love Enhycal. Like, I've really been enjoying watching his rise to power within Elevate, because I personally had... Yeah, I'd never heard of this guy before. Like, maybe it's because I don't play ranked on SEA servers. I'm not in those kind of SEA circles, but I got the impression that he was like quite a prolific ranked demon before he turned 18, and yeah, when he turned 18, they're just like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by what he's been able to do in his debut into Tier 1. I think, yeah, he's slotted really well into this team. I think it would be a shame to see Elevate after what has happened in Stage 1 disbands after this. I really hope that they actually stay as this 5, because I think the potential on this team is so high, especially with a player like this and the way that he's integrated himself and seems to be a really patient person and is, like, you know, clearly listening to what's going on in the server as well. I think, yeah, it would be a real shame not to see this player thrive, and I think he's done really well so far. That is brave.
Sheesh. Elevate, don't hold back. They just go straight in. How many players are in the site right now? And they'll win their ones too. Or maybe not. Felarx has staved off this round a little bit. Found 2 big kills. Diffuser is actually down. MC, though, does get a refrag. Shed on the floor on the blitz. As Arpe goes hunting here, the Logic Bomb has enabled a little bit of free info here. Such an explosive round from Elevate. They are so pacey, and they found another pick. That brings this back into an even numbers count.
Come on,
Nika,
Arpe.
though. They know where he is, though. That's the problem. How are they going to try and flash him out? Are they going to be able to find this entry? Arpe's got to land it. He does. Joe Gore, once again, down with limited impact. There is seemingly info on the side. How much, though? Oh, no. Pika's blind. He's got no idea. That C4 is far wide of the mark, and now there's no way that he clutches this out. You have to land 2 insane shots, and I can tell right now, MC's got him dead to rights. If not, Arpe will get him first, and indeed he does. Rush. Massive and effective for Elevate.
Well called as well on the pacing from Elevate. They realized that there wasn't really the right players in the right places to contest them on the rappel. I think as soon as they realized that, like, that reception banana area had been vacated, they realized that they could go for the entry in through the rappels at the same time as top square happening and look for the pinches on the players like in Janny and like in Stockway and that type of thing as well. The only thing that was really keeping at least Speakeasy at bay, who we were on board with, was the Fenrir gadget, right? That was preventing that repellent from happening, you know, with the line of sight being cut off in the Shadow Realm. So, yeah, I think Direwolves, they're probably giving Elevate a bit too much space to be able to land that once they'd figured out what was available to them. And then somehow Ape, in through his backstab, was able to find 3 as well. So that helps out, or tends to, on your attacks, and they close it out.
Yeah. Again, though, I feel like it wouldn't have taken much for this round to go Direwolves' way. Like, look, we're actually in a 4v2 at one point. Like, Shed was on the ground.
That's true.
4
That's
versus
true.
2 for Direwolves.
It's just really strange, right? Like, why is there, like, players like this one? I mean, I understand one on the ground floor, but, like, then there's, like, 2 in the square, and then there's, you know, then you're only leaving 2 on the bomb site in positions that can't really contest the repels at all, right? Or, like, prevent that from happening. Or even, like, lobby control, that type of... It's just a bit strange. That is all. I think Elevate punished the starting positions. That's the main thing from Direwolves before, like, letting them get into a position where they could actually stop them. And yeah, even though, like, at some point it did, like, sort of go in the way of Direwolves in the kills, it just, I mean, Ape got like 3 kills with onto a player that basically wasn't looking at him, right? So
Yeah,
yeah.
very true. I do think, just to, like, overanalyze this, Mandy, as we love to do, I think that Elevate, one thing that really sets them apart, obviously insane mechanically, they no good timings, but they just work together a bit more. Like, even when, I can't remember which player it was that was swinging the guy at top square on the Dokkaebi, but, like, his teammate flashed him from ages away. And, like, they're actually coordinating, like, these little micro coordinations between teammates. Like, we see that from Elevate. I don't think I've seen that yet from Direwolves.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Elevate have got this great ability to play in pairs and play off each other. Especially, we saw Ape that was on board with the Dokkaebi there and MC together. Whereas I think you're exactly right, Direwolves don't look as together in their ideas.
I wonder how Elevate will deal with this, though. I love the usage of the Aruni Gate on top of the hatch to try and deny a little bit of utility. And as we can see, there's actually only the Thermite and the 2 secondary hard breach. Oh, actually, sorry, 4 secondary hard breaches. 2 on 0, 2 on Buck. Those have already been used, so not sure if they're going to be able to... So, yeah, are they going to get the server hatch here? Are they going to get the main wall into site? The wall on site is Rio.
It's open.
No, but yeah, but the server hatch isn't. So if they want to clear server...
I get what you mean.
So yeah, server hatch is Rio'd and the site wall is Rio'd. I think they're going to have to go for a back take here.
That is looking like what they're shaping up to do as well. A lot of these players are postured around the main stairs and around for this hatch drop as well. Oh, Speakeasy is going round in towards open though. I wonder what they're going to go for here. Maybe they're going to look to bait out. Something like maybe they're going to look for the front take, which will allow Speakeasy free room on this side. Oh no, they're going to dedicate themselves to opening up server and clearing out the player on blue. Or not?
I reckon they're doing something cheeky here. Let these guys cook. They're opening up the server hatch, but they're not actually going to go for a default-ish plant server. They're looking to force everywhere at once. And they've just found a big pick as well from MC. In through Vault. He's found one player. He's worried about the player in gold, though Pika has taken down Ape and Shed's gone down. So this is looking very yikes. Wait, that was a big flank from Pika somehow. He got himself back into admin, and an aggressive peek from Souffle pretty much means that this round is done and dusted. A cheeky attempt there from Elevate to go for something a little bit unorthodox, but unfortunately it just meant too many 1v1s. And as we've seen, Elevate's strengths has not been in the 1v1s, it's been in the team play. The 2v1s didn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You pointed out correctly. Their focus, I think, just looks so divided there and what they were trying to do. Well, maybe the idea wasn't divided, but the way it was executed was quite spread out. And you don't really want to be taking the 1-to-1 to Direwolves. You're exactly right. A lot of these guys have got really good mechanical skill and will shoot back at you in those 1-to-1s. And Elevate not really being in a great position to trade off the back of each other meant that eventually Dives won this one out. And I think it was it Pika who was actually playing on the blue stairs who was able to go for
He must have been the one that flanked, right? Because, yeah. Must have been him.
I have no idea where he came from, though. But I know what you mean. How did he get there?
I think it was on Valkyrie last round, so I doubt it would have been him.
Yeah,
Joe
true.
was the one on mute last round, so I assume it was him playing blue stairs. But yeah, I don't know how Pika bloody got into... I swear he died in admin, right? Like, that was when there were 2 kills off camera.
I could have sworn that as well, yeah.
What the heck? What the hell?
Fascinating. Alas.
That was quite something. Oh, well.
Alas, Direwolves, they thrive
The running
in
theme
chaos.
we've said about Direwolves, they're a bit hard to read, aren't they?
They are. Yes, they are.
For better or
absolutely
for
so hard
worse.
to read. When they win a round, it's really hard to tell you why they won that round. That, I think, of all the teams that I've been trying to color cast in the past however many weeks that we've been doing Asia, Direwolves are always the hardest one to do it because every time they win a round, it's not because like they've played a win condition of a map or anything like that. They've just won somehow. That is just the way that they play the game.
But you can't fault results, right?
No.
I'll actually say, I didn't think Direwolves would make the top 4, let alone be fighting for 3rd place. So, I think that they can still be pretty satisfied with this stage as far as it's gone. Like, they beat out Shalita. I thought they were going to be behind Shalita. Now, Shalita has cemented in 5th place. Let's see if Direwolves can push for 3rd.
Located by attackers.
And yeah, this site worked pretty well for Direwolves last time, but it came down to a 1v1 clutch that they won. Could definitely be a 4-2 split in favor of Elevate.
Elevate looking like they're posturing for a direct take into the top floor with the lineup that they've brought along. Shed is holding the firebolts in his hand. That's a good C4 though from Pika onto Ape, once again holding on to the top of square stairs. The Selma's going to come through from Speakeasy, which will hopefully vacate that power position inside of Janitor, prevent them from playing the shield on the other side, which Seal had previously placed down. And from here on out now, they need to start planning out the execute. That's where Shed is jumping on a drone, trying to figure out what to do next. Where can they get in their next player? Actually, all things considered, Seal is still in his power position inside of Janny. So everything that they've done is all to naught, because I think this Mute Jammer is still standing, protecting this mirror, which means that the line of sight will not be made for the attack.
Yeah, but conversely, we've just seen a Yokai been taken down, spotted by the attack on these window repels, so that's quite a big piece of util to take out early. Oh, look at this, Shed's cooking. Where is Shed going to place this? This is to kill the Jam player, surely.
Yeah, I think they're going to retry the exact same thing that they did previously, but once again, that firebolt, I think, has been missed. I don't know if they realise, but they have a baby EMP. They could probably just EMP the thing off the mirror. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They're going to go in.
They're going deep. Yeah, they are.
Brave.
It's not really working. I guess they've
salvaged
it to a 2v3. Oh, Shed wins this. Shed does win that. Speakeasy 1v2. If anyone can do it on Elevate, I would certainly not count out this man. He has been one of the stars of the Southeast Asian region. Many people call him the Singapore GOAT. as he looks to plant. Is there information here for Direwolves? The Valkyrie cameras are up. Oh, there are pings. And well played by Direwolves on that retake. 2v1ing, not overcommitting. And unfortunately for Elevate, they do fumble the 4-2 split. It's a 3-3 half.
Yeah, I think Direwolves look pretty keyed into what Elevate were doing there, especially on the repeat of the exact same execute that they went for about like 10 seconds prior. By the time that mirror window had stayed up, Seal looked like he'd called upon the assistance of his teammates to come and help him out, play some of the crossfires, prevent that repel from coming in pretty easily. C4 is being sent out, the crossfires are really well played, and Elevate, even on the re-attempt of trying to clear that position in Janitor, weren't able to do it off the back of the utility. The firebolt missed, and the mirror stayed up in the end there, despite the second Selma going down as well. So, yeah, ultimately there for Elevate, all of their tools not quite falling into the right place, and giving Direwolves the win on the defense.
All right, Mandy, let's play a game. Let's play the game that we always play that I know you hate.
Yeah.
Who won that half? 3-3. Who won that? Who
Um,
wins a 3-3 half here? Because I'll give you a spoiler. The Asia League stats say that Bank, after 32 rounds played, is 59% defensive favored.
59% defensive favored? Really?
Yeah, way higher than I thought.
That's,
Yeah,
that is a lot
32
higher than I
rounds.
thought as well.
Thing is, we've had a lot of smokes, as in like one-sided games in
Yes.
this league. So I wouldn't be surprised if the stats are a little bit yoinky-sploinky, as we like to
Yes,
say.
yes. Fair enough. I do not know. That is a good question. I have a feeling... I don't know. I mean, based off your stats, I would say Elevate have probably won, right? Because now they're going onto the defense. But I think in this particular matchup, it's hard to tell. Because there are some rounds that Direwolves have just thieved away with doing Direwolves things. And it's been really hard to call.
Yeah.
Very hard to tell. Personally, I think Elevate should win it out from here, really. I think Direwolves are going to struggle a lot to play the map in the same way that Elevate looked like they were attempting to. So I want to believe that Elevate should be able to close this one out from here, because it should be easier to play the map on this half, but that could also be wrong as well. You never know. It is so hard to call.
It is. I'd like to lean into the fact that I think Elevate have kind of won that half. I mean, they
think
fumbled
so?
2 winnable rounds, but I mean, we already know that Elevate's going to be the favorite team moving into this series, but their opponent's map pick, and they have technically beaten the stats, right? They won 3 when the stats would suggest they'd only win 2 attacks. Now, they've also started off pretty strong here. This roam is looking very ambitious, and very different kind of roam to what we saw from Direwolves, you know? There are hatches open, there are fall-off routes, there are multiple players playing together, they're repositioning. Ooh, Pika.
I don't think they know.
He's in a 1v2. No, but he doesn't... Nobody knows. No, he doesn't know. They don't know. It's a whole buttload of unknowing here. And Pika, he finds one. The other player pop up his head. Indeed, Shed gets that refrag. Shed does need to get back to site in order to salvage the numbers of quality that his team has.
This is quite dangerous now, right? Because they've got 3 smokes on Speakeasy, which is really all that's going to be left to deny the plant, seeming that the previous 2 players have already used their C4s on the roam game. That mirror winner will not be propped. That's really good on whoever shot that out to keep an eye on what's going on. Hopefully they can get this second one too. No, not quite. Never mind. Okay, it does get shot up before the second one does. But yeah, MC is really going to try and keep this at bay. But Speakeasy really needs to be throwing out these smokes. I have no idea where he is, but he's completely missed the timing.
He's cooked it. Yeah. Direwolves going to get the plant off when realistically they shouldn't be able to do so. Those smokes far too late, and the C4s already utilized earlier in that round. And now a retake is called upon. It's a nigh impossible retake as well. Seal doubling down. And maybe I was wrong. Maybe this could be an attacker-favored bank. Direwolves starting strong. Elevate had an okay start, but they really could not lock out that plant denial. And they will actually request a timeout immediately after losing that round.
Yeah, I think, once again, good value. I thought they got on the roam. 3 versus 3 on the defense of the basement isn't like the perfect situation to be in, but it's not the worst one. And especially the one that they were in where they had 3 smoke canisters, but the plant started to be teased out so early and they just didn't quite keep track of it. I think it was good for them to fall off the time they did, of course, but then they didn't really keep that same composure in through the late rounds, and the plant sort of went away without any info on it as well. I think MC probably just looked away at the wrong time, to be honest. I think like he had the mirror window facing in through the breach, right? But shooting out the Twitch drone probably at the same time as the planter went for the cheeky plant behind the desk, which is quite tough to see. Maybe not calling it at the right time. Yeah, so a bit of disconnect in there towards the late round meant that Direwolves was able to steal it away, get the plant down way earlier than should have happened, and then win out the retake from that situation.
Doesn't take much for Elevate to fix up those mistakes, and I'd honestly say that for a lot of these rounds so far. Remember, they lost a clutch. They had a bit of a almost execute on that top floor when they were on the attack, and for this defense, it was quite simply just that their roam game, they didn't lose the roam, they kind of, I don't know, had an even result at the end of the roam, but yeah, they absolutely lost when it came to plant denial. I think you just tighten that up, and that basement site should be theirs for sure. But Direwolves are very lethal. Like, that's the thing. We say that they are maybe a little bit less of a clear team to watch. Like, they look a little bit less coordinated, but that doesn't make them any less lethal. They're hard to read. They're constantly doing things that you don't expect, and they are insane gunners. Like, I feel like Seal has been not talked about enough this stage, but he's had some insanely big games, and I think he's shown up Joe Gore a lot, even, well, especially in the playoffs, right? Because Joe Gore's been pretty pitiful in the playoffs. Seal has really been an impressive player to me. I'm glad that we're finally seeing a bit more out of him as well.
Yeah, me as well. I think Seal has really started to tie the team together in some of the ways that he's slotted himself into the rounds. I'm not sure who would have made the call to go for the plant at the time they did in the last round, but credit to them. They called that super quick and stayed a lot more composed than Elevate did in that last round. As soon as they realized that that roam game was over, they instantly turned their attention in towards the late game. And I think, like you've been pointing out, that is what makes Direwolves quite a dangerous team, because they're constantly on the ball with their decision making. Elevate have this ability to just make a decision really fast and just do it. Even if it's a really bad idea, they all go and do it anyway. And in a lot of ways, that can be quite dangerous. Whereas I think Elevate struggle to make that decision making happen as quickly because they spend a lot of time trying to think about what the right thing to do is, right? It's a hard balance to find. It's a hard balance to find, but, you know, when you're playing against a team like Direwolves who just do, then it can be dangerous, right?
Very true. Very true. I think it was Rob yesterday said the right decision is the one that you go with.
Yes, that was Rob
think
Paul.
That's it's very true. I would elaborate and say the right decision is the one that you go with as a team. Because if you've got a disagreement and one person doesn't cave and then you end up kind of doing two half-assed things, don't half-ass two things, whole-ass one thing is one of my favorite sayings in life. And it's very true, and it definitely applies to making calls in Siege.
That is funny. That is really good. And I think, yeah, especially for teams that are like up and coming, it can always be really hard to learn the game because it's such a multifaceted game to play, right? And so when you're like trying to make decisions, it can be really hard. And I think Direwolves just have this crazy ability to have absolute confidence in whatever decision they decided to make, even if it's a terrible one. And yeah, that can be really good. And I think Seal's been a big part of it, right? Especially in bringing along the right operators to do the right things. Okay, so it looks like they're really turning their attention now, feeling the gravity of the bomb site as the attack's starting to tick away. We've only got about 50 seconds left of the rounds, and some of the smoke is going to be sent out to try and clear out these lines of sight and go for the entry.
Nice. Oh, wow. Oh, the Kiva barrier blocked that flashbang. And Haikal really played that so well. He's effectively denied this, and now the smokes have completely choked out Felox. Great work there from MC. Meanwhile, he also finds a pick with the SMG-11. Pika desperate. Jumps straight on in. Nice first one. Does he know? And Haikal was hiding behind that Kiva barrier before. He's been taken down. Does he know where these players in Kitchen are? There's one. Nice shot. Nice shot, Pika! 11 kills! And he's turned this round around. 4 Direwolves. Another one for Pika!
Man.
That was unbelievable! This guy's insane! What a round from Direwolves!
This guy's actually a thief. How has he gone and done that in through the printer window? Finding 4 kills just entering in through the bomb site. Elevate not really playing the crossfires all too well once the entry had gone through. They lost, they weren't able to keep track on the remaining players of Direwolves. And yeah, Pika's able to go in and make a play like that. Oh, it's looking pretty tough here. Elevate are starting to fall apart.
Man, how does that happen? It's so scary. Like, Elevate are a fantastic team. They have so many great ideas, and I think that they know how to play, I hate this phrase, but like, they know how to play the right kind of Siege, and they try to play the right kind of Siege. Like, you can clearly see that. They're so deliberate with everything that they do. They're so purposeful. But they totally overthink things sometimes, and they totally just let the rug get ripped out from right underneath them. by Direwolves. Like, this was a beautiful play from N-Highcal. Like, he's just really solidly holding that position, and Pika just goes in 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th kill here at the end as well onto Shed. It's just, yeah, unreal.
Jeez.
And every time a round like that happens, Mandy, like, Elevate are going to get tilted more. Like, they've taken their tactical timeout, and it's not really been valuable at all.
Yeah, for sure. This is one of those games where I think Elevate are going to look back on it and just think, like, look, things are just not working. Like, yeah, the small things, even though there's the right idea to them, the execution behind it just hasn't really come together. And that's always a really hard problem to fix, especially when I think, like, game mindset-wise, you've got it right, but you can't like teach game sense, right? That's like a thing that you develop as a team, and I think just the capacity to play off each other and know each other's pacing and figuring out that kind of stuff is such a hard problem to fix and overcome. Whereas, yeah, for Direwolves, I think these guys have really, I think, found each other's mojo somehow, especially in this game. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, I don't know. There's just been some crazy individual plays from a lot of these players on the side of Direwolves to pull them over the line.
I think Elevate really should lock in this round. I would be very surprised if they struggle on this basement, because they lost it last time simply because of bad plant and all. And guess what?
Yeah.
Now we've got the Echo. You know, we've got impacts on up end. I wouldn't be surprised if Elevate are the kind of team that are going to use impacts to deny plant as well. Notice how few reinforcements there are on site. That's a really interesting choice. Souffle's also got info here on the player in Garage, and he might look to try and... I don't know if he's trying to sneak past his
the
twitch shot.
planting.
Wait, what?
How's this happened again?
A minute and a half in. Okay, the Goyo fire goes out. Fellox is going to be able to stick this plan. He is so
Oh my god.
unlucky for that. Elevate have just been saved by literal milliseconds. That plan should have gone down. Holy shite.
Okay, and now they're going to be really biding their time with some of this utility. Speakeasy's already got the next smoke prepped in his hands as Jogle's going to look to recollect the diffuser and go for something else. It looks like instead they want to shape up to go and try and plan in towards the back, knowing that the line of sight is on the default for the smoke. Souffle's going to look to take this engagement on the player in Garage, who is not exposing themselves at all. Well played from them on the other side. In the meantime, though, they're not going to reattempt this plant until this hatch is going to get open, and that's where the two barrels come in.
What? Why is that one not activating? Okay, nice impact on nade, rather. And Pika's going to have to fake this. You can see Dial was actually cooking here.
That's
Like,
so
they have the right
strange.
idea. Why is
That
that
is
Selma
so
not
weird.
detonating?
That
It's
is
bugged. That's
a magical
unfortunate.
Selma. Oh no.
And Pika is over here trying to plant, so he can't pick it up and throw it again. Okay, plant going down again. That smoke does land, and yeah, Pika can't plant anymore. He's absolutely cooked, and now he's been C4'd. However, a good entry, it's not going to work out enough. Souffle can try and find one thing. Jogor needed to win that fight. Now it's up to Souffle. It's a 1v1. Hang on a second. He doesn't realize that the player still standing is in fact the one in Garage. And Highcal, he might have had two players on the floor, but that was essentially a 1 versus 1 and a much needed round win for Elevate.
Yeah, a lot more solid there from Elevate. It looked a bit scary at some point with the plants and all, but nevertheless, they popped the the Go canister at the perfect time for the plant to be denied. Felix thought that he could stick it. We thought that he could stick it, and he couldn't. So Elevate pushing that one over the line with the right combination of plants and all. Not just that, but unfortunately there for Direwolves, they weren't really able to make the entry into the bomb site through the hatches since the one in server stayed closed as well. So a lot of things just not really going in the right way of Direwolves, but for the most part, prevented by Elevate in the way that they played out that defense. They didn't dedicate themselves to the roam gate at all, knowing that Dire was pretty proficient at clearing through the map, and just hunking down in the bomb site was probably the right strategic play to be making, and they proved it to us in the last round.
Look at this. Can we get... production, I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but can we get like a slow-mo of exactly how close that was? Because that was insane. Like, what do you reckon it was, man? Let's see again. Look at this. Production already know what's up. 1.3, that's 1.0.
You are joking.
1.6, 1.5,
1.4.
Okay, 0.4.
Oh, sorry, 0.4. Yes, that's right.
0.4. So 400
Man.
milliseconds. I'm straight up saying that Elevate are lucky because, like, there's no way that they calculated that, you know, and 400 milliseconds different, and Dire was 100% win that round in a post plant.
That was quite scary though. I mean, they didn't have Twitch that round, did they? I was going to say, it would have been really weird if I'm surprised that canister didn't get popped in advance, to be honest, from Direwolves. I don't know. I don't know if I'd call that one lucky for Elevate, to be honest. I feel like if you're going to go for that plant, you want to be clearing that Guru canister. That should be like a fairly straightforward thing to be clearing, no? I don't know. But maybe it's lucky that they happen to pop at the right time, but nevertheless. Yeah, that was very close. Like, way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Still trailing though, I Elevate. So, job not done. You win one round like that, it's certainly not the game. We haven't seen near enough on defense from... Oh, that's unfortunate. Ape's just C4'd his only cover. Unlucky, mate. Darwin's found a pick, and yeah, he's absolutely cooked now. Joe Gore, about time. Started showing up in the server, but not before Seal does as well. Seal and Pika are absolutely farming. MC's Mirror is completely cooked here as well. There's no way he can survive. What can you do, Elevate? This is surely going to be Direwolves' map point.
Okay, Shed is really looking for a pick here in reception to try and make a play and get the numbers advantage, or try and bring this back somehow. 5-on-2 isn't a favourable situation at all as Direwolves look to close in on the bomb site now. They're actually being super patient about this, Jeff, I'll tell you what, but it doesn't matter. Jogor lands the headshot. The trade does come through from Shed, but 4 players still left to find. It's going to be tough, but what's going on? They're all still, like, outside of the building.
They got time. They are just going to convince him. Look, I want to see... Look at this. LMG meta's back, guys. Have a look at this. Just pre-fire them to high hell. Oh, I'm glad to see that Seal is making use of that LMG. Direwolves map point, Mandy. We thought after the first half that perhaps Elevate had done enough. You know, 60%, 59% defensive win rate on Bank in Asia League. But Elevate just can't defend. And they seriously can't defend.
No, I mean, it's been pretty shocking so far, to be honest. Direwolves in that last round really punishing Elevate for being in the wrong positions and exposing themselves to a lot of these really strong rappel cutoff spots. We were on board with Ape, who was in this super unfortunate situation that he got himself into, essentially digging himself his own grave, unfortunately, towards the end there. But I think it sort of happened to a lot of those Elevate players there on that last defense, right? They got caught in these positions that got opened up pretty quickly by Direwolves, especially with the range stuff reach that they had on Seal. And were able to put themselves in a man advantage so early on in the rounds that they just rode their time and found the last 2.
Well, Elevate. You're going back to open area staff room. Mandy, do you remember the calamities of this bomb site last round? Good old Pika 1 4K.
Yes, the Pika 4K. Yeah.
The Pika 4K. This should have been an Elevate round, hands down.
Yes.
So they should have confidence to go back to this site and do everything the same, but just not all die to Pika.
Yeah, for their sake, I hope that Elevate have reset as well. They look quite flustered, I think is the right word here. Yeah.
There's no way they've reset after this.
You never know. You never know. You never know.
I think they're pretty sure.
You never know. You know, Elevate, they fist bump each other every round. They're having a good time. They're still like happy. You know, they're still chilling out in the cams and stuff. You never know. Maybe they've reset, but they do look quite flustered in the way that they're playing this defense at the moment.
I'm not yet, Elevate, very new team. I haven't seen enough to be convinced that they are a strong mental team. I want to believe that because I think that this team has such a high ceiling. But if they can come back and win every round from here, you know, win in overtime, I would absolutely believe that they have a strong mental, but I'm yet to see that from them. So that's what I'm waiting for. That's the next step for Elevate. Obviously, this is just a third place match, but Elevate were challenging for the major. They accepted nothing except being the best in this region. They weren't. So the stage 2, that'll be where they set their sights.
Elevate have been spooked off the top floor, it seems, from Direwolves looking to make the entry work. At the same time, there was a lot of pressure that came down from E, which I think, allowed these Elevate players to, ask these Elevate players to go and recall their players back in towards the bomb site and fall back from what they were holding on to. Now that's afforded a lot of control here for Direwolves. Joe Gore's got fast entry inside of Tellers, looking to make his move into the bomb site after that. The rotation hole is going to afford him this line of sight as well, going in through A, so cutting in half some of this defense.
Ooh, opening pick for N-High-Cal. However, we've seen quite a few opening picks this game. Be won by Elevate and then traded, and Elevate end up fumbling the round. It's exactly what happened on this bomb site last time, and Haikal got the opening pick onto Joe Gore, just like now. And then they lost the round. Dials has done a good job of bringing this back as well. Ooh, what are the chances he can get some kind of an angle here? Even with the Capital fire.
That could be good from Seal if he's able to land that. At the same time, the rest of his teammates, I mean, he's got the fire out and he's just sent it in. That's not onto the spot that we were looking at though, and I don't actually think it's landed onto MC at all. Yeah, it hasn't actually gone through the test. Neither onto Shed on the other side. Oh yeah, that one's going to go through. Oh no, it's not. Interesting.
The damage from the... I think that's damage from the cafeteria door.
Yeah.
Souffle finds his pick from below. That's a big one on the Shed. Up through the hatch, I believe. Seal, however, has gone down, but MC is the critical player to hold on to site, and he's died. Arpe is now caught in a really awkward spot, and time is ticking away. He needs to win this fight, and he does. That could determine the round. That could keep Elevate alive here. But Felarx has got himself into a plant position. In the 2v2, you know what that means? It means that Souffle has to cover. As Arpe on for this retake. Souffle's gone below. It's a double back now. Direwolves trying to figure out where these last defenders are. MC's on the ground. There's no way, realistically, that this can be a revived position. Nice shot from Felarx. He sees the final one as well. It's a fight for survival for Speakeasy. As the shotgun comes out, he doesn't know it, but it is a 1 versus 1 right here. And Felarx clutches it out for Direwolves. A solid first map as they take the win 7-4. And put Elevate well and truly on the ropes here in this third place match.
An absolutely shocking close there to bank for Direwolves as they pull that one over the line. It was scrappy, it was chaotic, but there's no better team to do it than this one. Map 1 finally going in their way towards the end there. It was really exciting to see these guys pull it on with line.
A big upset win for Direwolves, at least on the first map. But let's not get too excited, it was their map pick after all. Next up, we go to Cafe. Now, that should be quite an enticing prospect. Elevate. Oh man, what a couple of days it has been for them. Redemption will lie on Cafe, which is coming up just after this. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Asia League. Of course, it's grand final day, but Elevate and Direwolves at the moment are fighting for third place here in the Asia League. A lot on the line here. Bit of money, bit of SI points, and a lot of pride. Elevate were definitely touted to be one of the best teams in this region in this stage, with an upgraded roster full of imports, MC, and Shed over from Europe, as well as their coach, and of course, Cal, up-and-coming 18-year-old star fragger, hot property in the Southeast Asia region. However, they're currently down a map in this best of three, and Mandy, somehow, Direwolves, who have looked pretty shaky all stage, could be clinching that third place.
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves got absolutely slapped yesterday against Bleed, but today they've looked very competitive at the moment, stealing away map 1 off Elevate. Now going into map 2, I'm really hoping that Elevate can show us something back in this best of 3 series. Keep in mind, we do need to play at least 2 and hopefully 3 maps. So for Direwolves, they need to continue the form of that previous map, and for Elevate, I'm really hoping that the time between maps has allowed them to reset.
Very much, and also Elevate picking Cafe, also getting the chance to pick defense start, which is very much favored on this map. We have seen Attacker Cafe recently. I'm trying to remember what team it was. I think it was Bliss in the OS League had a flawless attack half on Cafe against a real solid team. But that's just, you know, that's Bliss for you. Elevate, though, they do look quite like this map. They've played it twice recently. They've actually won it and lost it. So they won it against Jalita in the league itself, in the round-robin phase, but they lost it to Jalita back in January in the ECS, which is like a Tier 2 off-season tournament. Maybe that you don't take too much stake out of that. It is off-season tournament after all. But for Direwolves, this is really where it gets interesting, Mandy. Direwolves haven't played this map all year long. And they also barely ban it. So they've only banned it twice, and it's usually banned against them. In fact, that was, pardon me, 7 times banned against them. They did ban it. One of the only 2 times they banned it was actually when they played Elevate in the round-robin phase. So I do wonder whether Direwolves are prepared for this, whether this is in their map pool. I guess we'll have to wait and find out.
Interesting. Very interesting. I am of the belief that hopefully they do play it, especially considering how many times it's been banned against them rather than for them. Oh, by them, sorry. Anyway, here we go. This is a clear off the top floor for Pika, who's going to get this open nice and quick. This Castle Barricade. Trying to figure out the position of Cal, who's currently playing inside of Piano, looking to challenge the repels directly.
I'm trying to figure out how much progress has realistically been made here by Direwolves, but as is always the case on Cafe, a lot of droning, a lot of forming up, and not a lot of actually entering. Nature how this map works. It certainly is difficult when Arpe jumps out and finds 2 on Repel as well. On the Solus, no less, Jokor is able to find 1 back. I can only assume that there was a lack of Claymores, and he could actually see that using the Solus scanner and jump out and find 2. Very cheeky. He's looking for another one, and he gets it. Arpe is running amok here on Cafe. Joe Gore now in a 1 versus 4, and they know where he is thanks to that camera. Arpe is going to swing him. Does get taken down. Joe Gore almost found another one through the floor, but yeah, I mean, round is over, right, Mandy? That was just Arpe doing Arpe things. Yeah,
absolutely. Arpe, all things considered, despite losing map 1, actually got a phenomenal map 1 as well, and it seems like his form has carried over into Cafe as well. A 3K, 2 on the run out, 1 on another run out as well, is one way to start off the game.
Surely not. Oh, so close, man. So close.
Good try.
That's right, yeah. I mean, this round is surely over. Joe Gore, we talked a little bit about him. He really has not been on form in the playoffs. You know, yesterday he got 3 kills in the 15 rounds that him and his team played against Bleed. Yeah, from a 120 EPS in the regular stage to EPS in the 30s yesterday. He's been struggling. I don't think he's on for a clutch here.
Yeah, no, I think Elevate looked pretty disciplined here.
Bang.
Yeah, good C4 as well. Didn't even have to look at Joe Gore, take the direct engagement. Elevate will close that one out. Very good rounds there, especially from Arpe. Really locked that one in for Elevate. And they're looking good so far on map 2. But it's only been 1 round.
It hasn't been a good one, right?
It's
It is
been
Cafe
alright.
defense. And it's the favorite side.
Yes.
But whatever. Yeah, I think it's interesting the way that Direwolves played that. Like, it's so classic to run out on Cafe, jump out windows. And I had a look. They didn't bring any claymores. Or at least, according to the top bar of utility in the top right-hand corner, they didn't actually bring any claymores. Even if they had brought claymores, of course, the Solus could have scanned it. But yeah, no claymores, no nomad. What you should ideally be doing is just having someone like hard watching those jump outs.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
absolutely, and not just that, but I can't remember if there was nomad. Oh no, there was no nomad in the last round, which is probably why Pika has gone and flexed onto it now for this second round, realizing that they need to keep Elevate inside of the building as defenders. And yeah, I think you've pointed out pretty well. They've sort of not brought along the right things to be able to deal with Ape flying out of windows, which is quite characteristic of him.
Very much so. I feel like Ape has been a bit quiet this stage. You know, once upon a time, he was like the GOAT. He was the serious gamer on this team, and even back on Gaming Gladiators, he was like the best player.
He's still a gamer.
But he's still a gamer. I haven't seen much of it, sadly. He's been showing up a little bit recently. And Cal is kind of their new young blood gunner. But nice to see Ape get around like that every now and then.
Yeah, for sure. It's still exciting, especially in a match like this, where hopefully they can claim themselves that third place spot. But so far they've got quite a task to go and achieve, especially one map down against Direwolves. Pika is going to look to hold on to the cutoff here. In Dining, actually not at all. This is a point of entry, he's decided, as the first two floors of the map have been cleared out so far by Direwolves. Not just that, but the first bit going in the way of Joe Gore too, taking down Ape. The lethal player in the server for Elevate will help things out.
Oh, and he got traded.
Ah.
Wow. Wait, where was that angle? Sorry, what?
I think the wall is open. There's soft wall into
okay,
red.
sorry.
Yep.
Okay. I thought that was reinforced. I was like, did he somehow boost over the reinforcement? No. Okay, there you go, yeah. I don't know. That was, I mean, good entry from Joe Gore, but like, that's an operator that you want to keep available as long as possible so that you can keep using those logic bombs. So, little bit of a question mark for me as to why he overextended and lost his life, but it is what it is, as they say. Direwolves, at least for themselves, have got a good roam clear and a huge amount of map control.
Alright, yeah, vertical pressure now coming through as well from Direwolves, trying to flush out the anchors of Elevate, who have now completely vacated the bomb site, now just playing the rooms adjacent to it. Good info as well on MC down inside of Bakery, which might enable an entry here. For Direwolves, it certainly does. Peak is going to make his way on in. Tucks out some shots, isn't able to secure a kill. Oh, he really does, with the help of his teammate of Seal, but there's another one coming around the corner in Small Bakery.
They're hunting for him, and Cal gets it. No refrag this time from Seal. Oh, good flank as well from Shed. Really coming into form now for Elevate. Felarx has found his one pick and finally confirmed it, but at the expense of a huge amount of damage. Good shot as well there from Shed. I mean, this is round done, surely, unless if Felarx can pull off a 1v2 with low HP, but there's also vertical capacity here from Shed above. Oh, hang on. Go back there, Shed. Felarx will love that freebie. No, he's playing it smart. Don't contest the vert. Don't give 1v1s.
Oh.
Felarx, he's planting, but they know about this. There shouldn't be the capability to get an angle. The impact doesn't do anything. Felarx can take these 1v1s, but a nice shot there from Speakeasy. And that will be an easy closeout. Fist bumps come out again for Elevate, 2-0. And they're looking pretty solid here on Cafe defense.
Yeah, it was an alright defense there from Elevate, especially once the translation tried to happen in through Bakery. Although the top floor pressure had come through, they decided off the back of the info to go down and send a couple players in to take down whoever was in Bakery and then try and play off the execute from there. But Elevate looked pretty clued into that. By the time that happened, they compounded a lot of kills and trades off the back of that, especially Cal looking for the retake. And then Speakeasy and the remaining one of his teammates holding on to that 2 versus 1 situation really well, going for the peak together once the plan had gone down. Really well played there from Elevate.
That's cool timeout. Direwolves, 2 rounds in, Mandy. Feels very early for that to happen. Well, they had some good things in that round, like obviously opening pick, but also some bad things. You know, Joe Gore then pushing for a second and immediately dying, giving up the numbers advantage. They took Bakery. without losing a player, and then the retake came through. They took top floor and made vert without losing a player, and then the retake came through. Like, for them, what can they shape up? Like, what are the little mistakes that need to be fixed? Because in the first round, it was clear, right? There's no one watching the jump outs and no utility for it. Second round, it was a little bit more complicated, I think.
It's a good question. I'm not sure entirely. I don't know, maybe being a bit slower about the way that they're trying to deal with some of these problems through the mid-round might help them out a little bit. I think even though they were able to get the vert onto the bomb site itself, it didn't really feel like they were able to then capitalize off the back of that step. For example, like being able to translate it in the right positions horizontally instead going for bakery. Which is, I mean, yeah, it's still a way to go for the execute there. It's like not wrong by any means, but it doesn't really feel like their steps through the mid round are compounding that well. That being said, it has only been 2 rounds. So maybe that tactical timeout is just to recompose really, and just try and get some of these steps down and getting the order of operations right and helping out with that decision making.
5 seconds remaining.
So, third bomb site now. It's actually mining, not reading for Elevate. I still don't have a real handle over which is better, because I've seen some teams like not go to the top floor and some teams like prefer reading instead of that. Or some teams hate going to kitchen and instead will go both of these ground floor sites over it. So yeah, I don't quite have a read on this yet, but it's always most exciting to see mining because this is like the least favored site by a decent margin. And yeah, so many different ways you can play it.
I think it's really interesting the way that Cafe has shaped up in the last couple months, to be honest. I think the way that the top floor has played out has sort of gone to show that that top floor is quite breakable for that bomb site. And it's more breakable than I think people think it is, at a high level of play, at least. And I think, yeah, a lot of teams are now willing to experiment on some of the bomb sites that were previously considered tertiary bomb sites. Oh no, how have you...
Sorry, Joe Gore.
No, Joe Gore, buddy. That is
Can we have another look at that, please, Joe Gore?
Oh no.
What is that air jab?
Oh no.
This is 2024, my dude. Air jabs. Okay, well, he gets the pick, but he is traded back. Joe deserves to die for putting that air jab up there. For those who don't know, in-game, I mean, obviously, in this specific round, air jabs only detonate when the defender's feet are on the ground. So that air jab is literally useless. That will never detonate.
That's quite funny.
That is like the worst air jab. I have not seen someone make that mistake for literally years.
What if we're the ones that are silly and they've like accidentally changed it back or something like that and we just didn't like realize? But yeah, I
want someone to jump out that window so I can find out.
I actually think you're right about this. I don't think that the air jabs that have gone down are useful at all.
Come on in, hiker. Jump out that window. No! Seal kills him!
That's a disaster.
I'm so mad about that. Bro! How's Seal just gone and done that? Just finds 2 kills on the same angle.
Oh, wow.
Direwolf should be losing this after that initial trade, but no, they have 2 players up.
MC looks like he's thinking about a run out though. Okay, no, he wasn't anymore. I didn't know if that other air jab was going to go off either. I thought that one might have been too high, but I think that one's fine. Oh god, okay, Speakeasy's down here looking to make a play from right below the new balcony. Oh, no, I don't really know what people call this anymore. Is this new balcony or is the other one new balcony? Anyway,
I call
who
it
knows?
cocktail balcony, or yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. Right above him is Pika. MC's trying to look to take an engagement as well, trying to pick these battles in the 2-on-4 situation. And has managed to find the headshot onto Felux. 20 seconds left. The tension really needs to be turned to the bomb site.
Speakeasy could really clutch this.
It's doable.
It's just the time as well.
Ah, no, it's not.
Never mind. Pika's got him from behind. Well done there from Darwolf. Oh, did he have a read or was he just like...
I think they knew, yeah.
Yeah, must have known. There were no yellow pings or anything, but I think he just had a good inkling watching that rotate. Solid round there for Direwolves, despite some shenanigans going on there with the air jabs. I really hope someone saw that and called it out to him and been like, hey, bro, I don't know if you've ever played Nomad before, but that's not how that works.
That's really funny. Yeah. That's really funny.
Imagine an air jab could detonate mid-air. Like, where on earth would a defender go flying?
Is that how it worked, like, initially, when Nomad was released?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. Like, well, an air jab, it wouldn't have to hit. Like, it was like a Grim. Like, it would just Oh no, that's not even the best. It was like a
No, no,
Zephyr,
no.
basically.
Yeah, I just thought it
Yeah.
would like detonate on contact, basically, like when it was
Yeah.
when it was in the radius.
It was proximity. It was
Yes,
proximity. So
proximity.
like, yeah, like Zephyr, like you just shoot it at someone, and then as soon as it
Yep.
gets within their range, then it just activates. But
yes.
like,
but then they
I
changed
don't think
that
it ever
very
worked when
quickly.
like a defender is mid-air, right? Because if you're jumping out a window, you're mid-air. Imagine it could send you flying while you're mid-air.
Oh no,
like,
I
as soon as
could have
you...
sworn that's how it did work on release. No.
I
Maybe
don't
maybe
think
it
you
didn't
could-
work like that on release. I can't remember. I just remember they changed something very early on her release.
Well, yeah. Well,
I don't
while
remember
it was
what
in
it is.
test server, originally it would detonate as you shoot it. As soon as it hits someone, it doesn't have to hit a wall. So like a
yes,
Zephyr
yes,
charge.
that's what they changed.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
yeah,
that's true.
So like,
okay, you are
that was
right.
only that never actually got out of test server, but that was in the reveal.
Okay.
If you can watch the Nomad reveal, yeah, people literally used it. Like you just
On
shoot
entry.
at someone that's in cover, and they just get knocked out of cover. It was
Yeah,
hilarious.
That was cool.
But yeah. Oh, come on, Joe.
I wonder where he's put the Nomad charges this time around, because he's used 2 of them. He's only got 1 more in his pocket, so that means that they're somewhere on the map.
If we have a second observer, your mission is to go and find Joe Gore's air jabs and break him out of 10.
Oh, there
there's
they
one.
are.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a good
no,
one.
he's
That's
done it
a-
again.
No!
He's done it again! And it's muted! We are totally bullying Joe Gore right now. I'm sorry, but I'm also not sorry because he should know that.
That's hilarious. Alright, oh no, it doesn't matter, Dev. He's having a big round.
gamer.
He's having an absolutely massive round. And yeah, he's just
Well, he's found one pick.
No, what do you mean? He's
Massive
bringing it
round is
back.
more than one pick.
He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back. They were in a
You're
they
on
were in
the
a
coke,
what?
Mandy.
A 3-on-5, and now they're in a 3-on-4. That's pretty good. Suplay's gonna help
That's
out as
amazing.
well. Oh my gosh, Suplay could actually die in this situation. Ben Cal. Oh no, he can't jump out because
Oh,
the castle
bro.
barricade's there. Oh no, they're actually bringing this one back. This is quite scary.
All right, Joe. What do you got for us, mate? Land a couple of gnarly shots because we know he's pretty good at that.
Ooh, C4 for Cal. Where's that going? Where's that going? It's on the rappel.
Ooh, toss up
There's a
on the
player
window.
there.
That's Warden, perfect operator for this, but it does bait him into chilling a little bit more. Ape's gotten really aggro here as well. Shed's gone down. Both of these defenders are in pretty pitiful positions. Joe Gore finds another one, and he's got an inkling on where Cal is. The clutch demanded now. Prone behind the minibar. The Dokubi's call. Surely silence sometime soon. No, there's no mute jammer around him for him to silence it on. He's just waiting. Souffle's one with Diffuser. Biding his time, he can make his way towards the site. Site has been completely forfeited. Elevate's got some information. As we can see the yellow ping coming out onto Joe Gore. Souffle forcing that plant down, and Cal. Couple of angles he's got to deal with. He's just managed to get past the first one, but Joe Gore puts him down. A massive round indeed from the Nomad, from Joe himself. He was Sleepy Joe on map 1, and now he's firing up.
They have tamed the beast of Elevate from flying out of windows, more so Ape, all things considered, and are actually able to land an attack there. Really solid opening picks to come out from Direwolves, and then they compounded the round, really snowballed from there on out as well. Pika was in such a great spot, a playmaking position to find his 2 as well on the rounds. Massive rounds for Direwolves there. Elevate once again, not really being able to keep track of what was going on in that round, where the Direwolves players were actually making their entry from and injecting themselves into the map and falling short from the engagements.
2 rounds of attack here on Cafe for Direwolves. That's pretty damn good, Mandy. I think that
That's
Elevate
alright.
would be a little bit rattled here. Like, I want to know how Direwolves bring back that from a 3 versus 5 as well.
Yep.
Right? Like, these are so many big red flags for Elevate. And not the good kind of red, not the one with the Elevate logo. I'm talking the bad one that means that you might go down 0-2 to a team that all of us expected not even to make it into the top 4, let alone be the 3rd best team in this region.
Yeah, for sure. I think Elevate very much needs to recompose here. That numbers advantage, especially in the top floor there, is not something that you want to be giving away. And especially not to a team like Direwolves, who are a team full of playmakers. You really want to be making sure that you're holding crossfires and playing together and not taking those one-to-one engagements like we saw in that last round. Direwolves looking now to mount an attack onto the ground floor, which I think last time around Elevate was able to win out situationally in a 2 versus 1. And are looking to go for a repeat of something similar. MC was looking to get aggressive early on inside of Bakery, but has since fallen off that position and back into the bomb site. This time around, there is a little bit of a roam presence, I think, in the top floor. Not exactly sure who that is. Maybe it's Ape, as they make the roam clear happen. Oh, Shed. Oh no, am I? That's dangerous.
I think Seal knows about it. Drone definitely confirms that. Logic Bomb makes things a bit awkward for him now. Are they hard clearing? I can't quite tell. Because, I mean, last time Direwolves, 30 seconds from now, had the full map control.
I think they're clearing. They've got the buck in the hands of Felarx, which makes me think they want to go for the vertical. Same thing with the Ram on Souffle. So they do really want to be getting on to controlling the second floor as soon as they can to try and make full use of the utility that they've brought along for themselves, which they have done successfully now. They're just going to send out some final drones, make sure they're doing things down to detail. Strogel, once again, is looking for the entry in through red. Now, last time around, he took down Arpe very early. He was looking to contest this angle, but it seems like Arpe's thought the better of it and is going to play it safe.
Jogor last time overcommitted here on his entry. Seems like he's playing a little bit more passively now, which is good. Pika is so close to side though. Smoke doesn't quite land for Speakeasy, but he's still holding a very solid position. And I don't know if Direwolves have the ingredients to deal with him in VIP.
There's potential that they might. 3 sets of flashbangs at the moment. And it looks like they're shaping up for a backtake as well, with a hatch being open from Felarx. If Pika can land the right set of flashes here, he might be able to go for it, or he's just going to dry Pika anyway. It doesn't really seem to matter, and he absolutely does.
Bro!
Yeah, Speakeasy just going for the reload, I think, at the wrong time, and then looking for the swing. Does give the first pick over to Pika. 33 seconds, though, and it's compounding.
Bro, Elevate really need to be sweating right now. Direwolves, they're not playing the God's gift of Siege. They are just firing up. And now they find themselves in a 5v1. What is going on for Elevate? They capitulated yesterday against Fury, but we thought that hands down they were the favored team in this matchup. Now Shed has to retake the site, and I'm just going to say, like, there is literally no chance that Shed wins this. Direwolves are going to lock in a plant, and it's the easiest plant positions they've ever seen. Flawless round as they take the lead on the unfavored side.
Yeah, really solid roam clear there for Direwolves. They were so detailed about making sure the first 2 floors of the building were completely clear before fully making use of the vertical and then converting it in through VIP as well. Pika has been a real standout player through the series, both in Map 1 and now on Map 2 as well, is starting to creep his way into the server and do quite well as well. Finding the entries and then compounding with Jogor as well, who is, by the way, 8-3. I know we've been laughing at him the entire game, but he's actually done very well in the scoreline. Especially in the ways of finding kills for the team and propelling them forwards to land some good attacks. Direwolves really punishing Elevate there, especially once the execute came through from just some good timings. I think like choosing their battles well at the right time and catching some players off guard in the wrong spot on rotations. Really well played from Direwolves.
Yeah. Elevate really need to capitalize on this tactical timeout. Isn't it kind of nuts, Mandy, that we saw pretty dominantly 2 first rounds of defense from Elevate? Direwolves took their tactical, and then since then, like, even when Elevate have been winning opening picks, Direwolves are just farming them. And the one round here, like the first round that Direwolves won onto this kitchen bomb site, right, Jogor gets the initial pick, and then it gets traded by Elevate. Elevate should be winning from that position, right? Like a traded opening pick. Tends to have a higher win rate, or as high win rate as an opening pick itself. And yeah, what has gone on for Elevate? I'm just left with so many questions and not many answers. They're actually going to go back to kitchen instead of going back to bar, which is still unlocked. They've tried fireplace, bar, and kitchen. 3 rounds in a row they've lost. Now they're going to retry kitchen, and that's the one that they thought was the best of the 3.
It's hard to tell. I think Elevate are lacking some of the same teamwork that Direwolves are starting to bring out into Map 2. I know that we were saying the opposite in our early discussion between these 2 teams, but I think post-tactical timeout for Direwolves, they've looked a lot more together as a team. A lot of what they're trying to do, they're doing in duos or trios. And I think it became very apparent in that last round in the way that they were able to clear out VIP as well, with so many people dedicating themselves to the entry and making that happen. You know, in combination with entries happening in like Coat, Down Red, all that kind of stuff. It's very well coordinated now. And Elevate, I think, haven't shown the same prowess in terms of teamwork and playing together. Arpe looking for the early spawn pick onto Jogor, does deal a little bit of damage, but doesn't take him out. And Direwolves are going to look to sweep the map once again. That's a good first pick.
Very good, especially because Peak has been pretty solid throughout this whole series. It's interesting, though, that Elevate, after their tactical timeout, what they thought they needed is more aggression. I'm not sure I would agree, but you certainly take it when it works, right? Like a 5v4 basement, or not basement, but ground floor kitchen defense is always going to be nice. I'm still trying to figure out what else Elevate need to do to win this, because last time the big red flag for me was losing VIP so convincingly. And yeah, you said it, like Direwolves really put 2 and 2 together, did a lot of teamwork to try and get VIP control, but like, yeah, Speakeasy should be able to hold on to that for a lot longer. And these days, you often don't see VIP actually successfully cleared by the attack anyway.
It can be quite a hard position to take control of as the attack. It's always such a tough power position to clear out, but you know, when you've got a player like Pico is just going to go for the dry pick like that and lands it certainly makes things a bit easier. Now Direwolves, they've got full control of the second floor now and are going to look to make the vertical pressure happen. At the same time, it looks like they're shaping up for, once again, a freezer-sided take. Some of the smokes are going to go out a little early this time from Speakeasy to prevent that from happening. I think Direwolves at the moment just biding their way through this mid-round and trying to look to see if they can dislodge any players from above before making a move.
I think the eventual execute is going to be down through this hatch. That means they'll need to deal with Speakeasy and VIP. He's already been burning some of his smokes. He's, as I say that, just burnt another. Trying to hold in this position. He's actually going to play quite aggressive here. Look at this from Speakeasy. Been droned though, so forced back again. No shield to play off of. This is a very difficult, very awkward position to play in. But Speakeasy, such a solid player. His final smoke goes out. Oh, he almost loses his life. He probably should have Defelox there. Now Speakeasy is pretty much cooked. Like, there's no way he can survive much longer here. He needs to burn as much time as possible or take a body with him. He does have support from N-Highcal at Whiskey. Direwolves need to make a move.
But at the same time, though, they've left it super late. 18 seconds. Keep an eye on Shed as well, who's going to be on those bubbles right at the end to try and deny the plant to Seal. He's got the diffuser in his hands, but can he get it down? No, he can't. MC with the long line of sight.
Felox needs to get this pick. He does, but traded back by N-Highcal. Up to Souffle now. Good job from Elevate to weather that storm. As you said, Mandy, the time just ticked away. It ticked, and Direwolves ran out of opportunities. Solid defense finally from Elevate. A little bit too little, a little bit too late, but they do find 2 rounds in their, or 3 rounds rather, in their half.
Yeah, much more solid defense there from Elevate. Really robustly played, I would say, in the way that they were able to hold on to the advantage, especially off the back of Speakeasy getting that first pick. In the 4 and 5, I think they realized that Direwolves probably didn't have the manpower to go for such the aggressive entry that they did last time around on the attempt of the attack. And just both the time really waited for them to go for the execute so late, only 20 seconds left. MC had a really good long line of sight, anticipating that particular execute to come through as well and preventing the plant from going down. So I think Elevate just had such a good read, I think, in that last round on what Direwolves were going for and executed it to perfection. Great discipline.
So, can they flip this? Because I still think that Direwolves won that half, Mandy, right?
Yeah, I think
3
so.
rounds of attack.
I agree.
On Elevate's map pick, on Cafe, which can be so hard to attack. Yeah, Elevate really need to prove that they can fire up on their attacks here. Because, yeah, 4 rounds of attack, I think, is just too much to ask. I frankly don't think that they're going to win this in regulation. If Elevate win from here, I think it's got to be in overtime. And that is a pretty scary prospect. Especially when they're down after losing Bank.
I think this is where Elevate are really going to be tested in their composure. It's not over till it's over, especially in a best of 3. And if there's anyone that will teach you that lesson, it's Fury, right? Losing the first map, being able to come back in 2-3 is something that they are characteristic at doing. They're so good at playing these long haul series, and I think for Elevate to show themselves as a really competitive team, this is a good opportunity for them to prove it.
Joe Gore's back firing on all cylinders. He had a very low EPS on the first map. It was bottom rated player on his team with 81 EPS, second bottom rated player in the server, 8 kills to 10 deaths. And now, of course, as we can see, he is farming, 141 EPS, 8 and 4. Hang on a second, look at this from Speakeasy. An opportunity has been given and they repel straight into sight. He's found the kill onto Joe Gore. Elevate have just found all the kills.
Man.
OMG says, Ape, I don't really know what to say about this round. Well, they found the opening pick and then just farmed on the back of it. Now Seal is in a 1 versus 4. We'll need to ace up. He's going to die to this nade. And indeed, that will be the case. What a round! And I mean that not in the exclamation way, but in the confused way. What a round.
That was so good from Elevate. They did such an explosive mini execute there in the top floor. Like, yeah, well, not even mini, like full execute in the top floor to clear all the players that were standing there on their power positions. Especially, we were on board with Speakeasy going for his push in through backstore. I mean, RP must have just found a magical kill or something like that on the entry as well. Everything really compounded because of how well timed and coordinated that was from Elevate. The line scans bringing out all the flashbangs to enable that entry to come through. Yeah, all the right tools being put in the right places to make sure that that top floor was cleared as efficiently as possible.
Here's a replay of that.
How did up? Oh my god.
They just all got in by repelling, did they?
Yeah, I think
how
so.
did Ape win that fight?
Oh my
You
god,
okay, mate?
that was a funny replay to watch in the top down. Some things look absolutely hilarious in the free camp, yeah. RP somehow managing to find a kill prone right from the bathroom line of sight onto whoever was playing there, yeah. That's a fun one to watch in the free cam. Yeah, but yeah, I think literally 2 or 3 entries came through on the repels in the top floor. Direwolves just didn't expect it, caught them off guard. It was really well played.
Was. It's exactly what we needed from Elevate, right? I mean, I was saying I don't think that they can win 4 rounds in this half, but with that dominant opening to their attack, maybe I'm wrong. I'm ready to eat my words. I'm not trying to be an Elevate hater. I did pick Direwolves, but yeah, like I said, I think I said it last map. Maybe I said it this map. I can't remember, Mandy. But like, I think Elevate have such high potential, but well, they're gonna lose the opening pick. And I don't know if they're just trying to go for a cheesy rush here or what, but Felix is going to put that to a stop with a bunch of util. But just to finish my point from before, I think Elevate have one of the highest skill ceilings in this league. They try to play the correct siege, if you dare to stomach that word, that phrase. But I don't think their mental's there. They haven't proven to me that their mental's there. Yeah. And I think Fury are the best example of a team that they might not play the kind of siege that you watch in Europe, but that's because they have their own brand of siege. They know their strengths, and it's not always pretty, but they have incredible mental, and they have incredibly talented players, and they're still learning. They're still adapting, and that's why I think Fury are probably the best team in the region. Bleed will try and make me eat my words later today, but I think that Elevate are more kin to Bleed. Like, they play a really great style of siege, but I think that sometimes they don't play that style of siege at all for mental reasons.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough to say as well for Elevate, there are some times where they can look quite disconnected. And I think it's a lot of the time where they've fallen short, unfortunately. And here we go, though. That's a pretty good entry there for Shed. He gets it down onto Jogor, but oh, it doesn't go in their way at all. Direwolves spring to life, and Speakeasy is the last one left.
Okay.
Wow.
Bit of a crazy close to the round there, Mandy. A nice attempt from Elevate as they approach from Piano. There were a lot of opportunities that went begging there. Like, how many times did the guy that we were spectating land a few bullets, but not enough to get a kill, not the headshot? Yeah. A couple opportunities go begging. You know, you can't always have a go for that. But in the end, like, Dials just won a whole bunch of fights and got really aggressive. They did it together. Elevate looked a little bit lost. Scores tied up once again.
Yeah, that was a pretty curious round there for me. For Elevate, it looked... I mean, they looked to change the pacing of that round completely from the previous attack that they did. It wasn't nearly as explosive. They tried to slow things down and do things more methodically, but that eventually came back to bite them in the end. So I think Direwolves looked pretty ready for the engagements that they were pretty happy to take from their positions. And yeah, just prevented Elevate from being able to do anything, really. That double entry that came in through the red side of the map, this was Shed, and one of his teammates got shut down because the line of sight that Souffle and Pika were holding together. And then whatever went down right below the new hatch as well got shut down from Seal, who was willing to take that engagement as well, or Pika, who was willing to take that engagement. So yeah, Direwolves just winning out on the ones. Even though, once again, Elevate tried to do quite a simultaneous entry with 3 players dropping at the same time, it didn't work out, taking the individual engagements, and Direwolves win it out. Just one of those rounds, really.
Yeah. Indeed.
It's just one of those rounds where, you know, if RP off the back of his Dokkaebi lands a headshot, it's like a completely different story, right? That unlocks opportunities in the second floor, which then they can compound from and yada yada. If Shed lands actually secures his double kill right on his second swing, that unlocks the top floor. It's like it's just one of those rounds, really. I can't really say that either team did anything too wrong or right.
We have a good start here from Speakeasy. Joe Gore holding Bakery, only holds onto it for about 35 seconds. As the smoke, you know, the smoke utility itself should give you 30 seconds. Souffle, though, does get a nice refrag. It's also a big player to take down. From up in Piano, he was peeked out the windows and he saw the player down outside Bakery. This is unfortunate, though, because of that peek, now Elevate have just committed a whole bunch of utility. They're trying to split push onto this guy, but they've been baited.
That's very brave.
Seal has managed to support. I mean, yeah, very brave from N-Highcal because MC ended up not committing to the push, and now Direwolves just fall apart. MC, 1v4 becomes a 1v3, but this is over.
Yeah, Elevate looking to do a horizontal take here, but the hardest choke point of this horizontal take is clearing out, especially when there's a warden here in VIP.
Nice.
And I think, yeah, yes, you do have to kind of throw bodies at the entry if you want to do a horizontal take like this onto Cafe, but it wasn't really, I think, aided by enough utility or by enough support or redundancy. And Hakal essentially just walked into the meat grinder in a crossfire, and yeah, losing Speakeasy early like that to a spawn peak doesn't make things anything easier for Elevate. Direwolves once again come out on top.
2 more rounds, Mandy. That's all it's going to take. Direwolves to lock in 3rd place.
Yep.
I don't think anybody expected us to be here, but Elevate have struggled today. Again, reminiscent of what we saw at the end of their Fury game yesterday. They are struggling. Cracks start to appear when things get dire. No pun intended. We did already see this in the regular stage, right? Like, what on earth happened when the Elevate who beat Bleed, the only team who have beat Bleed, by the way, all year in the Asia region, only team to beat Bleed goes and loses to Direwolves, who are looking like they were having quite a rough stage.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out this Elevate roster. The only explanation I have, Mandy, is that it's just early days. It's just new. And we can't sweat too much the small stuff like this. Like, this team is put together for the long haul.
I think it's pretty clear in like our tone of voice in our cast that we've got really high hopes for this team, and we do really like Elevate, and it's quite heartbreaking to see them struggle like this, especially against a team like Direwolves, who have been just like the thieves of the entire region. Really, they can just steal points in the nick of time, like on a dime. That's unfortunate. That claim will going down. Nevertheless, it's okay. Nomad is still a thing that exists, so it's all good.
But the problem here is just nades suck at clearing castle barricades these days.
It's hard.
You can't cook them anymore.
It's hard.
Have a look at this. It did it!
It's okay.
You have to get within 2 centimeters of the castle barricade for the nade to destroy it. But yeah, at the end of the day, not too big a deal.
Alright, here goes Elevate on another attempt at an attack. Direwolves have looked very strong so far in the series, so confident in the way that they're taking these engagements. Elevate look pretty flustered in these last couple rounds. Now looking to mount an attack in the top floor. Felix is going to look for his peek onto the South Rappel. Now the South Rappel is it's a horrific position to be playing as two. In fact, Peek is going to go for the swing at the exact same time onto Arpe. He pulled an Arpe on Arpe himself, and he dies.
Another one for Pika as well. It's all gone south for Elevate. 2 versus 5. On this bomb site last time, we praised them for such a beautiful attack, executing onto the top floor. Nigh flawless. And this time around, as you said, Arpe got the Arpe treatment, and Pika is in a phenomenal position now, and Highcal's got to go grab that diffuser, which I believe is on the roof. I'm not entirely sure. And Highcal's now walking into a crossfire. Speakeasy is elsewhere. These 2 attackers now very much separated, and Highcal doesn't have the read. Who expects him in this spot?
Oh, he's going to get him anyway.
He does win that fight. Yeah, very lucky to have won that. Bit of an awkward fight. Pika goes down. Speakeasy's also right around the corner from another player. Maybe this is winnable.
That is dangerous. Okay, it certainly is at this point. Highcal has just gone for the double kill to try and bring this one back. Speakeasy is in a tough position, though. Great headshot from Seal to probably seal the deal.
And Highcal, he's got to get on the highway. Nice shot there. So it'll need to be an ace up for the rookie. Joe Gore still alive. He's had a pretty solid game in the fragging department. Felox has already had his impact, baiting the run out for his teammate. 20 seconds to play, and Haikal's got to grab that diffuser from the window ledge. Oh, Felox is there on the off angle. Takes him low, but not enough to seal the deal. Direwolves are looking like they may well have put a stop to this rampage that Elevate have made throughout the Asia League. This team that has so much promise seems to struggle in these tense BO3 environments, Mandy. A very new team, one that we hoped for so much from. They were aiming for the major, but it seems like 4th place may be what they have to settle for. Direwolves on match and series point.
Direwolves have undoubtedly looked like the better team in this entire series from, I would say, from start to finish, really, even on map 1. They just look so much more confident. They do everything that they've done in the server with so much more conviction than Elevate do. And I think that's really what's been setting apart these two teams. Yes, sometimes like it's once again that story or that discussion that we were having earlier about the right idea, right? And being able to execute it with intention. And I think the way that Direwolves have been playing in the server so far, they've done that much better than Elevate have. There are times that Elevate, I think, have really faltered on what they want to do. And I think not really being able to get everyone on the same timing and on the same page. Just things are not clicking for them at the moment. Whereas for Direwolves, it really looks like a lot of things are, I think, even on an individual standpoint.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
How do you fire up here, Elevate? 2 rounds required to push overtime. Sadly, these attacks, aside from that very first attack, have looked pretty lackluster. Going to be a big move now for Direwolves. Shooting up into 3rd place, should they be able to win this game. Feels very deserved after what they've managed to achieve. An upset over Jalita. I guess it started back with the upset over Elevate in the round robin phase. Then an upset over Jalita in the quarterfinals. And while they did get absolutely stomped on by Bleed, only winning a single round over 2 maps, they have certainly proven that they deserve to be in the playoffs by taking down Elevate here. Big run out for Pika. Good trade, though, from Haikal. But, yeah.
That's so unlucky. That's the one round that Speakeasy has, like, not gone Nomad as well, and that's happened. A player's flown out of a window. Yeah, that's really unfortunate there for Elevate. Nevertheless, though, they are going to make this entry work. Down the red hatch goes MC, and the drones are going to sail on out. They're going to be very calculated now from here on out. They really can't make a mistake if they want to pull themselves back into the series. That's great info from Speakeasy as well onto the bomb site. And Haikal's going to make his way in as well.
And Haikal's got to go big. Got to break double digits and then go deeper. Keep this game alive. Bomb site is downstairs and reading in fireplace, and Dai will still have control of this top floor, but White Stairs has been flushed out. Good player on the rappel. Does Haikal know about the 2 attackers, or 2 defenders rather, upstairs here, intending a crossfire? As a Dokubi logic bomb goes out, he's trying to figure out where these players are. He saw the laser from Jogor, but he's not able to get the kill onto him. Ape's gone down eventually. A good trade there onto Seal, but Jogor is still alive. Speakeasy's brought the numbers into his favor, but Jogor trades. Jogor looking for a second to go in with a shotgun, perhaps. Direwolves just have to hold on. Souffle is going to nuke him out of the server. MC ducks away at just the right moment. Elevate's so close. They have to keep going. They have to hold on. MC knows where he is. Speakeasy steps in. Up to Souffle now. On for this flank. Do they know? They don't. MC's dropped, as is the diffuser. Speakeasy has taken matters into his own hands this round, and it's up to him to keep this series alive, to keep Elevate in the fight. But Souffle holds on. Smoke to go down now.
That's great smoke.
Land well. Perfect. Directly on top of Souffle. But the drop will definitely have been heard as well. A lot of options now for Speakeasy. What does he do? He's going to have no idea that this player is in this corner. Does he pre-aim it? Does he pre-fire it? He lands the shot. Speakeasy refusing to die. Elevate are not done yet. The hugest sigh of relief on their faces. They have one last chance to push overtime.
That was such a big round from Speakeasy to bring that one back as well. Not only did he rotate all the way from the other side of the map back into the top floor to play the 2 versus 1 with MC, but then he continues it and wins the 1 versus 1 in the end there as well. Massive round from Speakeasy to bring that one back, knowing what the conditions were, playing off the back of his teammate. MC as well, playing the patience and the discipline game against Joe Gore, knowing that he was so low on HP, dodging a C4, and then waiting for his teammate to go for the double swing together. Great discipline there from Elevate. In this position, it can be really easy to think, okay, you're on match point, it's quite scary, you want to be really cautious, but they're still willing to take these fights and they're willing to take them together. Winning out that one, very much teamwork, I think was the name of that game.
Well, I don't know whether Elevate are going to be fired up after that, because I personally feel like, at least for us, Mandy, you know, this game feels over. I know it's not yet, but it certainly feels like it. And is it just a matter of time for Direwolves to cruise this one out? If Elevate can push overtime, maybe it's possible here. We already knew it would be hard, right? After the first half, with Direwolves getting 3 rounds. I did say I think Elevate have to push overtime for a chance at winning this game.
I think you're right as well. And Elevate, they look like they're being tested, and I really want them to be able to prove that they can overcome this. And yeah, it's going to be really hard against Direwolves, who have just looked so good today in the way that they've been playing. Flowing with confidence. Elevate, they really need to stand up here to win this one out. And this is their opportunity, looking for the sweep through the entire map, or the full roam clear top down. Once again, combination of the Ram and the Bucks, similar to what Direwolves are bringing on their attack, will be fully utilized by Elevate if they can make this roam clear happen. That is dangerous from Souffle. He looks for the peek out to MC, but MC claims his life. First pick going in the way of Elevate.
Well, man advantage is certainly what you need, Elevate. Can you capitalize upon it? Because we have seen too many rounds where it doesn't get converted. Even onto this specific bomb site, in fact. As we go down to Kitchen. The last time we were here, there was a very early pick onto Joe Gore, right? 30 seconds into the round, and ended up, unfortunately, Elevate were not able to convert it. However, they found a second one, and that could be everything. Cameras getting hacked as well. This might put Direwolves on the ropes. Overtime may well be on the cards.
Elevate aren't looking to stop now. They still want to be part of the dialogue. Seal's going to look for a flank here on the white stairs. Do they have this covered shed? I can see is on a drone at the moment. Whether that's a flank drone or not is going to be called. Not just that, but the gridlock tracks are going to ring out too, being shot down. And that's going to force Seal back off.
Finding any kills through this vert, though. Where are these defenders? Yogo's extended into Bakery. He also managed to barricade up the Bakery double door, which is nice. But I can't see where all these other defenders are. Looks like Felux and Whiskey. Does that mean Seal is still VIP? Yeah, he is. Okay, incredibly separated are these 3 defenders. They have to win some ones. Plantanal's not going to be easy. Jogor makes his way back into prep. This is so risky. He needs to win this fight. MC, is he going to peek? Jogor seems readier for it than MC is.
Seal on the other side is going to look to prevent this freezer hatch drop, but so far, Elevate don't really look like they've postured for any particular type of execute just yet. A flashbang is going to ring out, and that makes Felix think that it is going to be a freezer drop, but that smoke is going to keep them at bay for a little bit longer. Shed with the diffuser in hand is still posturing for this drop, and it's going to happen.
Yeah, Seal is so ready for it, though, and there's no util seemingly to stop it. Lands a bit of damage, but not the kill as of yet. MC gets his entry. Seal taken down as well, all up to Joe Gore, the fabled man himself. 1 kill in the 1v5. Plant confirmed. It does feel like overtime is a brewing here on Cafe. 10 kills for Joe Gore, but he'll need 4 more. He doesn't get anything. Elevate have pushed us into overtime.
And Elevate looking a lot more composed now. In the dying hour, when they needed it most, they've come back now into overtime. Really solid 2 attacks in a row now for Elevate. Great sweep through the map, top down, entries really going their way, and then taking their time to reassess through the mid-round and go for the right execute at the right time. Dislodging the player as well in VIP, the one that could really have stopped that from happening. Really great entries there from Elevate. Super clean, clinical round.
Defense side, attacker side, doesn't matter. Throw it out the window. We've been even. 3-3, both halves. Now Direwolves, the pressure starts to mount on their shoulders. They just fumbled the last 2 defenses, and now They have another one to play. Elevate getting these opening picks, but critically being able to convert them in these executes. I want to know how that second pick came about as well. I believe it was onto Souffle. I don't know how... Oh, sorry, no, wasn't Souffle. It was Pika, I believe, died second. Regardless, just unnecessary. Right? How are Direwolves dropping these early picks? Because yes, we've seen Direwolves win their fair share of 3 versus 5s, but typically when Elevate make those mistakes, and to be honest, like they didn't make many mistakes that round just gone by.
That was a really clinical round, and in this particular matchup, clinical rounds are pretty hard to come by, I would say. Every round has looked pretty chaotic and scrappy. Actually, I would say that's a lot of the region in general, to be honest, and I think we're going to see that a lot even in the grand final tonight. But yeah, having a clean round like that is a big confidence booster.
Alright, Elevate. I want to see this rejuvenated confidence. Just won back-to-back rounds. Map 3 could well be on the agenda. Chalet is our final map, should we need it. Elevate definitely pushing for it, and I think they finally found their mojo on this attacking side as well. They are quite slow, Mandy. I think a lot slower than Direwolves. Like, I remember those Direwolves attacks down to Kitchen. Like, they had full map control and were making vert at 1 minute 30. That's really fast. Elevate have been slower but steadier, and they've also found a lot of picks because of that slow pace, because Direwolves seemingly giving opportunities on entry.
I think they may have found the formula here, as you've been alluding to. And once again, just as you pointed out, Speakeasy comes in through Pillar and can find 2. Seal is going to be there for the trade. But for now, Elevate hold on to the advantage. And High Cal as well is in the top floor as well, and could try to look to refrag Seal, who's, I believe, still all the way in Cocktail, but Jogor is there and is going to pose as a threat too.
The downside of what Speakeasy did is, yes, he got numbers, but he didn't get any ground, and so Elevate have to take that ground now, and High Cal, the one to move forward, but he walks straight into a crossfire. The trades come through, and we end up at a 2v2. Seal now caught in an awkward spot. Jogor's also on for a massive flank. That means the attackers have become the defenders. Looking to hold out the site. Arpe good with the flashes. He's actually going to go deep for it, and he wins the fight onto Seal. Jogor again must clutch. It's not a 1v5 like it was last round, but a 1v2 is still so doable for him. No impacts, no util to speak of. Castle Barricade locking him out of one side of sight. He's got no clue where these 2 players are, and he's walking straight into head holes as well. A solid crossfire held by Elevate. They really have found their mojo here. Into overtime on their attack. They are looking fired up and ready to go. Jogor is so slow. He's completely lost. He's stressed out, and there's simply no chance that he wins this round. Elevate locking in their first map point as Jogor will go down. Another sigh of relief. Map point on the cards in Elevate's hands.
Yeah, and they're really bringing this one back as well. A lot of energy in the player cams towards the end there for Elevate. Once again, really well played in the 2v2 situation, realizing that the 2 remaining players of Direwolves had actually vacated the bomb site, and the way that I think this setup had gone down with the castle barricades meant that they actually had entry into the bomb site and were able to cover just 1 player who was inside of Laundry. Arpe realized pretty quick that he could use his flashbangs to secure that kill. 2 versus 1 situation, really well played as well. Crossfire held from those 2 and securing the round for Elevate.
Well, this really flips everything that we've been saying, Mandy.
Yeah.
Direwolves are on the ropes now. Like, this is... I think moving into map 3, Elevate would have the momentum squarely on their side, especially if Direwolves don't at least win 1 attack here in overtime. Because that's Elevate winning 4 rounds in a row. They've just done 3, and a 4th is incredibly doable. I want to know what's going on with Jogor. Like, he had a real chance at clutching that round, and he's not entering the room where these players are until 10 seconds left on the clock. Like, at that point, you've lost the round just because you spent so much time dilly-dallying. I'd rather you give it a serious go and die, instead of take your whole time and then get 1 consolation frag to boost your KD. A lot of strange things happened that round from Direwolves, and it really started, I guess, initiated by Speakeasy on Elevate. Amazing player. I'm just so glad to see Speakeasy still popping off. Like, he's just so good.
Yeah,
But
Speakeasy
Direwolves looking to get spicy.
The Speakeasy's had a really standout match here, especially in map 2. He's such a selfless player. He always does what's like necessary to win for the team. And yeah, I mean, I think just the way he's been able to play off his teammates here has been super good in the last couple rounds. Now, I think you pointed it out correctly. Direwolves have brought along Blitz, the final straw here, with the shield in hand to try and see what they can collect.
Okay,
Whoops.
Nade doesn't get the barricade.
Oh no.
Not sure why they're... Oh, bro. So he was trying to get the... Was he trying to get the barricade or was he trying to get the...
I think he's trying to get the Dread Mine on the other
Fenrir,
side.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how he didn't with that first nade. The second one obviously didn't go through, but the first one was quite a miss. That's a lot of util to waste early. More to drain as well. I like the setup from Elevate. This is going to be really hard to clear.
Some charge, I think, will be jammed out. Oh no, it won't be. Ooh, into the
Oh, no.
Shadow Realm goes
Oh, no.
the Blitz, but
Oh,
no
no.
kills come through for the defense. MC, this is looking messy. And in fact,
my
Pika
God.
does get it. Shadow's there for the trade. C4 will be ripped out by RP, but it's looking pretty scary.
Most importantly here, Pika did what he needed to do. Oh, Joker on the flank. He's found in high cal. Direwolves might push us all the distance. Upe wants to push for this. There's a Valkyrie camera there, and now the attackers have access to those cameras thanks to Jogor going for the hack. Direwolves, 4 versus 3, and they've taken bakery control. I think they looked at get a breach as well on the main wall. Indeed, Felarx has just enabled that. This has been excellent progress.
they're gonna
Look at
double
Elevate
retake.
Soup. They want to, but I think they're being held at bay. There's information. Direwolves going to go in on this. Seal's gone down. Upe needs to get back to site. He's got a good position. Jogor has to time his flank as well. Good cover from Souffle. Speakeasy coming in, but Jogor's put Upe in the dirt. All up to the hero once again, but he's been taken down. Direwolves stave off the 4-round streak from Elevate. They're pushing us the distance. 15 rounds needed here on Cafe.
And the brute force push working there for Direwolves in through Bakery. At the same time, the backstab from Jogor worked to perfection. 2 1 versus 1s individually taken from him really unlocked the round in the top floor. The 3 remaining players of Elevate looked pretty divided on what they wanted to do there. It looks like 2 of them really wanted to retake in through top floor, realizing that vertical could have been the name of the game to prevent the execute from coming down. But by the time they had actually made that decision, it left Shed all on his own to protect the bomb site, and 3 players had already walked in through the breach by then. Elevate not really making the decisions right through the late round there, and Direwolves can claim that one. Really solid attack.
Yeah, well, what a roller coaster this game has been, Andy. I can't believe we're in round 15. This has been such a tight map. Like,
I
both
feel so
halves
bad
were
for MC
3-3.
here. Oh no.
Bro, poor guy got absolutely cooked. And at the end of it, he's trying to fight a blitz where basically his entire screen is the blitz's shield. I actually feel like Jogor's pick on the flank was probably the most instrumental one, aside from clearing Bakery itself, just like because that was the moment when Darwell's got that numbers advantage. And yeah, good lockout in the end, good coverage from the attackers, but yeah, wow, what a game this has been. 3-3, both halves, both teams winning their attack in overtime. Is this going to be an attacker-sided Cafe? Well, it has been so far. And I mean, I guess regardless of the result of this round, it will be at least a marginally attacker-sided Cafe. I honestly don't think that either team is necessarily favored here. Like, this is just whoever wins this round wins it. And for Direwolves, that would mean the series.
I think this round is going to come down to a lot of mid-round stuff going on. There's a lot of small interactions that we're going to need to keep track of, right? MC on the Brava is going to try and deal with Fenrir. At the same time, we've got the interaction of the roam coming down from the mute in the ground floor and the nomad charges that are being placed down from Speakeasy as well. So probably players flying out of windows at some point, but we'll have to see what happens. So right now, MC jumped on the Brava drone at the moment. He's trying to look to see what he can clear remotely. At the same time, Arpe, with the DMR in hand, is going to try and play this long line of sight all the way on the south rappel. Same thing with Shed as well. So it really looks like they're centered in taking this pixel position. Okay, no, they're going to go through rappel then.
Oh, they just go send it once again. This worked for them so well the first time they did it, and not so much the second. It seems like third time might be the charm. 2 versus 4. Both of these defenders now locked out, seemingly, but Felarx has found his pick. The gridlock tracks, though, make this awkward. And MC's been taken down somewhere. The plant being secured. Felarx is being held at bay. Souffle has to be the main player to make an impact here on the site. Now he must 1 versus 2.
Oh, no plant.
The plant not confirmed. Souffle might know about it. He doesn't seemingly have much information. His 2 attackers are playing well together, and one's immediately going to go out!
Oh my
Souffle
God.
doesn't know it, but he's got a real chance at winning this. He's got to jump out. He's got to hope for there to be no air jabs, because otherwise this is a nigh impossible position. Goes immediately for it. Souffle gets flashed. Speakeasy though he is the player to clutch up, and it feels like he certainly will have a very good chance of doing so. Going for a big run out now, Souffle caught in the air jab, but he's just got to win this fight. Speakeasy plays it so well on the prone angle. He knows time is on his side, and he knows there's no chance for Souffle to get back to that diffuser in time. Elevate, come back from the 3-3 half, from staving off match point, and they lock in the final round of Cafe. It took them a hot minute, but they got there eventually. Map 3 is required to settle this.
I want to come back there from Elevate on the ropes, on the brink of defeat. Do they come back and pull us into a map 3? Deb, you criticize their mental game. Well, I hope they've proven you wrong.
Well, they certainly have so far, but the game will be determined on Chalet. Elevate looked really difficult on Bank, and Cafe had its fair few moments where they were on the ropes as well, but absolutely their mental has been truly tested in this game. They have brought it back, and they pushed us to a third map. I think surely they should be able to take it from here, but of course it really does depend. Will Direwolves fire up? Because Direwolves, they did win at least one round in overtime, but there was a minute there where, I mean, essentially they lost 4 of the last 5 rounds. Elevate have the momentum on their side, but by the narrowest margin. Map 3 coming up, but first, we'll see what the desk has to say about it.
Look, Direwolves definitely have a lot more bite in them than we expected, guys. Elevate, they don't give up without a fight in this third place match, and we wouldn't want it any other way.
I'm torn, mate. I'm very torn. I want to get into this grand final, but I also want to be equal champions on predictions. So it's good for me in some respects, getting that result across the line. And it's one of those funny instances, right? Where we go into overtime, and we for every correct reason, expect defense to be superior. What happens? Attack, attack, attack. To round it off. I mean, it's seriously against the grain. More so impressive probably for Direwolves, considering their attacking win rate's quite low and they're able to get Kitchen across the line. But Elevate seemingly too good in the end. Final round, Speakeasy played it very well on the post, and the mental aspect of the match for Elevate certainly tested, but they were able to push through in the end, and I think they will, have a positive outlook on map 3.
Xenox, a big game from Elevate, something where potentially, a little bit of hope glimmers back for the end of their stage.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's a third place match. I'm actually a little bit surprised that we've seen so much more competitiveness in this game than what we saw from, say, Direwolves in their semi-final, or Elevate towards the back end of their semi-final. So it's all kind of for naught. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think either of these two teams are going to really care that much about this final map. They'll have some fun. They'll shoot, bang, bang. Well done.
You know what? May well be.
What do you want me to say? It's a third place match. And by the way, I went and had a look, Rob. I went and had a look. Only one other league has had a third place or any potential placement match go the distance, and it was Japan.
One.
And that was it.
Is that it?
One best of 3. In OS, both placements were 2 O's. In South Korea, both placements were 2 O's. And in Asia, the 5th place was a 2-0. Japan, the 5th place was a 2-0. So, I mean, somewhat unprecedented. The generalized feeling is that typically for these placement matches, the team that wins the first map 90% of the time goes on to win the second map. And the fact that the Direwolves, for me, couldn't close it out just brings back to kind of what their issues were in the semi-final yesterday. Just lack of competitiveness, just some of their decision-making, quite poor. Credit to Elevate in some respect. I mean, if they cared enough that they wanted to bring this back, go to that third map, good job. They've done that. But again, I'm being just totally realistic here. This is a series that doesn't really mean anything. And yet I'm seeing more competition from these two than what I saw from them yesterday.
Yep, at least there's signs of life from both of them. And just as Shed threw his webcam across the room, we're going to throw to a break. We'll be back after this with Chalet.
Welcome back to the Asia League Grand Final Day. We're playing through the third place match to determine which of Elevate or Direwolves is a third best team in this region. Everyone thought it would be Elevate. Everyone thought, hey, maybe Elevate could even challenge Bleed and Fury for a spot at the Manchester Major. However, yesterday they copped it to Fury. And today they were looking like they were copying it to Direwolves as well. But a good comeback on the second map has put us into map 3, and there's a real shot now at Elevate doing what everyone expects, which is to secure third place. Direwolves, though, certainly will not give it up without a fight. Mandy, this is our last map casting together.
Yes, that's very sad. Damn. Yeah, this is the final map. And the series has certainly delivered in way more ways than we thought. We thought initially that it was going to be pretty one-sided. I guess you believed in Direwolves right from the beginning, hey. I can't really fault you for that. And it has certainly been a close one between these two.
Yeah, very much so. Well, Direwolves have showed us that they can pull through even from disadvantages. Elevate have shown that when they're on, they are absolutely on their game. Like every now and then we see a round from them, which is like Bleed or better. And every now and then we see a round from them which is so disjointed where they fumble the biggest advantages and feed these Direwolves players 1v1. Such high potential, but Elevate have struggled to realize it consistently. And so Direwolves now have a chance to steal away what many people believe to be Elevate's rightful third place in this league. Chalet, though, is where, of course, we head to. Now, as I bring up the old statistics, Chalet has actually been won quite a lot by Elevate recently. It's one of their favorite maps. They 7-1 knock-knock on this map. It's also where they, believe it or not, beat Bleed. Yes, you heard me right. Elevate, the only team from Asia to have beat Bleed, and they did it right here on Chalet. They also 7-0'd Hasib and 7-1 Daystar. So Elevate bloody love this map.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that this one... Oh, actually, I'm not that surprised that this one has gone through. One that Elevate like it, of course, but so do Direwolves. Direwolves have got mixed results on this map, though, as I understand it. So, yeah, I'm not too surprised to see this one go through, but I think, like you've already pointed out, Elevate have proved some pretty high proficiency on this map already.
Well, this is where Direwolves beat Jalita in one of the maps in that best-of-3 that got Direwolves into the semi-finals, so... They have themselves taken some big scalps on Chalet, but of course not quite the same as beating Bleed. Beating Bleed or Fury is just about the best you can do in the Asia League, so that will carry a lot of weight. Elevate definitely should be in the driver's seat here, but remains to be seen. Good breach on the main wall. Speakeasy. Was that meant to
on the
go
second
on this
wall?
I think, yeah, it was deliberately actually went deep. That would have exposed Joe Gore's position, but Seal does cover him off. Meanwhile, Souffle has actually found the opening pick.
This is actually a setup that's quite exploitable here for Elevate. I'm not sure how much they're going to realize this, but because all, like, the two walls have been reinforced going into display, if they can somehow dislodge this player behind the half wall, they can actually sneak in a plant from here, because it's a lot harder now for that piano player to actually have an impact on denying Speakeasy from going for the plant. Now, whether they realize that or not is, I think, another question, but for now, they're going to try and deal with this flank, and Cal is going to be taking out his own flashbang. It doesn't sink. Both players somehow go down here. Oh dear, things have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that Shed and Arpe think it's funny in the old chat. Also think it's hilarious that Joe Gore's put those frost mats on the stairs like that. Like, who frost mats on the stairs? You really? That just goes to show that... Oh no, you can't even get the breaching charge on there. Yeah, I think Dial was playing a bit of mind games here. Elevate made a pretty crucial mistake with that flashbang, and as a result, the round's over. Like, that's it. Speakeasy's good, but he's not that good. If he'll find a kill, that'd be nice, but this is going to be a flawless round. Or not. He will technically find one kill, but yeah, he didn't deserve that. So Direwolves just lock that in. Let's Elevate huffing right now, seriously.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, I think that's a write-off round there for Elevate. I think they realized what they needed to do through the mid round slowly, especially with the control that Speakeasy was looking to hold on to towards the bomb site. But once they went down and tried to deal with the flanker, it all went wrong. Yeah, I think, I can't even remember who it was that went for the kill anymore. I think Cal went for the swing, but then got flashbanged at the same time as going for the swing. And then the player that went for the refrag also ended up dying to the exact same player. Yeah, that was a rough one for Elevate, I'll give you that much. And I think they're just going to have a laugh about that one, write it off. Hopefully something like that doesn't happen again, and go next.
definitely need to.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so
replay.
Shed sends a flashbang, but he actually bounces it off the back of N-High Cal and therefore flashes
so-
both of them.
Where was the first flashbang? Because in that replay, we saw him pulling a second one and then he got flashed straight away.
No, I think he pulled the first flashbang and then that first flashbang bounced off of N-High Cal, who went for the swing at the same time. I don't think they coordinated that there was going to be a flashbang before the swing, is what I'm trying to say, you know?
see.
And so then they both got flashed because it's a proximity flash, right? And, yeah, chaos. That's funny.
Yeah, amusing. I'm just glad that Elevate were laughing about it because I think it's one of those things like you have to laugh or you cry or you
Yes.
sigh or you get tilted or you
Ooh.
flame your teammates, and I would take laughing over any of those any day.
Aggressive peek from Pika, looking for any rotations, but Joe Gore is going to land a headshot through a barricade onto N-High Cal. That's a good first pick, going in the way of Direwolves.
Surely Pika goes for a run out here. That's what I really want to see. Like, you can actually, it's a very ambitious run out. There's actually no one in position exposed yet. What are you doing here, Ape?
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's stuck.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh dear. That's not good. Ah. Okay. So, while Ape is stuck, the only thing he can do now is drone. The rest of them are going to go to look to sweep the map. Souffle is going to make this hole in through the office wall and land a very clean headshot onto Speak Easy. Now, Ape is like technically on that window, sort of, for the cutoff. Oh, that's a great pick from MC as well, doubling down with Shed. But it is effectively a 2 versus 4. This is very unfortunate. Like, tremendously unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I mean,
I'm surprised Ape
imagine,
hasn't said
imagine he
anything in
gets
the
a kill
chat.
from here. Imagine he gets a kill from here, okay? Like,
I mean, I guess he can, like,
there's
cut
a
off
keeper
one.
barricade on the window, but you never know.
He
What
could
if
shoot it off.
what if he's done it? He could shoot it off.
Okay. Well, MC is going to try and take lobby control. Realistically, even if this was like a proper 3v4, if Ape wasn't stuck, then Elevate still need to get something a little bit desperate. Like, all they've got is essentially hard breaches. They don't have much to clear these electricals off walls, and they're still a player down. So they've got to look for a kill. Unfortunately, another opportunity goes begging. Good breach, though, from Shed. Ape still has the potential
He
to kill
could
that
still
player
get a kill.
upstairs,
He
by
could
the
still
way.
get a
Like,
kill. This is so possible.
Bro, stop trying to get off the angle and just start holding an angle on a mezzanine. You might actually get a kill. 35 seconds, Souffle goes down. It's really just up to... Oh, okay.
What is going on? What is happening in this game? Like,
I love
honestly,
that we got the two kunais as well that just, like,
that is
got
just
stuck
I've
as
absolutely
well.
bottled it. Oh my god, what is going on? Dev, I
Fun
think because
fact-
this is my last cast, it's like, yeah, we've completely cursed it now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
cursed.
it's completely
Cursed.
cursed.
Ooh, let's have a look at the player cams. He gets a kill! He got a kill! Shed can't believe it. Shed's losing his shit.
I can't believe
Look
my
at Shed, man.
eyes.
Oh, bro. Look at this. I love these reactions from
hell?
Elevate, man. Like, this game really should not have gone this long. I tell you what. This should be over. Elevate, historically,
it.
far the better team. But, yeah, they're still in it, I guess.
Oh my god. This is actually such a cursed game of Rainbow Six. Dev, I could not ask for a better finish to my casting career. This is fantastic. This is great.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too. Me too.
Oh my god.
So,
Alright. Direwolves.
Direwolves, can they make a full rotation? 3 different bomb sites.
I've got a feeling that they probably can here. They've looked pretty good on the defense so far. Especially in the early game. They've been pretty good at stopping the entries from coming on through. Elevate have looked pretty messy so far in that way. But this time around, there's some special sauce. There's Blitz, which is exciting. Oh no.
That's so unlucky, man. Why are we replaying this, you cruel bastards? You cruel bastards.
Kill! He gets a kill from here.
I've never seen this happen before, by the way. Like, how did that happen?
I don't know. That's so weird. Anyway, yeah, Direwolves are gonna go and defend. What's his bomb site called again? Kitchen and dining.
That's it.
Yes, yes, that is it. And looking to hold on to the top floor. Pretty good setup here with the castle as well, holding on to some pretty strong positions. And Pika as well, with all 4 wolves in office, Rioed, and the bandit charge, will mean that this is going to be quite a tough top floor to break into.
Well, Elevate haven't got anyone stuck on ladders this round, which is a great start. They're just playing quite patiently, though. Oh, the Ash is going to Ash that barbed wire from underneath in West Main, and that's going to enable the jump in from the Blitz. That is very cheeky.
Oh, and it's
Exactly
happened.
that's what's happened. He's just jumped straight on inside. However, meanwhile, Pika and Felarx have both found picks. That does mean the diffuser is down there on Fluke Balcon. Shed's going to have to go for it. Oh, did he see that player? Pika does spot the player. That is way too far away. He C4s himself. And he jumps into a Claymore. What's Souffle going to do?
Okay, 1 versus 3. Pretty
Seppuku?
chaotic mid-round so far, but nevertheless, Elevate have come out on top, something we haven't seen them do until now, which is exciting. Now they're going to slow things down, get some drones in the bomb site, figure out where Souffle is, so they can try and collapse in on him. Shed has got the Blitz shield out and the diffuser in his hands now. He's going to try and look to get himself into the bomb site.
Yeah, look, if it's me, you're putting Shed in the front line, not with the diffuser, making sure that he can get up in the face of this player. Oh, nice usage of the flash. It's the last one for MC, who does end up finding the kill. Yeah, good round there for Elevate. It helps when Dials just C4 themselves and jump out windows into Claymores, but a good round for Elevate nonetheless.
Yeah, very solid mini execute there on the top floor, like you pointed out, well planned. Between the steps there for Elevate, taking down the barbed wire, enabled the entry from Shed. At the same time, Cal had his cutoff with the range soft breach, taking down the castle setup that was splitting the defense, well, that was enabling the defense to play their power positions in the top floor. And then after that as well, it does help when Pika does C4 himself out of the face of the server. Things looking good for Elevate.
Yeah, indeed. I do quite like the Blitz pick there. And yeah, like I said, we didn't actually see it on camera, but I'm pretty confident here. I'm pretty confident here that the... let's see from Blitz's POV.
I don't know the range on... That's funny. I don't think I know the range on the flash, yeah.
Pretty close.
Okay.
I think it's like 5 meters, but like 5 meters sounds like a lot, but in-game it really isn't.
I see.
Like in person, 5 meters is like in real life, IRL, as we could say. In game, 5 meters is not much. Like I swear,
Yeah,
you
we're
ping
cool and
like. How do you do, fellow kids?
Okay.
Oh, look at this. He's Boss G in it. Let's see if he's going to be Sleepy Joe. No, he's not going to get peeked. Is that a knock pick from Arpe? That's unusual.
That's a bit of a throwback.
Yeah,
I
back in
reckon.
the day.
Yeah, back in the day, this was the operator to be on if you were Arpe.
If you were anyone really on any team.
Yeah, true.
Everyone had their Nook player back in the day. I kind of miss that meta, to be honest.
Really? You missed the sneaky meta. Now she's got like basketball
A little
shoes. She's a bit squeaky.
I mean, the problem is they just nerfed her too much, right? Because they nerfed that SMG. That SMG is pretty doggers now, to be honest. If they just buff it back to where it was, because they nerfed her silent step. Like she just makes normal noise now. The gadget only protects you from observation tools, which is probably how it should have always been. But I reckon just buff that SMG back to where it was and we'll be Gucci.
Well, well, well. What will Arpe do? That's the question. Meanwhile, though, we're on board at the moment with Cal, who's looking to get his elbows out here on the entry in through Trophy, but thinks the better of it, realizing that there is in fact Crossfire, holding on to it. At the same time, though, we've got MC on the other side of the map, looking to get some control inside a library, but he's going to need some help from his teammates. His speakeasy here on the cutoff from Fluke Balcony, preventing anyone from getting control in this short part of Mezzanine, and looking to try and cut off the mirror player.
Nice to know that castle is protecting speakeasy as well. So
Arpe's
this
in.
is what Arpe is doing. Yeah, he's just looking for a rotation here. Like, he's not trying to get too sneaky beaky like. As I say that, he is now starting to make a move. Looking at collapse, but he is immediately taken down. Good refrag, though, from Cal. Direwolves have weathered the storm somewhat, and they do manage to get numbers advantage on their side. Boss
Uh-oh.
cheap kill for
Uh-oh.
Joe Gore. And Highcow's legit in the site. Do they have an idea of this? Do they know
Uh-oh.
about? Oh, diffusers in display.
Yep, that's what I was just trying to say there.
Calamity,
they're in
Mandy!
the bomb site, but they don't have the diffuser. I think Speakeasy might have had it on his entry, or MC, one of them. I'm not sure who it was. And it's been left in the top floor, and now they need to go and get it. That's not good.
No. Not good at all. So they rotate. MC uses the E1D to enable a quicker rotation. But yeah, this is hella awkward still. Thankfully that camera's been taken down, so no one will cut off his position. They need a pinch. There's a guy in kitchen. I don't know about it.
Ooh.
Oh, what a shot from Enhycal. Souffle didn't realize he was exposed. Now
How's that a
2v2.
headshot?
Great question. The closer you are to cover, the more of your body's exposed. Enhycal could be good for another one here. Joe Gore, surely he's going to beat MC, but I think Enhycal might have the drop on this other player. Oh, Joe! What a shot with the Boss G, all up to Enhycal now. Caught in the crossfire. Joe goes for him. He does get taken on down. It
go
is
for
a
him,
1
White.
versus 1. He might have read this. And Highcal might have read this. Does he have the angle? Does he have the time? No! He didn't have the shot in him. Felox clutches the 1v1. The Direwolves are staving off this onslaught from Elevate. Another tight round, but my god, that really did not need to be a 1v1.
Oh man, that was a valiant effort there from the two remaining players of Elevate. Man, they really had it down there. They had full site control, but not the diffuser. And then they made such a good effort to try and get that one back. And Highcal especially, not only able to find the pick on the player inside of Kitchen, but then also getting the second. And it was just the third. I can't remember who it was, but they played it so well, running away as far away as they possibly could. And then eventually being able to take down Highcal in 1 versus 1. Once again, Direwolves playing a solid defense there, holding out on what was the chaos through the mid rounds as Elevate tried to do like a big simultaneous entry in through all parts of the map, and Direwolves come out on top of that.
And they do. 3-1 on defense of Chalet. And like we said, Elevate love this map. They've even beat Bleed here. Now, Direwolves also have been really solid. Like, they haven't actually lost many games. The last time they lost this was way back in January in the ECS. That's the off-season tournament. It was a team called Devil Package. But since then, 7-4 over Daystar, 7-3 over Hasib. Oh, sorry, they actually did lose it to Fury. My bad. I forgot about that one. 5-7 to Fury. Almost pushed overtime, though. You know, and then beat Knock Knock, beat Shalita. So, I'd say, like, both of these teams actually sit in a pretty similar spot with this map. Maybe like the big misnomer is that like Elevate actually beat Bleed here. It's such an achievement.
It is an achievement, but it's important to win your games when they matter the most, right? And I think that's something that's an important conversation behind this Elevate team to be had. I think there's an argument that can definitely be made that like winning that game against Bleed, like yes, it's a good sign for the team, but it's also nothing to get too overexcited about, right? Because by the time that you hit these VO3s, that's when the run for the major really starts to matter. And yeah, for these guys, they need to show it again here against Direwolves if they want to claim that 3rd spot.
Oh, yeah. Good duel there for Souffle. Elak's almost caught out. Now, what you were saying about winning where it matters, Mandy, reminded me of a tweet I saw earlier today from Ashen from Space Station. And he tweeted, he actually retweeted, quote retweeted something that Rampy said some time ago when his team beat Ashen. Basically saying, you know, don't talk shit, I'm better than you, I won an SI. Ashen replies, some bark in groups, others bite when something's on the line. And yeah, I think that really does summarize kind of that point there. You know, Elevate, a team that has shown up, but can they show up when it matters? They didn't against Fury. And they've really struggled in this game as well against Direwolves. While they have found one pick onto Pika, it's really not enough yet to make a convincing case for winning this round.
I think, yeah, to be really honest about the league, right? This is the kind of league where you can't read into the group stage too much. It's almost like playing for the sake of playing, especially when there's such a clear divide between who's going to make playoffs and who's not going to make playoffs. Yeah, you're essentially playing for the sake of playing here, right? So the group stage, it's really hard to actually get a read on how competitive every team is and how much they're showing and really how much they can bring into the server. And I think now that we've hit the BO3s, it's really come to light who the best teams are here. And it's quite obviously Bleed and Fury who've of course made the grand final that we're going to go see later. This is a great plan here from Speakeasy, exploiting the setup that's gone down inside of Office once they've dislodged a player back behind the half wall, and it goes down pretty easily.
A bit of an overpeak though from MC, but at least it does confirm Elevate get their plant down. 3v3 on the retake. Oh, Souffle's got some info here. You might be able to find a pick. Speakeasy's gone down on site. Souffle should be favored in this fight on the Shed, but Shed swings first. Well played. The sound cue giving it up. Now Arpe needs to try and cover his teammate as Velox and Seal look to make this retake work. Velox has a great position as well. Yeah, there are so many cameras available, but Arpe does confirm that kill, deny the disable. And with that, Elevate find their second round of attack. Much needed.
Yeah, really solid one there for Elevate. Great plant there from Speakeasy, realizing what the win conditions of that plant going down were, taking out the player inside of half wall, and not just that, but making sure that the player inside of piano had been dislodged as well, meant that from there on out, they could go for the plant and just look for the cover based off that. 2 versus 2 retake got a little bit dicey in the end there with all the info that was coming out in the Valkyrie cameras, almost enabling the right picks to go in the way of Direwolves, but Elevate hold out.
Well, one last round now for Elevate to try and tie up the half. Credit to them as well, by the way, they won that round from a numbers deficit as well. Plant went down in a 4v5. By the time the plant had finished, it was a 3v3. Good coverage from Arpe and Shed there as well. Like, Shed almost lost that. I think a little slight minor mistake from Souffle on that flank to sprint there, because that was the thing that gave Shed the information to actually go for a swing. Souffle needed to be a little bit more patient. Nonetheless, I digress. Mandy, one last chance for Elevate to even this, moving into the second half. Could they do so? I would be really impressed if they can, and I think that it would actually set them up really well to move into the second half and win this game outright without overtime. However, if we go 4-2 split for Direwolves, it's going to be much harder for Elevate to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a real chance here for Elevate to try and even up the scoreline, as is everyone, really. I mean, not to get it even, but of course, you take it round by round, especially when you're on map 3 here. Boiling it down to just a couple more rounds now, and we'll be able to crown 3rd place, which is exciting. So here's Elevate looking to sweep the map here. A Speakeasy with the ram in hand makes me think that they would at least like to get some control, at least a little bit, over in lobby. Nevertheless, though, Speakeasy's actually going to contest this angle in trench here pretty early on. There is a shield on the other side of this protecting the player from being taken out early, so they're going to play this one pretty cautiously for the entry. And all things considered as well, it is the Warden, so that doesn't make things any easier. That's a great nade, though, like you pointed out.
Yeah, it does force him off. He actually considered reinforcing for a second. He will go for it. I think maybe he just wanted to make sure he wasn't going to get swung from the door. Good job there from Joe Gore, but conversely, good job from Elevate to flush him out of that position without really losing any utility. Wow, only 2 players in the basement for the defense. This is a huge roam from Direwolves. And Pika has now been spotted as well. The swing likely to come through. He is able to shoot that drone. And there is a player outside the trophy window, so he needs to be careful as he goes for this fall off. He's actually not spotted. Oh, that C4 could be perfect! And Highcal takes a lot of damage, but not enough to get that kill. Meanwhile, Pika's gone down. That is a big play there from Elevate. They almost lost their life, but they hunted him down and almost take down Souffle as well, who will be able to get back to site safely, only just.
Solid work so far for Elevate to look to clear the map. Now, there are 3 players on the bomb side, which means there is one that is not on the bomb side somewhere. Where is Philox? Where is he gone?
Cheeky little cap.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Well, I don't think Elevate are going to know that he's here, because he's been quite cheeky. And now he's going to go for the sneaky beaky. Full flank. Oh, I think he knows he's been spotted.
Yeah, I don't really know how to play this if you're Felox. Like, when do you go for this flank? Actually, going to go in lobby. That seems like a very dangerous place to try and flank so many angles to watch. Meanwhile, Joe Gore is in just about the worst position he can be in right now. He needs to get a multi-kill here, and he doesn't get anything. So surely Elevate have won this round. 5v3 plant going down. Souffle's nice C4, but it's unfortunately nowhere near deep enough to confirm that kill. Seal as well doesn't land his flank, locked out by Highcal and MC. Seal now 1v5. This has been a really solid attack. Oh, what a shot there from Seal. Get another one. Yeah, there you go. Gnarly stuff, but yeah, 1v5, even with 2 impressive kills, is not going to be locked out for sure. Great half there in the end from Elevate. A couple of rounds that went begging, but I don't think they have anything to complain about. Unless if Seal does do something miraculous here, but like it's not happening. Oh, he doesn't even know about Con. Shed's got him. Surely. Come on, Shed. There we go.
Yeah.
Good stuff from Elevate. That's a really solid half.
Yeah, and a composed attack to finish it off as well, right at the end there. I really liked the way that Elevate were able to shift their focus so quickly through the map. First of all, they wanted to dislodge the player in Trance really early on, and they did that with such caution and burning almost no utility, like you pointed out. But then from there on out, they were able to pivot their focus into the roam clear as well, flushing out players with great timing, and Haikal was getting really brave on the entry there to make sure that Souffle had to vacate the top floor. And then forcing the players back down to the bomb site, and then from there on out playing the slow game, opening up all the walls and choking out the remaining 3 anchors. Even though Felix had eventually posed a flank, they had a good read on that as well, and Haikal was able to hold on to that from the ground floor, essentially using the mirror backwards to prevent any of that lobby control from coming on through. It's very well composed from Elevate and well executed.
Yeah, it really does bear a lot of weight moving into the second half that Elevate could tie that up. And we'll see if Direwolves have any teeth to their own attacks. But to their credit, like, their attacks on Cafe were really solid.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same thing here on Chalet, which is definitely a more attacker-sided map in general. The main red flag here for Direwolves is just that Elevate, they actually started quite weak and they built up that momentum up through that half. It's kind of that half is actually a mirror image, right? First 2 rounds were, first 3 rounds, the first half of the half, if you will.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no.
Bro. I haven't seen a team kill on the back of trying to shoot a default camera in a long time.
Hey, these things happen. These things happen. Surely that's
Been a
like your
long time,
relatable
though.
moment. Come on.
Yes,
Are you
but
telling me that
also,
you've
like,
never team killed someone while shooting a camera?
I have done that many times, but I feel like it hasn't happened, and I haven't seen it in comp for a very long time. Like, I reckon a year. I
Oh,
haven't seen it
relatable.
happen.
You know what? I feel like it's humanizing, you know? It's
Joe is
humanizing. Yes, Joe is a human. Imagine that. Yes, these things happen. Sometimes when you play Rainbow Six, these things happen. But it's not okay.
Joe.
Oh, Speakeasy is
Joe!
under a lot of pressure now. He's gone straight in.
Oh, nice flash, though. Speakeasy goes down. This is crazy. Like, this is absolutely insane. He's going to get backstabbed, though. 2 players coming up the solar stairs. I always look to have side control, however. Felarx on the double window. These guys started the round by killing one of their own. And now they've got a number up, and they've got the plant down as well. Souffle all but makes this round done and dusted. And Haikal 1v3 finds the firsts. It'd be
Are you a
pretty
believer?
miraculous if he could... I'm not a believer. There's no way he locks this in. 2 players outside on windows with good crossfires. Or maybe? No. Souffle locks it in. Well played from Direwolves in the end. A crazy rush to win the 4v5.
That was pretty nuts, hey, wasn't it? Somehow, I think Direwolves just, whether they knew or not, that there weren't that many Elevate players on the actual bomb site, and they went in for the entry. I think it was literally just Speakeasy, I think, who was on the bomb site, and the remaining 3 players had to go in for the retake, or 4 players rather, had to go in for the retake pretty early on. And yeah, I mean, that was a pretty crazy round as well. Joker starts everything on for the team kill, but somehow they convert that one. I don't know, Dev. This is a funky game of Rainbow Six.
This is a very funky game. But not for lack of trying from Elevate and Direwolves. Like, I mean, these guys are taking this seriously, of course. This is for $2,000 and 5 SI points, which doesn't sound like much, but let's remember that BDS didn't go to Last Six Invitational because they were 5 SI points short. And if I'm Elevate, like, I do think that their SI points matter in particular, because when you come from a region where you only get 1 spot for your region to the major, right? Like, you have to make a deep run at that major, otherwise you won't get to go to SI. And we saw that for MENA, and we saw that for, I guess Bleed's probably the best example, right? Bleed qualified for SI, even though they only made Atlanta. And that's because they made such a deep run at Atlanta. The same can be said for GK in Atlanta. Same can be said for Falcons in Copenhagen. Whereas, you know, last year Fury went to both majors, so even if they didn't manage to have a deep run at either, they would qualify for SI, just based on the points that you get for coming like near last at the major. So I think Elevate, their major chance is done, but right now they're essentially fighting for their chance at SI.
So, I mean, I think the best comparison that you can make is like you take a region like Oath, right? Who's only had 1 spot since the beginning of the way that the blast points have worked out. And essentially to go to SI, you need to be at both majors, right? And I think that's pretty, yeah.
Or
I think
you need to have a
Asia-
really deep run at one major and then hope that you at least got some points in your regional
in the
league
previous
for
one.
the season.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
which is
right.
what happened with Falcons and GK, right? So that's
Yes.
what I think Elevator really need to be focusing up on right now. Like that's why this game
But-
actually does matter.
Yes, I think that's right. And I think I was going to compound on your point by saying because of how close this region is competitively, with like 4 teams essentially looking for the major spot, then it's essential, right, that you claim as much SI points as you can. Okay, this
Very
is
much so.
an alright round here on the roam for NICal. Yes, some of Elevate has gone down, but so far so good for NICal on his multi-kill run. As he's going to take
Another
this
one.
swing onto a player down here. It's actually Souffle who's going to take down Shed instead. But he's coming in
Oh
for the
my
refrag.
God!
Doesn't land it. Souffle for the double.
What? The hell is happening this round, Mandy? Every single kill has gone out on that roam. Even the anchors themselves have left the site to try and push for refrags. 1v2 now. With so much time left to play. Realistically, like there's so much ability here for Direwolves to 2v1 this. They've got hard breach. The way that MC wins this is by playing unpredictably and catching someone off guard. He's actually going to leave the bloody site. He's not going to play patiently at all. There's going to be a breach. My question is, what kind of drones
Where are they taking the diffuser? Like, where are they going?
Do they know? Do they know that he's out here? They spotted him, and that means that they know side is free. They can go deep. He's going to have to rotate through blue. Another drone spots him. Head down blue. They're both going to flood into wine so quickly. They should know where he is. They should know the only place where he could possibly be. As a player goes deep, and Pika does find the cross. Good cover. Direwolves, they thrive in the chaos, and they win that chaotic round.
Yeah, it was really solid there from Direwolves right at the end there to somehow make the decision to rotate the diffuser across the map. It almost gave the opportunity for MC to clutch that one on the 1 versus 2, but nevertheless, there was just the right info there to prevent that from happening. And Direwolves, once again, such a tough early round to keep track of for Elevate. I think, if I'm maybe reading too hard into it, if Elevate are probably being a bit too ambitious with the way that they're holding on to Chalet at the moment. A lot of their defenses have revolved around holding on to a lot of map control, which, yes, it's possible on a map that's of this size and in the way that it plays out, but I think against a team that's so fast-paced, like Direwolves, it's pretty ambitious, right? It means that you're taking a lot of individual engagements, and while some of them might go your way, a lot of the time you're going to be left in this really scrappy 3-on-3, 2-on-3 kind of situation. Now, that's not really a situation that you want to end up in against Direwolves. Where we've seen Elevate thrive in is in order and having these clinical rounds and having this great advantage, right? Whereas where we've seen Direwolves thrive is in these ridiculous situations where Elevate can't keep track of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, you think about how Elevate attacked that basement bomb site and how they destroyed Direwolves. It was just by going for a direct take, where you don't have to get anything crazy. You just play very team-based, very methodical. You set up a plan position and you plant, and they don't know what to do about it, right? That's not Direwolves' strength. And I think Elevate should really flip that as well. Like, Direwolves love playing chaotic siege. They love roam game. They love countering roams. They love lurking. And if you just have like this really ambitious roam, it's not going to work against them. It's exactly what Direwolves want. What is playing here? It's like Seal trying to clear out some util. Bit of a run out there. I think that was from Flukebalk. Oh, Direwolves are just 2 rounds ahead, but that means they're also just 2 rounds away from winning this series. They had a few match point opportunities on Cafe that they couldn't lock out, but I would not be surprised if we're about to see another match point opportunity here on Chalet.
I think Elevate have realized what we've realized as well, and that they can't really extend too far out into the map. So you can see, even though the bomb site is kitchen and dining, they haven't gone for like a full map hold, right? They've only held on to the ground floor and then have a couple players on the top floor posing a throw through the vertical. The only player that's extended is NHiCal, which to me, fair enough. You can't give up the entire map. Even though there's the early aggression that's so strong from Direwolves, you still need to put at least something to contest it. So NHiCal's going to try and catch out this player in the basement here. That's Pika on the other side, who I think is just looking to place down some Nomad charges. Oh, actually, they're going to go for the engagement.
Pika wins this. He does. NICal's gone down. Such a big fragger, the top fragger for Elevate. But he's been outclassed by Souffle on the other side. And he's often losing his 1v1s here as well. Unfortunate to lose the army so early.
That's a cool
that's
shield.
what the run out
That's
was.
so cool.
Oh, Joe! Gets shat on, mate. He tried to bring out the boogie to mince up that shield, but it just didn't work.
That's cool. I really like that. I don't think I've seen that before, to be honest. Oh, this is cool. I think there's a flank somewhere from Elevate. I could have sworn I just saw a player, like, drop somewhere. Yeah.
Oh,
There goes
yeah.
Elevate.
He does get his kill as well. Untraded thus far. Direwolves on the ropes.
How
He
has he
doesn't really
slipped
know where
in
that
to the
is.
back line here?
Great question, especially when there is a Nomad up of Pika as well. Oh, speaking of Pika, he
man.
goes down. Yeah, Arpe has completely dismantled this round. MC to find his. Souffle desperate on the site. Needs to find something, but he will get nothing. Elevate. On the back of that flank you called from Arpe. Keen eyes there, Mandy. They do win the round.
Yeah, I honestly do not know how Ape actually ended up in that position in the end there, but nevertheless, he actually sort of ended up reclaiming the position that Haikal held onto in the mid-rounds and was able to close it out with a really great 2k. Direwolves, I think this is a pretty fair tactical timeout to be taking at this point, but I think that Elevate are slowly figuring out the formula that they need to take down Direwolves. We spoke about it a lot early on in that last round about how Direwolves have really been thriving in this early game if you give them the early engagements and the individual engagements in particular. We really saw that come to fruition with the engagement between Pika and Haikal earlier on. But the remaining players of Elevate playing the discipline game, and particularly Arpe, even though he went for a play, it looked like a really calculated play. I don't know how he got into the position that he did, but he must have done it for a purpose, right? He must have known that he could have got there somehow, and he went for it.
Yeah. Well, Direwolves still got this lead. The tactical timeout needs to really be capitalized upon. And that's such a cool shield, aggressive. Little things like that are unpredictable as well. Like they give you like an extra half a second if you're the one that sets it up, because you know what to expect. And then someone peeks it and they're like, huh? And there's like this half a second of, hey, I'm just going to swing that guy.
Yeah, it's really cool what Elevate have been bringing on their side of the defense. I think it's a good idea to be bringing along setups that are going to challenge Direwolves. And most importantly, in my opinion, setups where these Elevate players are in close proximity to each other so they can be playing these trades and playing these crossfires. Yeah, Direwolves have been really good mechanically, and I really don't want to see these guys take any more individual engagements or try and minimize that if possible. And I think the way that they're setting up at the moment would push that to fruition, I think. Maybe a bit of an extension over in through kitchen, but for the most part, it does look like the Azami setup combination of the shield from the Frost as well. Just look like it's going to be a mezzanine hold.
And Haikal on the Azami again is great, but I would rather see him in one of those power positions rather than off-roaming in the basement and potentially dying with all his util. What is going on here for Pika? Jumping in the first window he sees, 20 seconds into the round. And Haikal's coming to support as well. That was a very strange start to the round, and it has gifted Elevate an early advantage.
This is great from Elevate as well. They've realized where the entry is coming from, and they've called 3 players over to this position. Arpe, Shed, and Haikal are all going to play this crossfire here to prevent the entry from coming in through Trophy. Now, and Haikal's going to be under a lot of pressure because there's also the entry that's coming in through Solar as well, but Azami is the perfect operator to deal with this.
It really is. He has been pinged out by Grimm's Bees.
Even MC is getting in on it.
They're all just like are they overreading into it? Like, that's the question. Because they are reading into this massively, but bomb site's bloody ages away.
Well, I think like maybe they're overcommitting, but the point here is that they all fall back at the same time, and you can see that through the outlines as well, right? They've all moved back to the other side of the map, except Haikal. So I think they've realized that Direwolves have also rotated off this, and are going to follow them to the other side of the map too.
There was a camera there that we saw seal flick for a second that looked like it was on site. Is that in stock maybe? I think it might have info on Speakeasy. They might be able to form up some kind of a set piece. Souffle is actually, I think, fighting MC at the moment from the roof and took a little bit of damage. So we know Piano is still not open, and that does mean it's a bit awkward for the defense. Like I mean, I guess it gives them a bit more rotatability, but it means they can't contest people on that balcony as much. Dallas are just trying to figure out like where they can play. Souffle is able to find... okay, Seal just gets a double kill from downstairs while got a go in his foot. Meanwhile, Souffle jumped in mud and jumped straight back out again. They're just tossing up where they can make a play.
And Ikel as well looking for this engagement onto Hooves. Round the corner, that Seal has been super lethal, not able to land the headshot. Seal's taken down so low. Double swing though, Speakeasy's going to get in on it. Really good double team there from the side of Elevate to even up the man count.
Dials capitalize on that because that's 2 players off site. Felarx doesn't have the information on where these players are on site. Joe, he might have the info here. Where that player is on site, he might have an inkling, or he spots out N-Highcal on the peak. Don't re-peek that N-Highcal. Joe Gore will get ya. All up to Speakeasy as Felarx jumps straight into a frost mat. He'll have to pick himself up. Speakeasy reveals his position. They all line up! Holy shit, Speakeasy! What is that 1v3?
This guy is so good. This guy is absolutely insane. The way he's able to play off his teammates and then win it out in the clutch as well. Direwolves looked to try and claw that one back, but they couldn't because Speakeasy stood in their way. Match point will not be found just yet.
No, what a bloody way to make it even, Mandy. Speakeasy should never have won the 1v3, and within 4 seconds, Direwolves just got crushed. Holy crap.
That's
I don't know
nuts.
what...
Dude,
I
I'll
don't
tell
know
you what,
how
this
you come
guy
back
is my
from that.
goat. My Apex South goat. Whatever. How good.
Speakeasy is a real homie. Man. I don't know if I was like, it's match point, lock it in. But no, we're actually even, Mandy. Like, for the first time in what feels like forever, not only in the map, but in this series, we are even.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, hey, like how this one has played out. I think it's been a game of like sort of a tit for tat of Direwolves setting the pace, and then yeah, man, he's so disappointed. These guys are absolutely firing up. They cannot believe what has just happened.
Oh, I want to see Speakeasy on the main stage again. Like, you can see there in his reaction, he like wanted to stand up. There's a famous photo of him from Tokoname when he got a big play on Airwolf when they beat Giants, and he just stands up and like, oh man. Such a performer and in and out of the server, and like you said, a true APAC GOAT. This man needs to get back on the major stage.
No, not this time around though. This is a 3rd place match, unfortunately for him. Okay, that's a good trick on the other side from MC, who's in a quite dangerous position now with the Maverick going down. Get out, MC! Oh my gosh, I can't believe he's just gotten away with his life. That is unreal.
Yeah, where's the kill coming through there, man? MC should not be allowed to survive
There's a
that.
player
What is
in
going on
library.
up here?
Oh no.
Up a
okay.
nose.
They've tamed
Joe
the beast.
Gord. They have. Joe Gord doing Joe Gord things, but he is Joe gone.
This is what I'm saying, right? It's a game of tit for tat where Direwolves set the pace of the round and Elevate need to find a solution to meet that, right? And it's been like that, I feel like, for the entire series, to be honest. It's either Direwolves catch them off guard by not playing the map conditions at all, but playing some really weird pacing that Elevate can't keep track of, or Elevate actually play together, like what they've been doing in the last 2 rounds, and taking every engagement as a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1 or whatever, and then winning out the round from there because they've managed to catch Direwolves out and they're actually keeping track of them, right? So I think from here on out, it's the formula. It's the secret formula.
You say from here on out, but really it is only 2 rounds needed for Elevate. So you give yourself a Direwolves, but it's pretty clear who's winning this as the Rats run back to site. All 3 of them scurry on down. It does forfeit map control for Direwolves, but a player down without a very solid breach, my understanding is, from the main snowmobile. It does allow these defenders to play with a lot more mobility around that bomb site. And I think that this is where Elevate just plays super passive, right? Like that's...
Yep.
They know how to manipulate the win conditions, don't give away picks, and I think that this should be their round.
Yeah, for sure. So now Direwolves are looking to go and do a back take instead. The Bandit Chargers have been taken off this wall, which means that Felarx will be able to open up this one for free, but from here on out, it's about the conversion. Three flashbangs on Felarx and 2 on Seal are going to at least be able to initiate the execute to come through. There goes 1, but the entry has to follow.
The drone goes through, Felarx shoots out the little wine barrel and goes for that plant. Is there any plant denial? There doesn't seem to be. That C4 gets EMP'd! Thank you, Thatcher, that is massive, but Speakeasy, the GOAT himself, comes up for 3. Souffle now in a 1 versus 4, as Arpe likely will get picked up. Diffuser has been found, and there's surely no way that Elevate fumble this. First pick shared a little bit too ambitious there, a little bit too quick. Souffle There's 2 players covering this, but he doesn't have time. It's been baited to perfection. 4K for Speakeasy. Take a bow, young man. Elevate have clutched out another retake, and with that, for the first time in this series, they are the ones on match point.
Yeah, and once again, for Elevate, this is so exciting. Playing together throughout the entire round early on, keeping track of where Jogor is, sending a second player up, crossfire between Alpe and Naikal, early advantage. They all fall back towards the bomb site because they don't want to give away that advantage. The retake, double swing that comes out onto the Plante, even though the C4 missed. Here as well, holding onto the hatch, 2 players holding onto the hatch, while one goes for the plant, sticks it. Elevate have just got this teamwork down pat, and as the rounds have compounded, they are slowly finding their mojo and playing together and finding advantages based off of that. Shutting down Direwolves. This is such a good way to play.
It really is. Elevate have fired up. And to come back from losing the first map in such a dominant fashion to almost losing the second map and only winning in an attacker-favored overtime, to now making a comeback as well here. I mean, they were a couple rounds in deficit on Chalet, and now they've got match point before Direwolves can achieve it. It's either overtime or it's GG in favor of Elevate, and with the momentum shift, I think I know which way it's going to go.
Jogor on the ram here, looking to try and find an entry. There's a player outside getting the shield down once again. This has been quite a tough one for Direwolves to deal with. They haven't really found a solution to this setup yet.
Oh, I love this. Like, look at it. It also
really
allows
cool.
them to play in the doorway so much better and actually play this vert. Because otherwise, like, it's so easy for the attack to just swing you, but now you can prevent them from getting so close. I think this shield could absolutely become meta on this bomb site down in dining, like, just for having a player, ability to play upstairs there. So many ways to clear it, of course, but see whether the Direwolves focus up on that.
Early entry from Jogor in through library, but half of the top floor has been shut out with the castle barricade closing out mezzanine, which means that it's going to be a little hard to progress from here on out unless they can take that down, which honestly should be pretty easy. I think they've realized that there is a player as well on the Ivy stairs, and they're going to chase that off the back of the Bees. The fortress being set up by the Azami of N-High-Cal, but he managed to escape with his life.
The lucky no one was on that mirror, though. So that mirror window was facing them as they jumped in there. And High-Cal's really run all the way back. But we still have Shed here playing at this shield. He can also take cover behind the half wall from anyone pushing him on site, and he's got RP to support as well. Jogor should be about to drone this setup. Spot Shed. Shed takes it down. How are Direwolves going to deal with that?
This is so dangerous here for Direwolves. They really want to pose a threat of an execute here, but at the same time, they've realized that the vertical pressure is there from Shed, so they need to clear this. At the same time, there's the flank being pressured out from N-High-Cal as well, so Direwolves have got a lot to keep track of here as they go through their planning phase. I'm not sure where that Boogie drone has just been sent out, but nevertheless, N-High-Cal is going to return back to the bomb site, and the plant is going down. Where is the vertical cover?
No. Oh no! Souffle's coming for the backstab, though. There is a good refrag, however. N-High-Cal traded back again. Pure chaos, as so much of this game has been. But Shed above! Another trade! Pika 1v1, but he's got that diffuser. Arpe above. Does he have information? The vert comes up. Pika goes for the shot, but on through the vert. Arpe clutches it out. They have been back and forth in this series, but Elevate have overcome their inner demons. They have thwarted this attack from Direwolves, and they have made themselves the third-place team in the Asia League.
And there was no better way to finish off that series than how chaotic that last round was. Trades back and forth, but Elevate come out on top. Arpe will rain down bullets from above to secure them the victory.
A big win for Elevate, and those 5 SI points will go a long way for helping them in their campaign to go to Six Invitational. Of course, there's no doubt that after failing to make Manchester, they will need to push to make the stage 2 major, and those extra 5 SI points will definitely help. But of course, that wraps us up. Andy, thank you very much for the cast. You want to say anything? And then why don't you throw to Rob after you're done?
Oh, I don't really know what to say. It's been really fun casting, and I think we got very blessed with that last third place matchup between these two. It was really fun. We had some really fun moments, some good humor, And I think, yeah, I've really enjoyed casting for the past 2 years, and I'm so happy we finished on that one. But we'll give it back to Rob to break that one down.
That might be the first time I think I've ever caught a throw from Mandy, but God, she's a hog, isn't she? She just loves the limelight. She can't take it away for 2 seconds. Obviously, for those of you who don't know, that's the end of Mandy's casting career, but not analyst career. She's still got to do a grand final before she says sayonara. But speaking of sayonara, I should probably say, guys. Diables just can't get it across the line. I could have sworn that was going to be a Diable series, especially after the first map, and then halfway through the second map, Elevator here, they're not moving.
I mean, even towards the midpoint of the third map as well, right? They started off their attacking half so well, get the first 2 rounds in that second half, and then bang, Elevate just goes snap. We're not going to lose this game. They've really picked it up. A big part of that was then entry conversion later on in the piece. Entries were quite important throughout this entire match, as expected. And even right down to the wire in that final round, as Mandy was alluding to, ended on a really good note where it was a really good siege in that final round where it was just super snappy trading defense, then advantage with high ground, and Elevate able to convert that. So they can take something away from this stage. Of course, I don't think they're going to be overly happy with third place, because even with 2 major slots, third simply would not have been good enough. However, they've obviously come in with, I think, a longer-term vision for this team, especially with the EU imports. And if they can continue to build into stage 2, there's no reason why they couldn't be definitely in that discussion for the Montreal Major.
Jake, moving away from the discussion of the game itself and probably more to the overarching perspective, as Guz is saying, looking at stage 2. Now that we've seen, the stage pan out for both Elevate and Direwolves, are you happy? Are you neutral?
It's interesting when I'm kind of looking at Direwolves as a whole. I don't think they're really any different to, say, Jalita, who ended up finishing in 4th after winning that 5th place, or 5th or whatever, 5th, winning that 5th place match. And so Direwolves in 4th, and therefore I think they've got kind of 2 that are grouped together. I mean, even in the opening final that they played against each other, that went the distance. All 3 maps was required between Jalita and Direwolves. So I think it's very easy to lump those 2 together, which does mean that there's a gap. There's a bit of a separation then. And I think you can clearly see that. I think that Elevate, you could probably say, is above that gap ever so slightly, and then there's another gap, and that's where the grand finals start. So Asia League has kind of changed quite a bit for me from the beginning of the stage, where I really did feel like you had this kind of proverbial top 5, or at least like a good collectiveness. Yeah. And we've kind of added layers in the mix of that top 5 throughout the course of it. Even going back to the group stage of Direwolves, they had a pretty poor round differential, only +5. They were the only team in the top 5 that didn't have at least +10. So there's clearly some issues, clearly some concerns. What they will do to alleviate that, to fix it, going into stage 2 for Direwolves, for Elevate, for Jalita, for those 3 in particular, remains to be seen over the big long break that's coming our way before stage 2, because they've got some catching up to do to Fury and Bleed.
They certainly do. Obviously, congratulations to Elevate. Congratulations to Direwolves for what's been I would say, a somewhat successful campaign. They finished 4th overall, but Elevate take 3rd spot and cement themselves moving into stage 2. It's time for us to go to a break. On the other side, believe me, you will not want to miss this. This is the BO3 to decide who is going to the Manchester Major. Is it Bleed or is it Fury? Right, this is the moment of truth. We get down to the nitty-gritty, down to the wire. 2 teams remain and only one will be headed to England. It's a brutal way to close out the Asia League considering the teams that we've got, but it is exciting. Mandy and Dev now join me on the desk to help me break this one down because I'm going to need all the help I can get. Mandy, this game has literally all of the makings of a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. These two teams have been the top at their game since all of 2023. We've seen them time and time again in these grand finals. It's always been so close. And I think now, especially off the back of the SI appearance earlier this year in Brazil, I think they're looking at their most competitive form.
Right. This is a tantalizing prospect, as we like to say oh so often, Dev. But this is how we've got here. Unfortunately, it really did just come down to the semi-final buff, whether you want to read into the fact that it's a game off or whether the top 2 teams really were the top 2 teams, Dev. That's all we've got left in the league.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, there was a world where Elevate were going to be second seed in the league, but Fury ended up overtaking them, and as you can see, that was deserved by the time we saw that semi-final anyway. There's no doubt about it. Like, it's quite clear that Fury had the harder side of the bracket. Julita and Direwolves both solid teams, but yeah, Bleed were first seed, and so they got to play the lower seeded teams, and yeah, Fury ended up playing Elevate. It was a much closer game. Bleed only lost a single round in the 2 maps that they took over Direwolves, 7-1, 7-0. But yes, it's been a rough bracket for some of these teams, but I think Fury and Bleed should make up for a banging grand final. As you've said, these guys have met every stage so far. Every time they've played each other, Bleed have won in the best of ones, and Fury have won in the best of threes. And a year ago, where Bleed, at their most hyped, were about to qualify for Copenhagen, it was Fury that knocked them out of contention. Now there's only one spot. We can't send both of these teams anymore, which means we've got to decide, and that's what this match is going to do for us.
It's bittersweet because it makes it all the better for the actual game, but unfortunately, as you said, there's no second chances. There's no way to get in if you do fall out. We'll start talking about Bleed as, in my eyes, Mandy, they are my favourite team going into this. However, I know what history says, and it's really hard to count out their foes, if you will, but Bleed have only lost 1 round in the last 3 maps they have played in the Asia League. This is a team in fine form heading into this game.
This is a very formidable team. Reaps, at the start of today, was the highest rated player in the league outside of Onigiri, but his stats are inflated from last night's game, so we're going to ignore that. Yeah, Reaps definitely has been such a shining star so far up for this team, especially, but not just that. A lot of these players are within the top 10 best players in the league at the moment. They are absolute gunners, and they show up when it's necessary. There's something about the way that Bleed play that is so relentless in their pressure and the aggression that they hold throughout the entire map and throughout the pacing of the round as well, that can be just so challenging to deal with. Not only that, but they have such a caliber of experience on the side with Mentalist leading them all in the IGLing as well. And so I think, yeah, this team is a force to be reckoned with at the moment, and it's going to be a very chaotic game.
EPS all above 1.0. KD all above the 1.0. Dev, this is a team gunning for that major spot, but only one can stand in their way.
Yeah, very much so. And let's just remember that Bleed have really earned a reputation for themselves, not just for what they've achieved here, but also overseas. At the recent Six Invitational, these guys beat Los 2-0, M80 2-1, even Team Liquid 2-1. They also took a map off of Virtus Pro and the eventual champions W7M, and one of only a very small number of teams at SI to do that. These guys are a world-class team. It's just a matter of whether they can actually get there.
That's it. One player that's actually stood out for me, and I know that we've talked about him quite often, Turdstar, I've been very impressed by. There was a lot of conversation about him coming into the league. Some people were touting it maybe just a 1.5 ante, but it's been anything really but that conversation. To be honest, I went back and had a very quick look. He actually has the highest headshot percentage in the entire league. The next closest is Ape at 67%. This man has been on an absolute tear and has been playing phenomenally alongside the rest of the roster. A 70% cost is absolutely nothing to scoff at. That is actually, by the way that Ubisoft actually calculate that cost, it is incredibly hard to reach a 70% cost. There are not many players that can even get close to that. So he has done God's work, shall I say. But he is going up against a formidable opponent. Fury have shown well and truly that they deserve to be here time and time again. They have been champions of this league time and time again. And Mandy, they are the team that just continues to evolve throughout all of the time that we have been watching them.
There is some kind of magic about Fury where they just turn up and play the hardest games at the highest potential as well. It seems like the more pressure that you put them under, the purer the diamond, right? And somehow Fury always come out on top here. Yeah, these guys are such a rounded roster, and I think in the last year have truly made a name for themselves in the region. Yes, you could make the argument that Bleed are the more higher achieved team technically because they got taken out a round later than Fury at the 6th Invitational. But what matters here is that the local track record between these two teams is that Fury has consistently come out on top. One last thing that I do want to say about Fury as well is that looking at these 10 players in the server, I9 currently holds the highest kill record in lifetime kills at 1,552 kills across 180 recorded maps on CSGG. I think it just goes to say how much experience this guy's got, all the teams that he's come from, and then almost directly behind him is Lycolis, who's managed to break that 1,000 kills as well. These two players, I think, just hold such a caliber of experience that there's so much that you can put to this name.
Geez, evenly pegged, both of these two teams. There's not much that separate them, but sometimes, Dev, just sometimes, an individual can stand out.
Yeah, very much true. And for Fury, that has been occasionally like Collis, as you said, Mandy, which is kind of crazy because he's like the veteran support player, and we've seen him get really active. Like, Fury have played 2 of their games with subs, by the way, and in both of those matches, like Collis has stepped up and played more aggressive, so I've loved that. BG Man has been the most consistent player for this roster for quite some time now, including when they go overseas. Crit J, also a star performer, and he did amazing things against Elevate yesterday, but BG Man is a real killer. And just a reminder of what else Fury have achieved, right? Like I said with Bleed, Fury have worked up a name for themselves overseas as well. At 6 Invitational, they beat Lowe's 2-0, by the way, same result Bleed got against Lowe's. They beat Scars 2-1 and Falcons 2-1. They also took a map off of NIP and Bliss. So that's really great results, but there's no doubt that the names that Bleed, the scalps that Bleed took at SI are slightly better than the ones that Fury did. So Fury not only have to win this to become 3-time champions of Asia, but they're also gunning to try and perform as well overseas as teams like Bleed and Bliss have from APAC, because at the moment they're slightly behind those teams in terms of international recognition.
Back to back to back, some would say. This is a legacy that Fury are building right now. Internationally, as you've mentioned, Dev, it is very interesting to look at the results, but you cannot deny the form that we have seen from this roster that just will not leave this question unanswered, and neither will we. It's time for us to go to the map vetoes. This is where the conversation takes a bit of a turn. I will give this back to you, Dev, because I know how much you love my map vetoes.
Yeah, I don't mind map vetoes. So Fury's favorite map is Consulate. One of their middle period maps is Cafe. They're going to get rid of that early. Chalet banned out by Bleed. That's one of Fury's favorites. Funnily enough, it's actually Bleed's second top preference map. So clearly, after playing it against Elevate and losing it, they want to hide that one.
All right, what are we going from here? Banks now out. Let's get to the picks. Border to go next. I find it interesting that Border's not going to make its way in, but Skyscraper definitely is. Now, we are playing the map veto in which you can pick your own start, so I believe Fury have picked defense, meaning we go to Consulate for Bleed, and they too have picked defense for that. Mandy, how do we feel as though this one's played out so far?
I don't like seeing Skyscraper in any veto really, but if there is a time to bring it out, it is in best of threes. And yeah, maybe Fury have watched Bleed play their cons yesterday, their Sky yesterday, and they just feel like they've got the in on them, whether it's something about their read of how Bleed play it. Last time that we interviewed Lycolis, he seemed pretty keyed into how his opponents were playing, and I think that's a big part of the story that is to be made here as well. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we go to Skyscraper, and yes, Fury are starting on the defending side, but I will have a feeling that they probably know what Bleed are going to do there. Going to cons, I'm not really sure what to think of that one, to be honest.
Yeah, well, let's continue
Yeah.
this one, Dev. Oregon gone Clubhouse out. Wow, what an interesting veto, Dev.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just start at the start here, because I actually think that Bleed are probably favoured on the first 2 maps, and I think Fury is probably favoured on the 3rd map here, which in theory would mean we won't see the 3rd map, right, because Bleed should win it 2-0. I think it is massively ballsy from Fury to pick Skyscraper here. It is Bleed's #1 favourite map. They haven't lost it all year, all 3 times they've played it, including a 7-0 over Direwolves, a 7-4 over guess who? Fury, by the way. These teams played each other on this map in the regular stage. And a little old team called Virtus Pro, you know, top 3 at 6 Invitational. Bleed beat them 7-3 on Skyscraper. So Bleed absolutely loves Skyscraper. It's their favorite map. Fury are pretty good on it too, but, you know, their main wins come over teams like Hasib Warriors and Daystar. So they're doing what Elevate did to them yesterday, where they're picking the map that they played in the regular stage and lost, and seeing if they can get some revenge on it. Now, funnily enough, that map that Fury played yesterday and lost to Elevate, that Elevate picked against them, was Consulate, which is our 2nd map, and this is a pretty solid map for both teams, but Bleed, particularly with Julio, they have a huge amount of support staff resources. They could have done a lot of really quick turnaround counter strats, watched what Elevate did yesterday against Fury, and bring that into their game today. If we do get to Night Haven, you know, Bleed actually haven't won this map. They've only played it the once, and I'm just going to have a look. That was, well, else it's a Team Liquid. If there's anyone you're going to lose to, yeah, fair enough, I guess. Fury played that yesterday and won it against Elevate. So I think both maps, or all 3 maps rather, all 3 teams, all 3 maps, both teams are good at. But I think that Bleed might have an edge.
It's alright, it's getting late, Dev. I can understand that. I'm just as bad. I don't want to waffle because it's going to get bad. But an exciting game needs exciting casters. Unfortunately, we're all out of them. Let's welcome back in Cousins and Guys, it's a wholesome time here in the Asia League, but it's about to get vicious.
Yeah, look, this should be an absolute banger. The map veto and the way it's played out, especially again with this sort of pick defensive side on your map meta, it's going to be pretty brutal. So the onus, I think, on Bleed to really prove that attacking win rate carries over to the grand final. They've been phenomenal on attack throughout this entire stage. They need to double down here on Skyscraper and get off to a good start. That said, 3 maps expected, and Night Haven just seems to be the stage for final maps at the moment in Siege, and I think it's going to be a good contest between the 2.
Jake, you've got a diabolical look on your face, so I'm not going to hold you back any longer. It's time to get underway on this planetary day in the most organic map possible. Boys, enjoy the game.
I was muted for 1 second there. All I said was nothing diabolical. I was muted everywhere, apparently. I was not ready for this. No, I was actually just sitting back and just soaking in for what could be one of the final times that all 5 of us gracing the screen, as, of course, we say farewell to Mandy after today's broadcast, but we've got big things to fry, and that's not fish. It's actually going to be 2 teams. One of them is going to go to a major Guz, and that, to me, is actually quite disappointing. Both of these 2 teams deserve to go to Manchester. Both of these 2 teams deserve to go to the stage, and this region and this league deserves 2 slots. Hopefully, this is the last time that we have to do this, but it makes it exciting. It makes it interesting and entertaining. We have to split these 2 championship caliber teams down to 1. Who is it going to be? Bleed Esports, or will it be Fury looking to continue their international stay? They've been there for such a long time, all the way back to Jönköping in 2022. Bleed have had a tremendous time over the last couple of months as well to the last year. One of them's going to have to miss out, and that's going to be devastating.
Yeah, that's what makes this game so bittersweet, and I suppose an opportunity for both teams to really prove that they can bring high quality Siege inside of the server and really just double down on the point that we keep hammering home, that 2 spots is deserved here. In Asia, as we jump into the operator ban phase here for map 1 Skyscraper, it is the Ying and the Deimos combination. So that's probably indicating that Bleed are going to look to be leaning into star players like your Reaps, especially on defensive roams. And the Deimos out of play means that it will be difficult to hunt those players down. Defensively, we see the Tuber out first, again from Bleed. That's not too unexpected. A couple of primary hard breach walls on this particular map. And then Fenrir, the most banned defender at the moment in Siege, will play no further part in the match as well.
Who have you got, Guz, right now? Nothing, you haven't seen anything outside of the map veto and the opening bans here on Skyscraper, but if you had to pick on a dime, are you backing in Bleed or are you backing in Fury?
I think I'm backing in Bleed 2-1. I think we'll be at 65% confidence, but it's certainly going to be one of those games where either way, what about you?
Defenders, protect your
I think I'm going to go Bleed as well. I think rightfully so. They've looked really sharp in that match against Direwolves yesterday, 7-1, 7-0, of which they played this very map. Now, they have to begin on the attack. They indeed did pick it yesterday. Today, though, Fury are up for the challenge. They have said, we saw what you did to Direwolves, but we get to start defense and we get to dictate how this map plays. Despite that, yeah, it's really difficult to look past Bleed. Even looking at the channel points here on the Rainbow Six channel, 5.5 million to Bleed, 2.7 million to Fury. I think that's about right. Fury are by no means hard underdogs. They go into this match certainly as the team not as favored, but every capability to really change that narrative. They're on the defense to begin, and like you said, there is every chance we do go to 3 maps because both teams begin defense on their respective map picks. Bleed, though, more than capable on their own attack, and we'll see if they can set the tone nice and early here for the opening round of this Asia League Grand Final. Winner of the series will go to Manchester. The loser stays home until stage 2.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of this attacking composition at the moment. We're seeing more and more teams, especially if high caliber, really embrace the Grim and the Capital combo. You then think about the Monty and the value that Ashby can provide. Again, though, it's only teams that have been playing around the shields effectively that have gotten the most from them. Sometimes the shield can actually be dead weight if you don't play into it properly. So it's important that Ashby gets in the face of this defense, provides information to the rest of the team who then play around that correctly and promptly. If you're the kind of team that aren't going to let themselves get run over by shields too easily, and in terms of the lineup that they've brought, a lot of utility to disrupt these pushes. The cap can traps, for instance, combination with Toyo canisters as well. Hoffman sneaks through bar, almost taken down through the bulk. I believe that was BG man there with the ACOG, so bit of a reprieve here for the attack. As you can see, Bleed looking to shape up for a Black Stairs hit with the diffuser in the hands of that Montaigne.
90 seconds left. Slow approach to begin. Both teams, I think, might just sort of test the waters out. Vulcan canister blown up nice and early into the round, and Hovind will get the opening kill of this grand final. Good start for Bleed. And get rid of the Wamai, so those magnets will not generate for the remainder of this round. Dark trying to keep some pressure. Top restaurant stairs into sight for Crit J. Continues to just plug that window where typically you'll see an attacking player on the rappel. Down at the mid is Mentalist in that position. I9 holding Black Stairs close by to Gas Babes. That has to deal with this Montaigne. All he can really do right now is just continue to buy time. He is very much expecting the push from behind. Typically, this player will get pinched.
Flames raining out. Bleed do have the advantage, but finding it difficult to unlock the Black Stairs position, and so Reaps now will pivot towards main. Yellow Ping to come through. Dark holding down the line. No one really to be able to disrupt this position, so just a straight-up gunfight. High ground advantage, Dark. 30 seconds on the clock for Bleed.
Yeah, really nicely done from Dark, and the ability to then fall back top stairs. He now goes, though, for a re-push. Re-aggression. Mentalist still on the rappel. Getting closer towards sight for Asby, who does have the kit. I9 still has not been displaced. Finds the kill. That's diffuser down, and he gets the second. Even with the reload on the SMG, Hoffenstein able to find the kill, and Fury, despite the opening death, have been able to salvage this round pretty comprehensively. Site control has been paramount. Turd to solo and last alive, and even he can't find a kill. An incredibly dominant way to end the round for Fury there, considering they did lose one pretty early in the round. Bleed were making good headway over towards Black Stairs, dealt with Vulcan canisters, but they couldn't deal with I9. Incredibly difficult to dislodge at Black Stairs.
Yeah, those two key power positions, main and Black Stairs respectively, neither broken down there by the attack. So some really good defensive work there from Fury. They spaced out the util correctly and stalled out as much time as possible. Naturally then that increases the amount of pressure on the attack to try and formulate pushes. We saw the likes of the contest main stairs that wasn't backed up with utility. It meant that there was high ground advantage for Fury. The defense played into that well, so that's some good composed defense for Fury. But again, with the map veto process, and again, just to clarify for those maybe joining and a little bit confused as to how this veto has taken shape. If you lose the coin toss, you can choose the starting side, effectively meaning that on your map selection, you can start defense. And that's what we're going to get in this particular series, which has been the case to, I believe, the majority of the playoff games here in Asia, even in OS as well, for instance, with a similar format. So the onus here is on Fury to be dominant. It's their map pick, they're starting defense. That's why we keep, reiterating 3 maps is very, very likely, because defense, you're allowed to compound that advantage on your selection. And that's going to be much the same on the second map as well.
I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm disagreeing with you, but it's so difficult to ascertain. Like, we just don't know in this day and age in this region. I mean, yesterday when Elevate got the map pick of Consulate against Fury, we were pretty much outlaying the same conversation, but in reverse. It was like, okay, well, we expect Fury to do well. They did do well. They got 4 defensive rounds, and then Elevate won. And then the expectation was, because they won that map, they're going to win labs, and they did not. Right now, and it's grand final time. 1 round at a time mentality has to be the case. For Bleed, this first half, pressure off a little bit. Okay, well, they've got defense Skyscraper. They picked this. That's very normalized. But you can't then sort of celebrate if you get 3 attacking rounds, because Fury could do that themselves. Mentalist on the Repel, and they bring the Glaz and change things up with the Jackal combination onto the Dockerby, help clear the roam across, speeds it up in the round, so they aren't going to be slow getting close to site. Oh, wow, hang on, what's happening there? I think Asfi just got a little spooked by Mentalist walking out of the smoke. Yeah, he whiffed most of it.
Yeah, almost hit a sharp headshot, and that would have been pretty disastrous.
Well, is that a glimpse, though, into how these players might be feeling at a very pivotal moment in their careers? At a grand final where it's lose and stay home, win and go to a major and continue for both these teams what would be a continuation of a great 2023 campaign, of a great SI campaign just very previously. These little mistakes can happen, and so the small margins are going to be absolutely crucial in this grand final.
Yeah, it could be a case of just some early jitters, but I'd be operating under the assumption that those will wear off. But probably if Bleed can find some comfort, and so far, a minute to go, they haven't found a whole lot of map control at the moment in this round. Fury as well haven't had to contest a lot of the map to contain this attack. As you can see, Dragon needs to be cleared. There's a double cross as well on the opposite push. Astri, though, able to brute force his way through, despite being low on HP, wins out that fight. And 30 seconds now for Bleed to compound this advantage, but Crit J responds.
Similar to last round. Yeah, they got the opening kill, but then the response from Fury, it's swift, it's just, and it's pretty clean. Mentalist low, Asfi's low. That's a good nitro assault from BG, man. I mean, they understand where the push is coming from. Deja vu. As from 5-4 to then 4-1 to then round win for Fury. Site changed, yes, but the result, the exact same. No different, and Fury open up the grand final with 2 very strong round wins. Bleed, full well aware, this is not yesterday. This is not Direwolves in a semi-final. This is a top competitor.
Yeah, lack of split pressure at the moment on these attacks. It was relatively linear there from Bleed. And sure, if you can brute force your way through, you can sometimes make it work. But breaking a lot of those double crossfires on that sort of second layer of the defense was very, very challenging. Fury did a good job in establishing those positions because they peeled off the map extension actually quite early on and put themselves in these power positions. No hard breach on the likes of Lounge meant that it was relatively easy to fortify this, put BG in that playmaking position, and he did a phenomenal job. Stairs not contested meant that that could be another fall-off point for defense. So overall, Fury put themselves in so many good positions, and unfortunately those positions were bolstered by the fact that Bleed didn't really apply as much pressure as an attacking team on that side would otherwise want.
Holvin and Asfi have so far both been able to find opening kills, and as mentioned, both times though, no conversion for Bleed. Not the start that they would like, but now the tertiary site of Kitchen and Barbecue opens up, 3rd round. And these are the sites that will need to be won on this sort of map, on these defender-sided maps, especially on a map like Skyscraper. When we had the map vetoes kind of playing out on the stream, guys, we were talking very briefly in the green room, and I think you said that you kind of looked at this, and yeah, your first assumption was to go the distance, to go to the 3 maps, and a lot of that is simply down to the side in which you're starting on. Good run out The vault from Crit J, successful. Got the kill onto Hoven. And for the first time, an opening kill for Fury. Not ideal for Bleed, considering this is also tertiary site, and a logic bomb was ringing out at that moment, and it does not do enough for Asfi trying to play off of his own logic bomb. Loses to I9. They cannot clear Geisha. Now it's a 3 versus 5. Fury able to do what Bleed could not in the opening 2 rounds, and that's double down on that opening kill. 2-player advantage, and there's still 2 minutes on the clock. Really good defensive pacing from Fury.
Yeah, Bleed are struggling at the moment. Got some very intriguing and probably damning stats for them to dive into when this round concludes, but we'll hold that for now. Still an opportunity to maybe get back in this round if they can isolate a couple of picks. Reeves continues to probe, yet to find a kill in this match. We know how dangerous this man can be when put on a platform to make plays. There's one play, almost able to double down onto a second. That's I9 on the Solace. No real incentive for him to be overly aggressive in this 3 versus 4. And at the midpoint of the round, we'll just look to consolidate that position, force flank watch from Bleed, as Mentalist and Turd can look to now clear the rest of this top floor.
Yeah, feels already quite pivotal for at least this particular half. 3 versus 4. Big kill onto Crit J, who had such a tremendous semi-final. 4-1 start here in the grand final. The kind of player that can certainly lead Fury from the front. Well, someone that can do that for Bleed is very much Reaps. Arguably the best player in the region this stage once again. Into Geisha, good swing, Mentalist, experience, just shining through momentarily. Gets entry into a pretty solid position here. You need the Vert on Kitchen Barbecue, so Tea and Karaoke needs to be secured. Smoke goes out. BG Man can no longer hold that angle, falls off. Now looks away, 30 seconds, not a lot of time, and I9 lurks in towards Dragon. Fury can still get a good pinch here over towards Tea and Karaoke to retake. I love this little flank from I9. He's timing this perfectly. You don't need to go right now, but Turd does get a kill onto Lycolis, and that might just mean ignition time for I9 on the Solace. Turd finds another one. And it was onto I9, who eventually did try to push in. Now down to just BG Man. What a turnaround for Bleed. 4 kills in a row. Mentalist retrieves the kit, can start to plant it. BG Man up close, and he cannot find the kill. Bleed are on the board for the first time in the grand final. They've got a round win.
Oh, that was so close there, even in the dying stages of the round. But Reap's sharp reaction is able to shut down that final remaining defender. Good work from Bleed, able to chip away at a bit of map control, and then the flank watch was really, really sound. Now, back to those stats that I was going to mention. So, in terms of Skyscraper specifically, according to the calculations for map preference, which I'm not going to get too stuck in the weeds with, it's actually listed as Bleed's first preference map. And the last time they won this map, funnily enough, was against Fury. It was a 7-4 victory. And their attacking half, they won 4 attacks of the 5 rounds. So that's in stark contrast to what we're seeing at the moment, where on the first rotation, they've only been able to gain 1 round on the tertiary site. So Fury have definitely picked up their game here at the moment. Bleed, of course, you know, still trying to get into the rhythm of things here. Attacking to Skyscraper can be a challenge, but it's in stark contrast to what we saw in the last match between these two on this map.
5 seconds to go.
Without overstating that round, certainly feels like a big one for Bleed in the way that they were able to win it. Lost too early. Good signs once again showing from Fury to claw that round back when it was 3-5, when it was looking to be almost their 3rd round in a row, where it was going to go the way of Fury. Those are the finer margins I was talking about very much a round or 2 ago. Those are the little differences that add up over the course of a best of 3 on the tertiary site. Bleed get the job done. Had they lost that, they're staring down the barrel of 0-3 and having to go around the world one more time. Straight in towards Tea and Karaoke. Lycolis, though, gets the early kill. Over towards Geisha. Still in the rappel outside is Holven. Can't find the response. We haven't really seen a lot of trades so far in this grand final. The opening kills have not really been followed up by the other team getting a trade. So Fury with the player advantage, as they had, though, in the last round. We'll see what this time Bleed can do to maybe pivot here in the 4th round and get themselves back into it as they did in the 3rd.
You know, we'll see how much of an impact the loss of EMPs will be for the remainder of the round. Keeping in mind, BG Man playing that Walden Isle on the Bandit. So clearing those may become a bit of a problem here for Bleed if required. Although for now, just chipping away at control here on the east side of the map. Final checks done. Map control obtained. But such is the nature of Skyscraper. When you reach the midpoint of the map, you then have to fight for more control through the likes of Drum before you can actually start pressuring into the objective itself. And with the army on the board as well, that means that there's going to be more protection available for the defense. Critch still has 3 of those keepers in pocket. Got your canister as well, also in play, being red pinged out. And Bleed will need to try and actually get those popped sooner rather than later. 20 seconds of canister, and then a minute on the clock. You're really going to chip away at the time remaining, and then you add into the fact that smoke is also in play. So it's probably at this point in the round where Bleed needs to start thinking again about that sort of split pressure from behind. If they just linear face this in the 4v5, I really don't see a way in which they can get in towards the objective unless one person really steps up and wins some fights. But it's Crit J to win another in this round for his team.
I'm reloading.
Similar. Once again, in that 3v5, but Reap's able to get a huge kill. And with Crit J low in a pretty scary position over towards Drums, the round is still very much alive with only still 25 seconds. Bleed will still need to be perfect. Flashes to go out. They deal with the Keeper Barrett. Shot through the wall, though, and into the head of Turd. That bullet goes from I9. Crit J still holding strong on this Azami. Here comes Reaps, though, the slow push through. And Crit J just gets caught off guard on that slow push. Asfi, though, falls, and over towards the mezzanine is the final resting place for both Reaps and Asfi. And Fury breathed a sigh of relief there. Just momentarily, Team Room and Karaoke was starting to get breached, but they held strong. And they get themselves a 3rd defensive round.
Yeah, these tertiary sites are looking absolutely airtight from Fury at the moment. Part of that is Bleed struggling on the entry and finding it then difficult to fight back in the 4 versus 5. And that's probably what's limiting a lot of their options and why they're having to do these 2-2 splits. 2 through Dragon, 2 towards Drum. You add that together with the smoke, the Koyo, the Azami. It's a pretty simple equation. As the attack, more often than not, you're going to find that so difficult to push through. So good work there from Fury. That's an interesting little discussion point, actually. That is the first round, round number 4 of this match, where the entry has actually been converted. Bleed got off to a pretty good start. Rounds 1 and 2, they won that entry battle. Then they lost the round. Round 3, we remember on the tertiary side, Bleed were able to chip away after losing the entry themselves. I'm surprised it's taken this long for an entry to be converted, but it was ultimately a good job there from Fury. A couple of little moments there from the likes of Reaps that looked promising, but not quite enough from that position. And as you can see, time and utility, a big issue there. Solid work from Fury. Now hunting down their 4th round.
Yeah, and I just wanted to have a very quick look at the statistics as well for Skyscraper in Asia League, and only Asia League. 47 rounds in total, 5 plays overall, 57% defensive win rate. But that's also including a couple of rounds of Master Bathroom, which we don't typically see. Tertiary site, kitchen barbecue, straight 50-50. Which is why we call it the tertiary site, because it's not a primary site like Team Karaoke or Office and Exhibition, of which, interestingly enough, Team and Karaoke has not been as strong defensively as Office and Exhibition. This is the site in which defenders will typically win 63% here on Skyscraper, the most defender-sided site on the map in Asia League. Another big opportunity for Bleed. If they can take this site, get themselves the 2nd attacking round, then go into the 6th round, it really does kind of put a bit of a narrative spin on this opening half. Otherwise, Fury in the commanding position. If they can take this site, they get to 4. That's part of the course. Hoven, well, met unexpectedly on the little run out through makeup, and that's going to be a quick reinforcement from Crit J. 5 kills, got aggressive. Gets a little bit of damage onto Hoven. That's nice for free. Reaps down below pantry. He's getting shot, though, from Mezzanine. Interesting angle found. And look at the health bars of Hoven and Reaps early on. I mean, Fury have been pretty aggressive on Skyscraper so far, and that's a big reason why I think they have found so much success. A lot of teams would get bullied by Bleed. They'd sit back on site. They would be scared, but Fury show no fear. And I9 with yet another opening kill now for Fury. 5 versus 4, and still 2 low health members of Bleed. This is not looking like a good round at all for Bleed.
Yeah, it's actually quite rare that we see Fury as the bully inside of the server, to be honest. Normally, if anything, they're on the receiving end of it. And as you mentioned, especially against Bleed, it only makes it more intriguing because they are the bullies of Asia. They have that aggressive nature to them and do a really good job at shutting down their opposition and the plays that they want to make. Not being the case really here in this half I think it's going to be another Fury round, especially if they're able to win this fight. But Reap's still alive, able to survive. Knuckles taken low and needs to play for time, but it might not really matter. I9 with the Nitro does drop Reaps, alleviates that pressure over towards Dragon. Now Hoven, Mentalist 2v5. You simply do not win rounds from here without a throw. So for Fury, it's about consolidating, not giving away anything for free. Dark tries to get back to site. Probably could have just tucked in the corner behind site, but we now see Bleed double stack. 25 seconds.
Default shot out, but left side hasn't been cleared. Flash, is that going to be good enough? Well, the peak was early. I think Flash went too deep. It does get the kill onto I9 anyway. Trade immediately from Crit J over at the breach. Does lose his life. Where's the second trade, though? It doesn't come initially. 10 seconds for Mentalist. He can clutch up. He's done it before. A couple of pre-fire shots. Doesn't find an answer. And PG Man holds strong. Fury get a 4th round. Fury in the commanding position now. Bleed, having won this map just yesterday against Direwolves 7-0, have now given up 4 rounds to Fury in this grand final. Admittedly, though, Fury are looking amazing on the defensive side, as somewhat expected, though, on this map. Barbecue and Kitchen, though, we go to the tertiary again. Coin flip territory, 50-50. Last time out, Fury got 2 opening kills, but could not convert the round win. And which is interesting to think about, having played the 5 rounds, the only round Bleed have actually won, you could somewhat say Fury misplayed a little portion of that.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. This round, yeah, sure comes down to 1 versus 2, but that's really just on paper. Wasn't really close at all. From the 2v5, good conversion from Fury again. Just they're peeling off these defenses quite early after a lot of early round aggression, and then they're winning those key battles in between the attacking front line and site. It's just textbook Skyscraper from them at the moment. And again, going back to the point I made earlier, this is the first preference map for Bleed, despite ultimately actually being Fury's pick. So Bleed, understandably, when they saw the veto and it played out, actually would have been quite happy and comfortable. I can only assume that they were going to Skyscraper. And again, we have that historical data, the result between these two, where Bleed won out that particular game, 7-4. And the majority of their rounds were on attack. That is simply not going to be the case here. 2-4 in any other circumstance would still be okay, and honestly, considering it's Fury's pick, people could still be content with that for Bleed. But the inability to crack those primary sites, if they're going to lose this map, that's probably going to be the large reason as to why. So they can't turn back the clock now. Full focus here, round 6. But a big emphasis on entry here. Can Bleed tidy up the early round and dismiss this aggression from Fury?
Yeah, but how do you go about that? I mean, I guess they're going to look into the Montaigne being the facilitation in towards the building, giving them better positions to take these fights. They haven't really been able to get good footholds in without losing players or without taking a bit of a beating. Interesting little hold here from Lycolis down on Barbecue. Again, the extension will be up above Tiram and Karaoke as expected, so I'm expecting Asphy to push up above. He has struggled so far, 1-5. You can argue playing the Montaigne role at times, not every single round. +9, 1.13 rated player, so very strong and handy player. And also play the hard breach role as well, so not just a shield only. But right now, maybe they're just calling for it. Maybe this is the role he has to play. Gumine stepped on. How annoying is that? But he does find a way to get the kill. Pulls out the pistol. The BG Man will go down. Opening kill for Bleed, of which they haven't really had one for some time. In fact, not since the second round, guys. So it was 3 in a row to Fury. That has now subsided. 60 seconds left. Logic Bomb thrown out, but they haven't cleared out T. Dark still holding a very good position.
Yeah, only the 2 kills for Dark so far. Asphy, meanwhile, pressuring in towards Barbecue, scouting ahead and calling that this objective is clear, and a drone inside itself to double down. Ter as well in a lurk position. Lycolis will contest that. Lycolis really the linchpin of the defense here on site itself. He falls. The rest of Bleed can then flood and force Fury into the retake. So this is really pivotal for Turd. Darko searching as well for a bit of info. Maybe sensing that it is going to be a direct hit. But I9 wins that fight. Dark narrowly loses his, at least for now. Bit of a stalemate as Asphy goes to the plan.
Big kill for Crit Che. Traded though immediately by Hoven. Finally started to see a little bit of this trade back and forth within these rounds rather than just Fury running away with a big shot. Hoven opens up 5th kill of the game. Reaps 2. Somehow just stays alive, and the down onto Dark means that it's all down to 1. And that was Crit J. That Reaps will put away Another big win on Kitchen and Barbecue on the tertiary site for Bleed. And like the first one, a little sloppy, and they just managed to scrape over the line. But these scrappy rounds could be the difference maker. Both teams should be somewhat content with that half, guys. 4 rounds for Fury on the defense, Bleed winning on the tertiary. That very much, to me, just screams stalemate, draw, tie, however you want to call it. Now we see what the second half brings.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Yeah, totally agree. Bleed doing a good job in at least stabilizing things a little bit on these tertiary sites. They've been getting some decent value from the Monty. We saw Asfi there on the entry. That was some really solid work from him. Fury able to chip away and then Red into this horizontal push. Unfortunate there for I9 to lose that next fight. And Dark ultimately getting mopped up there by Reaps. Reaps in the late round, both times there on Kitchen, did a really phenomenal job in locking out the round for his team. It was a bit of a talking point in the past, actually. Reaps and maybe his cost being a little bit concerning. I feel like that has trended upwards a little bit recently, and indicative that he's being more effective in more of these rounds. And we know how good of a player he is, and showing that at the moment. 7-4, top frag for his roster. We'll see if Bleed now on these primary sites defensively are as sound as Fury were.
Yeah, I like the blitz here from Crit J. I like the blitz for Fury. I like what it kind of signifies for them. Not maybe even in just this round, but arguably the half. And go fast, hit directly, really take it to Bleed. Kind of talking about before, you know, Fury have looked almost like the bully in this matchup, in this particular half that we just had so far. Can they emulate that now into the attack in this half to come? You know that Reaps, you know that Ashley, you know these Bleed players are going to hold these more forward positions, extend to Office and Exy. They're going to try and deny these entries. Well, the Blitz can help with that. The Blitz can overload those positions and maybe get you a couple of kills as well to boot. Slow and steady so far. I think right now they just don't really want to reveal the Blitz either. Makes sense. Although he has now revealed his position. Umine got stepped on somewhere. I don't know who it was. It was indeed Crit J on his entry. And immediately facing that Blitz, Bleed just fall back. I think they make the right play.
Oh, triple stack at the shield. Hoven, the only one who can see through those flashes on Warden. Deployable shield, though, promptly cleared. I think both teams are going to be relatively content with how that clear has played out. Halfway point of the round, Fury didn't have to expend too much utility, and the time management okay. Bleed equally so. Didn't have to dump a whole lot of util to stall it out. They still have the smokes from Mentalist in the late round and the Nitro from Reaps. Maybe would have liked to push the time a little bit more in their favor, but nonetheless, Fury now with drum control. That line can be cut. I9 pushes forward, gets timed, and doesn't see the lesion. Asfi exposing himself. Eventually collected, and it's double digits for I9.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that as well. This has been a tremendous performance from I9. I feel like he's always the kind of player that can stand up in the big moments at the big occasions. Maybe through the group stage, he can cruise a little bit and allow the likes of BG Man and Crit J to shine a little bit more. When called upon, when needed, when required, he's always the one who finds a way to have these super impactful games. 30 seconds remaining. Reaps low. So is Crit J, though, on that blitz, and that just makes it a little bit hairy when he wants to push in, when he wants to be aggressive. He knows he's low on health. Big kill again. I9 from down below on the Burt, and Turd has been knocked down. Suddenly, this round looks incredibly likely for Fury. Hoven, glasses activated. Can't see anything, not just yet. The only thing he sees is bullets in his eyes from like Hollis and Mentalist. The last one remaining, and 1 versus 4. The blitz shield, incredibly frustrating when he's just rushing towards you, and the pistol is your undoing. Fury find a massive attacking round on T Karaoke, and I think that may have just forced a tactical timeout. Indeed it has. Bleed on the ropes here on Skyscraper, the opening map of this grand final.
Yeah, and the fact that it's the primary objective, it really could be the straw that breaks the camel's back here on this particular map. Again, it's not Bleed's selection, but the data suggests they should be doing better than they are at the moment. Bit of an unconventional lineup there from the attack of Fury. Again, it was a bit of a stalemate at the midpoint of the round. Bleed happy to peel back towards site. They still had that Warden as a big condition into the Blitz, and the Glaz combination and the amount of smokes that they can bring in total is very large. Unfortunately, though, the Warden not as impactful as they probably would have liked. Picks were then bled elsewhere without trade. I9 has been phenomenal throughout this game, and the 2K that he got in that round was equally important alongside the rest of the team. Not needing hard breach in towards T, instead able to just create a lot of favorable fights around the map and win them out. Some pretty simple stuff in the end, but effective. And yeah, for Bleed, that tactical timeout, Julio and the comms will be looking to settle them down a little bit, create a quick plan going forward. Has the potential to spiral out a little bit here on the first map. But the first map of potentially 3.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you've really got to buckle down now. For Bleed, you lose the primary. Immediately they transition, though, over towards Office and Exhibition. I think the right call. They will have to then go back to Tea Room and Karaoke after this site, but play this one out first. See how things transpire. And interestingly enough, and this is where, to me,
10 seconds remaining.
so far, my views on this is that Fury has done their homework well and truly.
5 seconds to go.
They bring in the Blitz for T and Karaoke, but then they switch up. They bring the Montang instead for Office and Exhibition. Understanding full well they're probably going to get some pressure either onto VIP single wall or pushing through those choke points in a far more slower manner. They can't hit it as fast. They don't have to clear out the roam game as intensely. Maverick brought, considering the Bandit is employed. We'll see how that does play out. DG-Man should be able to deal with that and open up VIP single wall pretty comfortably, as Office has actually been left soft, left side. I9. Well, Skeleton Key will do the rest of that work, and Hoven will hold close over towards Bar. Mentalist into Drum, and it's a big spread right now defensively from Bleed.
So Lycolis on the Montang this time around. Has become a bit of a staple here for these Fury attacks. How do Bleed respond?
Ow.
Good impact, chunk of damage. 1 left for Asfi and 2 still in the pockets of Hoven. Something to certainly keep in mind. The utility is available for Bleed to hard counter that shield, and they do have information. Second impact goes through, that one ineffectual.
Wasted. Yeah, that one was not probably required. The first one was great, and then puts kind of like Ollis in this rough position now where he knows full well he can't position where he could be vulnerable to any kind of impact. I think Makeup might have just got reinforced off. Indeed it did. And then actually Shockwave Battery placed down by Mentalist. So, yeah, pretty good usage of their utility and understanding. Hold a little bit of it. Wait to see where this push is going to come from. Will it be direct? Will it be the sweep across that we typically see on Skyscraper? Usually there's a combination of both. Holding in towards Dragon right now is Hoven. Turd also as well, but in a more forward position. So he does have Hoven just behind him. Oh, that's a good little swinging shot from Turd on the way out in towards VIP from Dragon. Understanding that there maybe was going to be that pinch being held by Fury. Good opening kill for Bleed. Needed that one. Lycolis will continue to push forward, to aggress forward. They've cleared out Dragon. Both push back in towards VIP. What an angle. Hoven holding that. So aggressive. Gets the kill, and suddenly the round now looking into disarray for Fury. Down to only 3 players standing, one of which is really holding a big shield and not a big gun. Bleed in the best position that they have looked so far here on this map. A bit of a statement round out of the tactical timeout, but what a tap from Lycolis. A little love tap to the head of Turd. Brings it back to a 4 versus 2, but not a lot of time remaining.
Torches out!
Yeah, only 20 seconds. BG can get line of sight, but isn't going to be able to open an entryway, so it will be a double stack here from Fury. And with the cross being held, it's a Bleed round to lose. Yeah, and there we go. I almost thought for a very split second that maybe there was an opportunity there for the attack, but Mentals closes it out. And some smiles in the Bleed camp, which is good to see.
Yeah, off the back of a tactical timeout. Always a good feeling when you get that win. You lose that round, I mean, it's probably the map over. Down 6-2, out of the attack. That just gives you that mental relief. Takes the edge off, gets a big round. Now over to Tea Room and Karaoke. The downside is, though, because Fury won an attacking round on the primary site, the tertiary site alone won't be good enough to Bleed. In fact, winning the tertiary site is going to be pretty much crucial Otherwise, Fury end up in a really good position where they can at least get OT at minimum. Still, really solid round from Bleed. I thought the way in which that they played that was quite significant in showing that they weren't necessarily bullied. Even if they were pushed back, they did so in a calculated manner. Reinforcing off makeup so that you couldn't get the look in towards Drum, and then applying the battery as well, forcing the Montaigne to come through the chokehold, of which then they kept falling back, gave it up, but then held good key positions at the doorways, knowing that members of Fury would be playing behind the Montaigne, and they got a couple of kills off of it. So definitely one of the better played rounds from Bleed. Into the 9th round we go here. Again, it's the map pick of Fury. There's something to keep that in mind. Consulate to follow after this, of which Bleed will be defending first. That's a big reason why, of course, you said before earlier, guys, you expect this one to go the distance, to go to Nighthaven Labs. Triple repel, maybe even a quad. Thought I saw one. No, well, I didn't. I don't know what I saw. Just the triple repel over towards Geisha, Balk.
Yeah, so maybe indicative that Fury are going to be far more direct this time around as opposed to a full map clear. At least initially, they might test the waters over towards Geisha here and see if they can find some kind of control. Upside down rappel being held by I9, wall opened up. Clean work from BG Man on the map. Delta key then. Can ensure that there's an entry point now in towards that Geisha position. If anything now, it's perceived pressure or phantom pressure for Bleed to monitor this position for the remaining round. That said, there is line of sight in towards Drum, and so that's going to prompt the rotation from the attack to get map control so that they can contest that position and get value from Geisha if they still want to commit to that. I'm not entirely sure how expansive of a roam there still is in play. I think there's one blue outline on that half of the map, so it is just Ashfi to contest at the moment. Turds a distance away over towards Drum. And so Ashfi here needs to be really clean for Bleed. Hoven's also a long way away.
Yeah, 5 drones shot out. 90 seconds left, so half of the drone economy remaining for Fury. Ashfi under a lot of pressure, but he holds still at the table. Edge had to try and displace him, and he gets back up, and he does lose his life. That was incredibly well worked from Fury. I mean, there's not a lot that Ashfi really could do in that position. Inundated with utility. Hoven, this is a good little flank, though, up house stairs. Gets himself into a good position. If Fury overextend, don't do their homework, don't drone this out. Hoven could be good for 1 or 2 here on a bit of a back push. I'm expecting him to get, honestly, both Dark and Grit J. He can't. No, he can. He got the big kill on Dark, but he couldn't get the second kill onto Grit J, who stays alive, holds close to this angle. Left side Hoven, does he realize he could be tucked in? He should be aware of the fact that he's close. And an interesting battle, but eventually won through the soft wall. Nice headshot from Hoven, and his flank will pay dividends. Got on the move, got into a good position, and the reward is there for him and for Bleed. And Fury now into Drum, but down a player, a little time, and here comes I9.
Oh, and like Colos as well, in on the action. So 15 seconds, and it's Turd Mentals both in T.
10 seconds left. Big kill. Turd needed that one. I9 shut down. 12 and 5. The hero for Fury no longer available. Like Colos, you're on the wrong site.
Wait, what?
You're on the wrong site, my friend. Oh no.
Operators, you have run out of time.
We didn't get to see everything there, Guz. I don't know. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe he fell. Maybe he... I don't know. We didn't quite get to see it. All I know is we went over to him and he's on the wrong site. But I don't know how he got there.
I'm not entirely sure if Diffuser got dropped, maybe on the rappel.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. It could have been a case that he had to go and grab it. Like, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't want to make any assumption.
Either way, big part of that round was the Solus flank. Now, yes, Solus does hard counter air jabs, but it does at least force the Solus to shoot them out if they've placed. When that flank came through, Crit J on the Nomad still had 2 air jabs in pocket. We saw 1 used on the initial clear into Asfree, that was great. He got punished, but then he had 2 in the pocket while they were looking to push Drum, and that made it a little bit easier for that Solus to go for that flank in the absence of anyone hard watching it. So,
yeah, I do want to add as well, though, that I'm trying to think of the situation that you're kind of bringing up, which is maybe the kid was in a bad spot.
I think
in that situation, though, in that situation, it's a 2-on-2 with 20 seconds left. If you don't have kid at that point, you're gonna go for the kills anyway. So I think he's just dropped hatch. Well, you can see that he's up above and he's got the kit.
Oh, he dropped. Yeah, he dropped right there.
Yeah, he just dropped. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, like Colas, those are the little errors, but I don't know if they were going to win that round anyway.
Yeah, I think honestly, even if he's able to cross, it would have been a very precarious playing position anyway. So, effectively 2v1 at that point in the round for Fury. So, yes, a mistake, definitely, but probably
Not.
didn't cost
It's
them.
not as if he did that and they were going to win if he hadn't have done it. It wasn't that kind of situation.
The Solace flank was far more impactful.
100%. Well, good fight back from Bleed. 4-5 now, 10th round. Well, the irony is now it actually is Kitchen and Barbecue, so... Do it again like Colas, and this time it'll work out. He's 8-3. He has been great. I9 again with some pretty clutch kills in that round, but Bleed fighting back. I mean, it's a grand final. You would expect nothing less than for them to fight tooth and nail until the end, give everything they've got. Makeup opened up. Hoven back into Geisha. Holds close. Keeps Barry to block off the window. I like the Grim here. Always helps in dislodging any kind of player inside of Geisha. What is that angle? Pixel territory there. The headshot. The BG man who's 4-5. Such a talented player. Has been the star player for Fury this stage, but has honestly not been able to get involved as much as he would like. And there goes the second star player in Crit J. Big kill from Tur, but the trade did come through imminently from Dark elsewhere onto Asfi. There were Mai. 2-9. He too, similar somewhat to PG Man, not quite having the impact that we typically see from a player of his caliber. But others all standing up for respective teams. Minute 15, and like Colas, there is one indeed who has so far stood tall. 3 versus 3 now, still needing to clear above to get the vert control here for Kitchen and Barbecue. And look at this battle. I9 and Reaps, tantalizing prospect here in a 1 versus 1 that could take place imminently.
I mean, Reaps has the favored position. I'm assuming there's a sound cue that's been given, and that's why they're holding the line. Reaps, though, is forced back, and I9 immediately takes the space and might be able to catch him.
Oh, he should, and he will! Incredibly well played from I9, Reaps. Maybe in that moment, thinking that position was clear, ran away. Sound cue meant that I9 could follow. 40 seconds left now. Huge round for Fury. If they can find this tertiary site, it will at least give them OT at minimum. Turn. Oh, the trigger discipline here. Just holds. Pushes out the hallway. No one there, though. Hoppen, you got yellow ping info. He doesn't play off it. I9 with a massive kill, though, onto Turn. Hoppen does eventually play off of that information, but too little, too late. And Fury will get themselves match point here on the opening map of the grand final. Huge attacking round win on the tertiary side of Kitchen Barbecue, of which we never really saw. 2 opportunities, 2 map points to put themselves 1-0 up in the grand final.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds now where the opening kill, as seen there from Hoven, not being converted by the team that got it. I9 played so patiently over towards Drum, and immediately off the back of Reaps running away, took that space, got the kill. And then still Hoven lurking top main, trying his best to aid Turd inside of Karaoke. He had to be cautious and try not to throw his life, but maybe if he had his time over, would have aggressed. It's difficult to say in the moment, but regardless, really clean attack there in the end. Fury able to just isolate a couple of ones to get themselves back into the round.
Specchio looking out.
Fortunately for Bleed, they still do have 2 primary sites now ahead of them as the rotation unlocks.
10 seconds to insertion.
And so there's every world they can still push this game to overtime, but it's going to be a case of if they don't, we're probably going to look back at that first half and say that they just needed to get one of those primary sites over the line, which Fury were able to successfully do at the beginning of this half. That could be the true difference maker in this match.
Yeah, I'm not getting ahead of myself, though. Still 2 primary sites now to play for Bleed to get this one to overtime. So even they would still feel, I think, internally enough confidence that they can get the job done here and force this one to go the distance on the opening map of the grand final. Lycolis once again on that Montagne. What a performance from Lycolis and I9, 2 of the veterans in this region, in this scene, and both performing in one of the bigger matches that these 2 teams have played in locally at this level. A bit of information here for Harvin. How aggressive does he want to get? No. In fact, it's the opposite of aggression. Reinforces off that office wall. I9 can no longer play around on that soft wall. Massive extension once again here for Bleed over towards T and Karaoke. Last time out, big impact, got like Colas quite low. This time he's able to avoid that. Back against the wall, slips down through black stairs. I don't imagine he's going to get too much further here. Solo lurk down below. Probably not the way you'd want to play the Montang. Instead, he will indeed make his way back up. Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, and back up he goes.
I mean, probably just being mindful of the potential flank, which is fair.
Yeah.
No Nomad this time around, so you can just ensure that no one from Bleed is sneaking below, and with that Solace of Hoven up, that's a real prospect later in the round, but he's a long way away for now. Ashley's fallen back, and so map space now given across to Fury. Lycall's being very cautious, doing his due diligence and ensuring that it actually is clear. Action will
slow
begin
though.
over towards Dragon. And you're right, I mean, we're normally at the midpoint of the round is where we're looking for this map control to be taking place. Minute to go, and they're still fighting for it.
I mean, if he's going to pick up the pace now, then that's fine. Get going. 60 seconds left. Get Dragon control. Oh,
that
double
impacts.
impact. Ashby, though, well, he gets caught. Loses his life. Is that behind Lycola? Sorry, no, I'm losing my mind there momentarily. At the same time as those impacts went out, he did die. Keep a barrier to the shield. Therefore, it doesn't expand. It just, I think, stays stuck in the shield and does nothing. Reaps with a kill onto I9. Evens things up. 4 versus 4. Bit of Dragon control now, at least being established for Fury, and they do deal with that Montang. Pushes quick, though, from Crit J in succession to that. Keeps the numbers even. Incendiary towards house stairs. Gets rid of the default. Peeks on over. Doesn't find anything yet. Has the kick close by. He can grab that one before he makes his way to sight. Can he play off with the red ping, though? Oh, beautifully tapped onto Mentalist. And again, the number's still even. Playing off of that Quan Hive launcher perfectly from BG Man outside office, but they're not able really to play together. Gotta grab that diffuser, guys. Red time. Gotta pick it up. Hover now with a push through VIP, and it's a really good position now for Bleed to be in this position. Crit J just kept pushing forward, didn't even have kit, had no chance, no time, and in the end, Bleed will indeed get us to overtime. Fury, 2 match points, unable to close this one out. Or have I gone early? I've gone early. Yes, I've gone early. Bear with me, it's almost 2 in the morning.
Yeah, strong late round there from Bleed. I think the main point of concern for me for the defense late in that round was going to be the Montang. We saw the impact spam in through Dragon. Didn't really do a whole lot. Like, Hollis had a lot of HP remaining, but then because time became an issue, he had to play quite an aggressive role in flushing out players. And he was traded nicely there by the defense. We saw things like the castle barricades as well, causing some problems, collecting the diffuser as well. An issue ultimately there for Fury. So Bleed able to lean into the time advantages that they have earned themselves in that round. Just get that one across the line. And as mentioned, they still have now one more opportunity on a primary objective to push this game to OT.
Yeah, apologies for that. Into the second match point now for Fury.
5 seconds to go.
I will say though, again, it's primary site, so it's still very likely I think Bleed are going to be able to get the job done the way that they're playing this out so far. They've looked really good on their defenses outside of the tertiary site. And that was 1 anyway. Theorem Karaoke was, of course, one last time out by Fury. They bring the Glaz now on like Colas, moving off of that Montang. Alvin has been really the clear standout along with Reaps, which, you know, typically when it comes to Bleed at their best, it's Reaps plus someone, at least always one. And right now it's Holvin who's standing up. Sometimes it's Asphy, sometimes it's Third. You'll always usually get Reaps though to have a significant game. The drone in towards site. I9 just going to open up and go down near Black Stairs. So far going through the checklist pretty timely here for Fury. A much slower round last round, and that pace and that time did eventually come back to bite them.
Looking at maybe a triple stack below here to pinch Black Stairs. May also see I9 get in a position to down below on the buck. Oh, good impact though in response from Hoven. Immediately dismisses it and not traded straight away. Critchay though follows up with the F2. Minute 45 on the clock. That will telegraph, though, to the defense that Bleed are going to take that diffuser more than likely up through Black Stairs, and we'll see how the defense responds.
Just over 90 seconds left here. Final round of regulation. 3 gas babes still available for Mentalist. There's still a Vulcan canister, by the way, in the pocket of Reefs. At some point, that needs to be used. Don't be dying. Don't be allowing rounds to be won when you still got utility available. There's just absolutely no reason why you would want to hold that and not use it by this point. You also don't want to be risky and start placing it in a dangerous position. It means it's no longer going to be in a critical position. BG man, good angle here. So much towards sight. Now being covered in I9. And then there goes Reaps. Well, he's down. And now out. And that's Vulcan canister that goes with him as well. 3 versus 3. Still a lot of time. It doesn't need to be this scrappy or this fast. But Fury, the one setting the pace and the tone. Now with the player advantage. In this match point round, the final round of regulation. Gas Babes desperately thrown out from Mentalist. 1 still remaining. Of which there's also still 1 impact remaining for Turd. Who of these 2 will stand tall? It's 1 kill for Turd. Into Geisha, he still stands. A Mentalist in T holds a good position onto site. Lycolis is going to have to make a big play, though, on the Glaz, and he goes straight over towards Black Stairs. Information that could be heard. But Critche, inside of Karaoke, can now get this plant down, knowing that he's being watched and covered by Lycolis. Impact drone from Turd, can't win that battle. He absolutely needed to. Mentalist got his 1, but he couldn't get the 2nd. And therefore, this one is done. There is no OT. There will be no second chance for Bleed. Fury will take map 1 of this grand final. 7-5, winning their own map pick.
Solid work from Fury to close out what was a very close round and a very close map overall, setting the stage for, you guessed it, a very close grand final in this best of 3. Good work from Fury, a good confidence builder. As mentioned, this is not a particularly bad map for Bleed. Some may say, or the stats may suggest, it's their first preference. So that is a huge result for Fury and sets themselves up nicely for this BO3.
It certainly does. It's a stand strong win for Fury. Bleed were coming. They were pushing hard. They got it back to 5 rounds in towards that final round of regulation. Even still, Bleed with that opening kill. There was not much time left on the clock either, and yet still Fury got the job done. They got a big little rotate on the Glaz, and in the end, Fury, I9, they all stood tall together. It's a big map win. Another map, though, of course, comes very shortly. Consulate, the second map of this grand final on the other side. So Fury have taken a 1-map lead in the grand final. 1 map away from Manchester. 1 map away from keeping Bleed out of Manchester. But Bleed now get to go to their own map of Consulate. They pick this. They start defense. And this is certainly, guys, where they can turn the tide.
Yeah, for sure. Again, starting on the defensive side, as is the nature of the current veto system, should help them reconsolidate themselves in this best of 3. I don't think Skyscraper was a complete disaster. I think Fury, honestly, were just the better team on the day on that particular map, and it was really close in the end. So, who knows? If they could have pushed that to OT, they would have presumably started defense. It could have been a very, very different storyline. But not meant to be. Can't go back into the past. Here we go on Consulate. As the map veto, or pardon me, the operator bans do come through. Dockerby and Ying, 2 very powerful attacking operators on those executes, taken off the board. Fenrir will persist through this series as one of the most banned, if not the most banned operator in Asia, followed up by Valkyrie, which means we may even see teams lean into the polls for info gathering, which is quite strong here on Consulate.
Yeah, I just wonder what the mindset would now be for both of the teams respectively. For Fury, you get to kind of play this map a little bit more freely. 1, it's the map pick of Bleed. 2, you've already got the job done on your own map pick. For Bleed, well, the pressure's on a little bit. This is your map. You start defense. This is what you wanted. So you've kind of got what you wanted in both categories, in both areas. Your map pick and your side choice. Which, for me, it inadvertently means that if you don't do well in this half, that's where you can start to have those doubts creep into your mind that this might not be your time. This might not be your grand final. That you may once again lose another best of 3 series to Fury. It's happened time and time and time again. If I'm right, I actually don't think Bleed has ever beaten Fury in a best of 3.
Nope.
I think that was a stat that Dev went and dug and found out. So, you know, the onus right now is entirely on Bleed to now respond. Fury have done their job. Okay, they get to sit back, get a couple of free attacks in, see how they can maybe set the tempo nice and early here on Consulate. Don't get it twisted. Consulate's more than playing for attacking teams. But again, for Bleed, they've got to have that inner confidence that they can get the job done here on their map pick, on their defense. Let's begin. Map 2, grand final. 7-5 to Fury on the opening map of Skyscraper. Bleed weren't necessarily all that bad. It was close. The scoreline was just. A couple of moments here or there could have certainly changed the outcome for either side. Lycolis and I9 leading from the front for Fury. Both were sensational. Both really were, I think, at their best. Crit J as well. Those 3.
Oh, this is going to be a kill.
J, well,
there's one on the rappel. He's going to hear it. Yep. That's
him.
well played. That is really well played.
That's diffuser as well in terms of a little bit of information. Nicely done from Turd. Just thought for a second when he looked down, I thought he hesitated ever so slightly. He eventually went back to it, and a good opening kill. And that sets the tone nice and early for Turd and for Bleed.
And it shuts down BG, man, who's one of the statistical, strong players for Fury. A little bit quiet on Skyscraper, but they still had, 3 big players step up. Crit J, I9, Lycolis. Crit J and I9 both at a 141 and a 140 EPS, respectively. The best for Bleed back on map 1, a 124 from Oven. So Fury definitely were firing on their map pick. Minute 30 here. On Bleed's pick, though, for the first round. Bleed with the advantage.
Yeah, much slower tempo, though, to begin here on Consulate than I actually imagined, outside of that opening kill from Turd. That being really aside. Here comes Oven, though. Little reposition. Deep inside a break, and on the right side. And Crit J, well, he did anticipate. He did check that left side. Like calls to fall in the hallway as well. And this is a statement of a start from Bleed. That it's not just going to be a walk away for Fury in this grand final. Now, Bleed will bounce back on their map pick. That really was the dominating start that they really required after losing the opening map. A really strong defense, and Bleed should be pretty happy with the way that round played out.
Yeah, good statement round there from Bleed. Smart, calculated aggression off the rip from Turd. Able to catch one, and I believe it was the diffuser as well. And then we saw that rather aggressive as army extension in through break from the defense. Really offered quite a bit, and Fury finding it challenging to break it down. likely off the back of said first pick and their ability to then clear utility limited. So good work there from Bleed. Can't be reliant on spawn kills and entries always being a win condition though, so we'll see how they go now here back to basement, or down to basement rather, for the first time. Mordenol will be in play with Electro Claws, something that Fury will need to account for. But with the Mozzie and Solus in play, anticipating a bit of a roam game here from Bleed. Even Barbed Wire up on that top 4.
Well, that was the opening kill from Turd. Really nicely done. And again, I think it really sets what Bleed want to do here on Consulate. Be aggressive, take these fights, kind of be that proverbial bully that we mentioned that Fury were kind of acting like on Skyscraper. That's what we have come to be accustomed to when it is Bleed inside of the server. They bully their opponents. We saw that yesterday against Direwolves through 2 maps, only allowing Direwolves to get 1 single round. Bleed certainly do respect Fury. They've had their tussles. In the best of 1s, Bleed have been better. In the best of 3s, Fury have been better. This being a best of 3 grand final must just be playing on the minds of Bleed ever so slightly, but they look good here on Consulate to begin. Reaps holding towards yellow stairs. Good position to indeed hold. He's doing so on the Warden, so any flashes into that position to try and clear him out will be largely ineffective, but they go for a big push up above. Reaps does at least get 1. Yeah, 1-for-1 trade there. It's not all that bad from Reaps. Honestly, I thought he could have actually died without getting any. A little bit of a hesitation and a slight little misplay from Dark just gave Reaps enough time to get that kill onto Crit J. Even with the Deimos and the Nomad to try and clear out his position, he still gets 1. But elsewhere, Hoffman ended up dying. We didn't quite get to catch that one. And so for Fury, they've got themselves a player advantage, and like Colas will fall. Huge Nitrosalt from Mentalist. And suddenly that advantage has now diminished. 90 seconds left. Dark trying to play off of this death mark, at least a little bit of information here gathered. But Asfi towards Spiral could eventually push over towards Yellow Stairs if he so chooses to. Either first floor or second.
Yeah, it depends if he's been accounted for. Still 1 death mark remains. We saw the Deimos banned out on the prior map and already seeing value from that
Top
for
4
Fury
push.
here. If he doesn't get scanned by Deimos, this is a potential round-winning play on the cards here for Asfi.
Walk straight past the drone. Does he hear this player close left having gone down Yellow Stairs? No. Maybe. Just holds the angle. Dark sitting right underneath Asfi. 45 seconds as the diffuser has been retrieved. BG Man to bring this over, and it feels like the round is in the hands of Asfi. He pushes forward. I think, if this is BG Man, well, yeah, indeed it is. And there's the double. That's the round. An incredible play from Asfi on the solo push, eventually from Spiral towards Yellow. Fury had no idea. And honestly, I think a big reason why that was so successful is because Fury were just so stalled out. They just didn't really do anything for a solid 30, 40 seconds. Had they pushed into sight, had they tried to clear, had they tried to go for a back push, or done just about anything, maybe the timing there for Asfi wasn't going to be possible. But because they're sitting around in that location, not doing a whole lot, he's able to make that push successful. Really good start here from Bleed on Consulate.
Yeah, and I think I saw a little flash of the Deathmark HUD there at the very end of the round. I'm fairly certain that Deimos could have scanned Asfi there on the Mozzie. Now, he only would have really had the intuition probably to scan him if there was a drone sent into sight and they knew that the Mozzie was off the objective. Then it would have been a pretty simple scan, and they could have hunted down Asfi here actually quite easily. Naturally, though, it was just Spiral being held, not Yellow Stairs, because Dark was already there. They probably didn't anticipate anyone to be top floor, trying to facilitate that vert play from I9. So, absolutely perfectly played there from Asfi. Finds himself 5-0 across the first 2 rounds. Very clean start here from Bleed, but they'll be looking to take it 1 step further here on the tertiary.
But they look in command on their own map pick, and that's the most prevailing factor. Whether it's defense, whether it's attack, it's all, well, irrelevant. It's the way they're playing. It's the way that they're maneuvering around the map, and Fury just kind of look like their second fiddle, right? They're playing to what Bleed are doing. I mean, outside of that initial push towards Yellow Stairs where they looked to kind of 2-on-1 reaps, and even that didn't quite go the way that Fury wanted. We're not seeing that bully factor from Fury that we had on Skyscraper. So they've got to change things up a little bit here. Credit to Bleed, though. The response from losing that opening map has been swift. It has been sound. We now go to Expo and Piano for the third round. And so far, 2 opening kills in a row as well for Bleed. Been quite successful here on Consulate. Fury need to change things up. But they don't. They double down on the Deimos. This time they do at least bring the Blitz. A combination that we've seen quite a few times from a few teams. I think the first time I saw it was this stage was actually D+ in Career League on the first play day on this map. So this is a lineup that has been brought from a lot of teams around many regions.
Yeah, I think from memory, D+ had the double shield combo, but yeah, I do think this will still be relatively effective. Let's see Critchade play the front line. Warden under a lot of shots.
No!
Covered though.
What? Hoven got a double! He killed Reaps and he killed Critchade. He's like, I've got you, but I mean, I've got you. I've got you covered and I've also got you. 4 versus 3, Bleed will take that. I think Hoven will happily be okay with that situation because I'm going to be honest, Reaps is dead there anyway. 100% dead. 90 seconds left and Bleed still have the player advantage. And they get another opening kill, technically. Not the greatest of starts for Reaps individually. It is fine. He doesn't care as long as the team is winning. Flash out. Hoven just swung that a little early. But no push on that. So again, util kind of wasted. Fury not playing the utility game the way that they did back on Skyscraper, where you would throw that flush out and really follow it up. Instead, it's a bit of a failed throw. Oh, nice little entry there for BG, man. I don't know how Mentalist is still alive. Well, he is just barely hanging by a thread. Hoven trying to play the vert now inside of CEO. There's a player pushing in his direction, and that player's down dead at the hands of Asphy. Watching and covering his location, and Fury once again falling apart here at the seams. And so far, really struggling here on Consulate to get a good foothold, and there's only one left, and he's gone as well. Even I9, as great as he was on Skyscraper, has just not really got involved. It's all Bleed on Consulate. Total command and a tactical called by Fury. Not happy with the opening 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's been dominant from Bleed, attack from Fury. And a big talking point back on that previous map of Skyscraper was, you know, the map preference and the fact that it was the #1 map preference for Bleed. Well, guess what the #1 map preference for Fury is? Of course, it's bloody Consulate, even with Skyscraper. Doesn't have the most favorable of records, 1, 2 for them. But it's a map that is frequently banned against Fury. Clearly, at least defensively, Bleed have found weakness and sensed an opportunity here to put in a good result. Good start from them. Not too many cracks have been shown. We've seen Fury throw a couple of things at them. You know, an early focus on util clearance, or at least an attempt to in some of the early rounds. The Deimos round 2, which had limited impact. We saw then the Blitz round 3 also was shut down pretty well. So Fury, to their credit, continue to try and mix things up, but Bleed are up to the task.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's probably more concerning, though, is it not? I mean, if they were kind of repeating the same mistakes over and over again and then call attack and then change things and then get results, well, that puts them in a good direction. The issue is they have been trying different things. They have actually mixed things up, and they're still not able to get a result. We played 3 rounds, guys, and they only had 2 kills. 1 for BG Man and 1 for Dark. That is incredibly concerning. I mean, we are talking about some very dominant rounds here from Bleed on Consulate. The kind of dominance we didn't even really see from Fury back on Skyscraper. Even when they went up 5-2 and they looked like a really solid team, it still wasn't the same level of dominance. So, really concerning signs here for Fury, and I just wondered, Nighthaven Labs slowly but surely creeping up on us already due to the swift nature of this 3-0 from Bleed. 3 rounds to go in this half. And so far looking like Consulate was the right choice in their decision-making of the map veto process. CO and meeting, 4th round. It has been an almighty struggle so far for Fury. It's been an incredible start for Asphy. Kind of player that I mentioned actually back on Skyscraper. He was 3-11. He was struggling. I said he is more than capable. He is the kind of player that can usually be the Robin to the Batman of Reaps. Well, right now he is the Batman.
Yeah, another switch up here from Fury. Osa brought round 4, probably indicative of a CEO window hit. That's where we most often see those talent shields deployed. Often though gets the first. Break room has been a position of the map that Bleed have held relentlessly both times. Fury finding it difficult to clear. Limited explosives as well, it must be said, into the Azami here, so I really don't like Fury's prospects at all, honestly. It's actually quite bad at this point in time of the round. We'll rely on someone probably making a big play. And at 45 then, Bleed happy to kill off a little bit here, not feeling the need to aggress all too much. Understandably so. I903 had a phenomenal Skyscraper. 15 and 8. He was +2 on entry as well. Hasn't quite found himself in the same playmaking positions this time around, but maybe Crit J can. And Lycolis, wow, they double down. So good work from them. And in fact, the talent shield actually with the rest of the team, so it will not be a CEO plant. Instead, maybe going for an A default with that shield to play cover.
Turret over towards long desk. Can't really play from vending. If he gets tucked in, he's going to probably stay stuck there. Instead, just swings out. Has a bit of yellow ping information. I would imagine that's in response to the air jab. 50 seconds remaining. Reaps one more gas babe after this, so he hasn't got a lot of utility remaining. In fact, all of Bleed don't have a lot of utility remaining. Not a lot of time. And a big fight won. Shield up to BG man, but not the right time for it. Shotgun from Reaps was good before, but not the second time. Now the talent shield can go down, and with that, the plant too. But no, never mind. Turd, aggressive, and a second. Oh, he styles on them at the right time. And suddenly now all down to I9 with everything to do and only 20 seconds to do it with. Holding close. The head of Turd was just peeking out from the other side of that doorway, and from behind, Mentalist capitalizes. What a solo play from Turd. Changed the course of that round when it was looking like Fury were on their way to their first attacking round win on Consulate. They get shut down for nothing. And an incredibly dominant performance from Bleed continues even more. And I'm starting to get a bit worried for Fury.
Yeah, that was really clean from Turd. He sensed that that was the best opportunity to push forward and disrupt that attacking pattern. I think Fury were maybe a little bit overly reliant on that shield and had no one covering for the swing. So maybe a small breakdown in communication late in that particular round. And so it's 4-0 now for Turd. I mean, yeah, the stats really speak for themselves at the moment. Bleed dominating currently here on Consulate. I don't really know how much stock to put in each map as we, start to prepare for the third, I suppose, at this point in time. But maybe if Bleed win the coin toss on that side of map and start defense, things could get a little bit concerning for Fury. Let's see. Replay package of that previous round. Reaps up close. That was a really unlucky fight for him to lose out on, but BG Man did a good job. Turd does a good job. Here, I don't know what Lycolis was watching in that instance. I9 probably should have been holding that front desk position, and then Lycolis close up for the swing. And again, that suggests to me that there was maybe a comm breakdown in the late round, but still that's not to take away from Turd. He sensed weakness, capitalized upon that. Really nice work from him, clean conversion. Jumps onto the Vigil now for round 5.
Just had a little look back as well, guys, and it's not good news if you're a Fury fan, but the last time these two teams met in the upper bracket final of the Stage 2 LCQ, Nighthaven Labs was played, and Nighthaven Labs have won 7-0 by Bleed.
Ooh.
Now, the main reason why I bring that up is kind of for two reasons. One, it's not looking great for Fury here, but they actually still won that series despite the fact that that map did happen, and it was the second map too of the best of 3. But more importantly, is Labs is our deciding match. If we get there, Bleed will be incredibly confident on that particular map. It's been a lot of time that has certainly elapsed since that particular LCQ though, all the way back in October of last year.
It is the last time Bleed has won it though, and they have played it more recently. Liquid, 69 days ago. But you're right. Doesn't paint the brightest of pictures for Fury, but long gap in time. And I actually casted their game against Lost at SI, and they were strong. I had to look back 7-2, so confirm that idea. Either way, though, halfway point here, round 5. Fury chipping away at map control. Once again, I9 has brought the buck. So there will be soft breach potential from above. Last time, big flank from Asfi. That was on the Mozzie. Asfi and Turd could potentially go for flanks here on both that Solos and the Vigil, respectively. Although for now, I don't think they're going to commit to anything too aggressive. Asfi taken low, forced back. 60 seconds now on the clock, and all 5 players from both teams alive.
One more adrenal surge will be available after this one does expire. Dark. Alert. Oh, that's a head spotted. That's a freebie onto Hoven. Looking in the wrong direction, and a little bit of a gap there in the keeper barrier means that his life is forfeited. Opening kill for Fury. Can they find a way to double down? Indeed they do, and triple down. Big kill from Mentalist though. He's been so strong on site, but he's out of teammates, out of partners to help him in this cause. Night Assault thrown. That might be good enough, and indeed it is. But he loses his life. I think that might have been from Crit J on yellow, and it was. Played behind Lycolis there, who was going for the plant, and he times that push perfectly. Fury, finally, on the board for the first time here on Consulate. Huge attacking round win. Down on basement as well, and that might just give them hope going into the final round of this half. And we go to split. We go to Service and Tellers to close out the opening half of this second map.
Yeah, will that prove costly for Bleed if Fury double down here, go to 4 and could. We haven't seen too many freebies given away by Bleed throughout this match. Unfortunately though, in that last round, gone over towards Pillar Hoven right here. Just oversteps the mark into that gap. Great attempt here from Mentalist, locks down the yellow push. Well placed Nitro right here. But then a snappy trade from Crit J right in that moment, able to confirm that round. If he doesn't hit that, the 1 versus 1 would have been tantalizing, but not meant to be. So it just brings a bit of life back into this half. Fury digging deep. Split objective now, round 6. We have not seen Split played at all throughout this match, so it'll make its first appearance here in the final round of this half.
Yeah, which leads me to believe something has been cooked up here from Bleed. Will be the one and only time that they will defend it. This is now where you want to bring out whatever it is that you've had cooked up, considering this is your map pick, that you've certainly prepared for this particular site. If you're bringing it out in a grand final in what feels like a pivotal round for Fury, if they can get this second attacking round, I mean, that still keeps them in a really good position going into the second half. 2 attacking rounds might be enough in this meta, in this day and age of Siege. And we don't typically see a whole lot of Consulate in this region. Only twice have we seen it. I mean, in those 2 games, 79% defensive win rate, but I would really take that with a full grain of salt. Such a small sample size. Lycolis entry through Garage on the Montank.
Yeah, the Monty here is going to help really expedite this push horizontally. Lycolis may actually be looking to try and go for the total plant on the B door. Although it's not just as simple as walking up and going for the plant. Plenty of places that still need to be cleared and contested. Crit J does get the first in the round. Good work there on the Nomad. Reaps on the Roam.
First can't find him.
Oh. There hasn't been a single round in this particular map where the opening kill hasn't been converted. So this bodes very well for Fury.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to really just go fast here. Off that kill, good position up above, in towards Service already. BG Man then able to get a second. And there's the push through in front of the shield. Oh, I9 activates it. It's a flawless round for Fury, and suddenly question marks. Massive question marks there as the way the Bleed has been able to defend that site. You picked it for a reason. This is your map pick. That site of choice is not one that we will typically see. And there's a reason for it, I guess, apparently, because that was not really good enough from Bleed. They just never even threw a punch. Fury get a huge attacking round, 2 rounds in a row. And with that, a bit of a lifeline has now been thrown here on Consulate going into this second half. Straight over to CON meeting for Fury. right back into this second map now of the grand final, and
Attackers need to locate and
these are the
defuse the bomb.
pressure stake scenarios as well for Bleed. Losing 2 rounds in a row. Now into this round. What if it gets to 4-3? They're only human. They will be feeling that pressure, knowing full well that Fury are then therefore only so many rounds away from securing their place at the major.
Yeah, I guess it was somewhat of a challenging position Bleed found themselves in. You either repeat the same objective because of the lock, or you go split. Rehearse called. Yeah, that last round though from Fury, really good work there. They got good value from Monty, directly a pressuring site. And as mentioned, in the 5 rounds leading up to that final 1.5, every single time, the opening kill converted into a round win, and that trend continued into round 6. So that's something we'll certainly be keeping our eye on into the second half, but for now it is a technical pause.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tenseful one, isn't it? After the last 2 rounds. Just trying to almost study the faces here of Bleed, but they don't give you much. They don't typically do. I know it kind of looks like they're stressed, or that they're locked in, focused, and etc. But even when they're winning like 7-0, they still typically look like that unless they've actually won it. At the end of rounds, when things are going their way, they're certainly a little bit more ecstatic, but I mean, you can see Fury here. I think this is just quite literally a case of both teams are locked in. Both teams are in a bit of a mindset right now where they just want to stay focused on the game at hand, round by round. I'm curious as to what BG Man is drinking there. Because he's drinking it, but it's not going down. Is that just like a thick smoothie?
It's an infinite drink glitch.
It's an infinite drink.
Well, seeming you're not going to throw it to the break, Jake. I will. Unfortunately, this tech pause is going to take a little longer to resolve. So we are going to go to a break, and on the other side, we'll jump back into the second half.
attackers. Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Hack pause over. Back into the grand final at 2-4. Bleed now onto the attack after losing the previous 2 rounds to Fury. Fury have got themselves back into this second map. Admittedly, at 4-0, I was very much starting to look ahead to Nighthaven Labs. Fortunately, Fury have not done that. They've stayed focused. They've gotten 2 rounds. They're right back into this, now into the defense. They're in a good position, guys. Still lots of work to be done. And I think Bleed are more than capable on the attack here of Consulate. But Fury, I don't mind the spot they're in now.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, certainly eager to jump back in. I do like this Deimos pick straight off the rip from Bleed. So a little bit of Deimos in that first half. Back in round number 3 from Fury. Any time it actually saw an appearance. I do wonder if it's to maybe directly hunt down a singular player from
Attackers have
Fury
located a bomb.
due to the rehost stats on screen have been reset. But I can confirm that Crit J currently top rated here on Consulate 4-4. Certainly not as dominant as the best from Bleed thus far, with Ashby 7-3, Mantle 6-2, Turd 4-2, and had a big multi in one of those rounds. So I do wonder what the theory is here from Bleed. They do also have that Capital Grim combination as well to flush out power positions. Maybe if Vending, for instance, is being played from the defense. For now, though, admin control is taken. Break wall actually electrified. Impact EMPs will land. And so Asfi with secondary hard bridge can open that up.
Deimos in play, and it is indeed the pulse of I9 that is being tracked at the moment. I think a pretty good counter to the pulse. Understanding where the pulse is means that you're not going to get scanned. As we did have a rehost, by the way. I mean, of course, everyone's KDAs have been reset, but the top players so far inside of the server have been Asfi and Mentalist for Bleed, and just barely Crit J and Dark for Fury. Not the kind of numbers, though, that they would like. In fact, no player for Fury is positive. That could change, though, in this 7th round. So far, no real engagement until just then from Reaps, and then the Goo Mine stepped on, but the opening kill has gone the way of Fury. And needed one and shuts down the Deimos on Mentalist through the hallway for Asfi. Down onto BG Man. They can secure Long Desk. I9 with a pistol. One towards Spiral, put the Vault out. Fury, nicely done from I9. Little navigation there to get himself back into the building so quickly as well and get away from that Long Desk position. Reaps, low on health. Angle, couldn't quite win against Dark. Big kill for Hoven. Bit of a scrappy kind of round, but Fury just holding on with their numbers, but they don't have a lot of healthy players. And in that moment, Hoven found another kill, and I9 and Dark kept finding a way, and Fury just kept finding a way to hold on. Not the kind of round that you'd want to repeat. It would give any kind of Fury fan an absolute heart attack with the way that those gunfights and trades were transpiring throughout that round. But it's a round win, nevertheless, for Fury, and it's their 3rd in a row.
Yeah, really chaotic there through the late round, but Fury probably hedging their bets a little bit on a couple of those fights that it was maybe then better to just peel back and play a little bit more defensively in towards that objective, and I think it worked out well. Good example being here, Dark, he just fell back. Didn't want to recontest Reaps. Then got good value in the late round here with the trade onto Hoven. So yeah, really good work there from Fury. Positionally very sound there in the late round. Good attempt from Bleed, but not good enough. And Fury now hot on their heels.
Yeah, I mean, that is one way to put it. Fury, another way to put it, are 4 rounds away from the Manchester Major, of which only one of these 2 teams may go. As cruel as that is.
5 seconds to go.
This is where the mental gets tested as well for Bleed. When you think about more than just the grand final and the significance of this particular match, the history has always been that Fury win the best of 3s locally against Bleed. As great as Bleed have been internationally, Fury have had their number in these pivotal finals matches every single time. Bleed would hate to fall short once again, especially with the noise they have been making internationally, it would be a disaster. And they would be noiseless for quite a few months until later in the year. Which then, you still got to qualify anyway for the next major, and there are no guarantees. Mentalist on the Montang now to help facilitate this attack here for Bleed. 3 rounds in a row for Fury, and the tides have certainly turned. Now they are in control here on Consulate. It's going to be a server back push though here on Basement, and we'll see whether or not this will work out for Bleed. So far solo right now from Mentalist.
Yeah, double hard breach here from the attack, so we should see pressure on the garage wall as well, but 2 Brow Kaid combo to deal with that. No focus main wall at all currently from Bleed. At this point in the round, Fury should be very clued in to the push that Bleed are going to go for. That lack of information is, in essence, giving them that info indirectly. Minute 20 on the clock. Impact EMPs here for Mentalist. And Asfi with the X-Kairos will look to open up this wall and pressure BG man off. But again, 2 Brow Kaid combo could make this a bit of a challenge and stall that out. Hoven and I9 exchange blows up above, or at least try to, but a stalemate at the moment. Wall is stalled out. Minute to go here, and as time continues to wither away, the opportunities for Bleed to get themselves into the round diminish quite quickly as well. Kuche's reposition over towards yellow. Dark's still up above lobby. So Hoven needs to be really careful up above that he continues to provide value on flank watch. Mentalist, chunk of damage taken. Low on the shield now for the remainder of the round.
Oh, Hoven's dead. Oh. Or over towards lobby, towards spiral. Oh,
wins
Hoven
it.
wins that. He wins it. Dark was watching that for a while. You called it out earlier. That's a big kill. Just enables Hoven to really help on this push. And that is a terrifying figure when the Montang starts rushing at you. Mentalist though shot as he was looking to pull the pistol out. Lycolis gets a second now. Suddenly there is Hoven. Need more from him. Turd though up close wins that battle. Down though at the moment is BG Man. It's only Crit J and Lycolis now to 2 versus 1. And it's not 1. It's done. Fury have got themselves another round. Turd was going absolutely insane once again, as he did back earlier in the first half. He salvaged that round, but not this round. It's 4 rounds in a row for Fury. After Bleed opened up the account of Consulate with 4 rounds themselves, Fury have taken back control of this grand final, and we go to split. What an intriguing decision here.
Yeah, I mean, again, another really insane late round. The first kill of round 8 coming with 35 seconds left on the clock. I think a big part of the round was Mentalist falling. I have no idea how right here BG Man survives that and hits that headshot. Like, what? That was wild. And then Lycolis came in support, able to clean up the pistol. Lycolis had some phenomenal moments throughout this playoffs bracket, a player which typically has been
Attackers have discovered
quite a
the location
quiet,
of a
supportive
bomb.
player. Has come into his own this year, it feels. He's really fragged out on a couple of
10
occasions.
seconds left before insertion.
And often when needed as well. So a lot of that experience
5 seconds to go.
shining through, one of the most experienced players in the entirety of Asia.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
But this is a big pressure round for Bleed specifically.
Yeah.
Lose this, it's then a full rotation available for Fury. 2 primary sites. That's the game done. That is the series done. If they could double down on those primaries. So absolutely critical for Bleed to build something in this round.
Oh, man. I mean, I can feel the pressure myself. I can't imagine what these players are feeling. This is not a phase 1, phase 2 seeding match that we've seen before in Asia. This is simply to go to the major. Loser stays home. They don't go anywhere. Their stage is done. 2 teams that have been able to make their names known globally at majors, at 6 invitationals. Pressurized moment. Like Colas, well, thought about it and then just grabs the Kaid Claw and thinks better of it. allows that push in once again through emergency on a server side push, but I don't imagine this is going to be something that Bleed are going to get too involved in. And they want to make sure that they do get a bit more first floor control. And it does come to Split, an intriguing sight as to how you can play this. I mean, you could rush through emergency, play off the Montang, then you don't really have convert. And if you want to hit towers, then you probably want second floor. The whole map really does need to get controlled, and I9 got a little over aggressive. Nice push from Asfi, gets the kill. I9 just trying to hold deep into Visa, despite the fact that Bleed were peppering around the position. Opening up the hatch, and again, it's a top floor control from Fury. Big kill from Asfi. The solo push into Visa has really opened up the round now for Bleed. The best position they have been in for some amount of rounds.
Yeah, without Visa control, Fury will not be able to deny the plant.
Why are they going split, Guz? There's no need. The round is done. It's over. BG in a 1-5-30. There's no time. In terms of the alternatives, Expo and Piano is not necessarily a bad sight. There's enough time remaining that even if he had got them planted there, they still would have been able to salvage it. No time. Solo position in Visa. Can't drop hatch being watched. I mean, you've got to make the most of this. There's at least every chance that you could pull off a miraculous 1v4 from here, but I don't live in that fantasy land, Guz. I don't know if you do either.
No.
But I don't know why. Both teams have gone to split. Both teams have failed it pretty dramatically. It was flawless from Fury onto Bleed's defense of this site, and it was close to it from Bleed onto Fury on this particular site. Expo and Piano was available. They opted against it. Now, that has given Bleed just a bit of hope here that they've got control once again on Consulate.
Yeah, I mean,
And now they go to Expo and Piano anyway.
Yeah, okay, that is quite unusual. So, again, there's very limited data on this map, and there was also that very one-sided result between Fury and Elevate with the 7-0, which skews the data massively. But Expo Piano does have 100% defender win rate. Played 5 times heading into the night. Again, it's limited data, so I'm not going to read into that too much. But I will say the rotation is very intriguing, because I was just about to set the storyline now that OT very much feels imminent. Bleed will be anticipated to win the tertiary again, so that puts them to 6 rounds. Fury will also be on 6 rounds after winning what I was going to think would be the 2 primary sites. Well, that's not going to be the case. They throw Piano as a bit of a spanner in the works.
I guess this is like a last hurrah, though, to win this out in regulation. You win this, and suddenly you can play basement and top floor again to close it out 7-5.
Yeah, that's true. That's one way to look at it, I suppose, and maybe it'll catch Bleed off. It's a calculated risk. We'll see if it works out. Mirror in play round 10. We don't see the twitch in response or an Ash from Bleed. So we'll keep that in mind as to how effective those mirror windows end up being.
So both teams have won 4 rounds in a row. First was Bleed, then was Fury. Now Bleed on the score sheet again to make it 5-4. Into the 10th round, it's been an intriguing Consulate. For those maybe just tuning in or very recently, it was 7-5. Fury, of course, picked that map. Very just and rewarded. Not sure who to say has really deserved Consulate more, but Bleed edge it out currently, and therefore that'll do. It just comes down to these final rounds as who can just kind of play that little bit better, that little bit cleaner. Has to be into break and almost gets this kill and does get the kill. BG may try and run away from those bullets, but the bullets are faster than him. Big opening kill for Bleed, and the pressure starting to now be applied to Fury. Still key positions that do need to be cleared out, flushed out. 90 seconds left. Hoven top spiral. But Mentalist with the Vendetta gets the kill onto I9. And suddenly Bleed are in such a strong position now to get themselves map point from here. Up 3-5 in this round. Crit J, is he aware of the fact that there is Hoven top spiral? He is! but he still loses the battle anyway after getting rid of the air jab. But now, Bleed have only got 2 more players to get rid of, standing in their way to that map point.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely brutal map clear from Bleed. They have not put a foot wrong at all. Fury leaning heavily into holding up above for the lines of sight they've established in towards the objective, but they are now not really in a position to capitalize. It's all on Dark. Dark has to be the one to make a play, and Lycolis can bunker down on sight. But he's been death marked. Surely, oh my... He just killed the Deimos. Are you serious?
Big kill, 30 seconds left. Nitrocell available for Lycolis, but he's getting pinched. He's under a lot of pressure, trying to play off that mirror window. Dark to the rescue, got one, couldn't get the second on the Aspie. Can call that position out. Lycolis, good shot behind you on the vault in. Lycolis gets it, has a Nitrocell, 13 seconds left. Reaps, no kills yet since the tech. Rehost, vault over, breaks the window, runs away. He hasn't got the kit. Reaps has to chase as fast as he can with the bailiff. 4 seconds, prone, but it's not enough. Reaps does it from distance with the bailiff. And Bleed hold on to a round in which they almost lost the unlosable. But it's map point for Bleed in this grand final. Keanu Reaps does it again.
Holy shit, that round raises the heart rate. And we're just the neutral observers. The end of that round was utterly insane. I mean, Dark dropping the Deimos and then opening up that condition. We then saw the pinch onto Lycolis, who was able to fight himself out of that spot. As I mentioned, without any direct counters onto the mirror windows, they could have been super powerful, and we saw the info gathered there in the 1 versus 1. Initially, as we backtrack, really good map clear from Bleed. I mean, cut them down. That shot there, wild. Good flank as well then from Dark. Eventual trade.
This from
3
Lycolis
versus 1. That shot, insane. Presence of mind for the swing. Reaps wasn't in a position to trade. Then forced to hunt him down, pistol in hand, no diffuser under the arm. Not a lot of time. Lycolis couldn't get far enough away for that win condition. And Reaps does it again.
What a crucial round that could be for both teams. For 2 very different reasons. Map point Bleed. 2 of them. Looking to send us to the 3rd and decisive map of Nighthaven Labs. Fury, 2 more opportunities. Get this one to overtime. Put the pressure right back on to Bleed. It hasn't quite been the grand final that Reaps would typically maybe play to the level of, but that was a huge, huge round for him. He's 4-7 here on Consulate. We don't get to see the full picture because of the rehost, but I have the statistics here. 45% cost. But that won them the round, and that's the most impactful kill that you could get. No cost statistic will be able to really highlight how big that 1 kill was.
We talked about it earlier. The entry statistic and conversion here on Consulate, it has been perfect so far. All 10 rounds, the team that has gotten the first kill has won it. And Crit J almost hip fires and hits an utterly insane shot there to find the first in this round, but misses. So that's something that we're keeping a very keen eye on in this round. Hoven taken low. Taken lower once more. But survives as he sneaks his way up through yellow stairs.
I think that's just a combination of goo mines that he's kind of just pushed through. J holding towards Spiral. Hoven now maybe in a position that Bleed would potentially not be anticipating someone to be in at this point, this early on. Slow approach from Hoven. I mean, Bleed are really just trying to will their way to this 3rd map. 60 seconds left. They are doing everything possible, putting themselves into aggressive positions, playing as if they are the ones who are going to determine this result one way or another. But a big kill from Crit J on the slow push from Spiral. Up goes Mentalist. Dark's going to run into him. Oh, a headshot from Crit J. Almost takes out the feet of Mentalist as well. Double impact is strong. It gets Mentalist low. Spots the other player coming in. Aspie. Well, he does get the team kill. The Turd gets a kill on to Dark, and it brings it to a 3 versus 2. 30 seconds left, and still winnable for Asfi and Turd, who have both been very good in these clutch scenarios. Late round, but not a lot of time left in this round.
I mean, double hard breach, not really going to have an impact this late in the round. It's just about trading out these picks. It's only 10 seconds, and they've got the cross on defense.
Yeah, flash goes out. Nice stealth full in hand as well for BG, but he doesn't even need it. One made it past, but I9 was ready for him anyway, and that's a big round win for Fury. The extension up above towards Spiral paid dividends. They were able to get a couple of early kills. Largely dealt with the Montang as well when it did come into the fray. Tactical timeout called by Bleed. Mentalist, a couple of words there momentarily. Oh, nervous moments, nervous times for both teams. Bleed would love nothing more, though, to just relieve those nerves, guys. And that's what would happen with a round win here out of this tactical timeout. You get to breathe. You get it. I think they get like 15, 20 minutes as well before the next map, something like that, to just reset going into the third. Fury, though, would love nothing more than to continue on and send this one to overtime. Look at Dark. It's like he's trying to hide. They're all just so... Mentalist is biting his nails. You can almost feel the pressure coming through those player cameras right now.
Yep, that's 11 rounds now, entry conversion. All really came down to this spiral pressure. Crit J doing a phenomenal job to drop Hoven first, then gets the second at the beginning of this replay package. Monty offered some value, but Asfi with a bullet to the back of the head. Drop that shield. Basement has been a struggle for Bleed in this match. I haven't been able to really get their teeth into a lot of those attacks, and Fury on the roam have been strong. But can they extend this game into overtime? Confirmation that Fury will begin on defense in overtime. If that's to be the case, it'll be 4 defensive rounds for both teams on their respective sides, so it doesn't bode particularly well for Bleed, based on the sample size within this match. So we'll see if they can close it out here. Primary side though, top floor. Fury should be comfortable if they can withstand the pressure.
What's interesting is I'm getting a bit of flashbacks as well to Skyscraper, because it was quite similar. It was 6-4 in favor of Fury, then Bleed won a round, then we see the tactical timeout, and then we see a 7-5 win for Fury. Would that happen now for Bleed? Potentially. Not a guarantee. It's even more interesting about it as well as Fury were on the attack in that map of Skyscraper too. It's a very similar proposition. That was the primary site of Team Room and Karaoke, in which Fury won to close it out. Now we go to CO and Meeting, which is where we started in this half. It was won by Fury. Can they do it again? To send us to overtime, or will Bleed send us to one of my favorite maps in Nighthaven Labs? One of the better maps to decide any kind of series. It really does feel like a net neutral battleground to maybe finish this off. Gas Babe thrown early. Mentalist again, a bit of a nuisance on the Montaigne, this time towards Yellow Stairs. No one wants to make a mistake now.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
So diffuser then outside CEO Repel, maybe suggesting that Bleed are going to go for more direct hit in combination with the Monty up yellow through blocks. Maybe have someone follow the shield and then cut off split. Reaps as well down below can look to buck out those tagged by the Hive launcher from the Grim as well. That's all very standard at the moment from Bleed, and unlikely to be anything Fury haven't seen before. Mentalist mindful of the flank. Amaru to come through. That's Asfi to bait out utility. That's one of those gas babes expended. Only one remains for Lycola, so good bait there from Asfi. Oh! Down below, Rips gets flanked. No one in support. Good work from I9. Also means Solus is below for plant denial, so that is a huge condition for Fury to be able to win this round. Crit J as well to double down.
A second is huge. Montaigne dealt with Reaps, dealt with again Reaps. His struggles continue. Outside of that kill with the Bailiff, there's the Amaru in, and I9 has seen this, and Asfi's going for the plant. What's the plan here from I9? Stalled out in the closet. Oh, but there's one into Piano! This round just changes again! I9 just got completely bamboozled there. For a second, he thought he was clear. Outside, Crit J gets the kill onto Hoven. So even if this plan is successful, no one to play off it on the rappel. Crit J still shot in the back. BG Man though shoots Turd in front of him. Asfi, all to do by himself now in a 1v2. Up yellow he goes with 20 seconds left. He has the diffuser, but the barbed wire, it gives away his position. No more charges on that grappling hook either. This is indeed the only avenue. One close right, one close left, and that's BG Man. And that's Fury sending us to overtime.
Cool, calm, and composed there from Fury. It felt like I9 was maybe going to single-handedly throw the round there for Fury, or at least make it a lot more challenging for defense, but the rest of the team stood up in the moment, denying that default plant position, effective trading down below as they played into the rotation from Bleed as they tried to clear the likes of I9. I mean, there's really high quality siege for the majority of that round from both teams. Fury edge out, and they go bloody split. They go split
What?
first round OT. Are you
What?
serious?
There's no way that they've opted to go for split.
That is wild.
That is a bizarre decision. I'm speechless. You have double OT defense and you opt for split after what has happened to both teams defending this site. I need good reasoning, and I need it now from Fury. Prove me wrong, prove us wrong.
5 seconds remaining.
Double OT defense to go to the major, and they send it to Server and Tellers.
Defuse a bomb.
First floor, basement, defense. Bleed on the attack once again, still bringing that Montang. Reaps now onto the Grim. And their lifeline could be provided to them by the site choice of Fury. I wonder if Bleed are a little surprised by what they're about to run into. The fact that they've seen this site choice, I wonder, does it just fill them with a final glimmer of hope?
This is wild. Now, casting our mind back last time, Bleed sent the Monty here down electrical, and then it was asking me to unlock things through Visa. Like, hole's very low. Again, entry critical, absolutely critical in this match. Like, Cole's able to get back and can battery off the next wall. So shield will be in place. They still, though, will need control in the likes of Visa. Top floor as well, being held by Crit J, who again lost his life to Ashby despite high ground advantage last time. Bleed may need to add a bit more layering to this push. It's probably not going to be as easy for them to get that Visa control this time around.
Into electrical for Mentalist. Shaping up to get this control towards Server. Last time out, if you recall, it was Asfi. Solo push into Visa. Got a double kill. One in, Visa, and then one above. That wall did not get opened up. It has been denied. This is taking some time now for Bleed, and certainly not the pace that they had on Split last time out, where they won it very quickly, very comprehensively.
Well, I mean, there's still two defenders top floor, so...
Yeah, they look a little bit stalled out.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed don't have avenues to get plant down, unless maybe... Oh, this would be an insane lurk from Hoven. I don't know how he's managed to get Spiral here. This could throw things into chaos a little bit, force those roamers top floor back down, Turd as well, so they're not going to contest top floor at all, Bleed. Instead, try and exploit horizontally towards that bot floor, force the retake. I mean, that's probably their best option with only 40 seconds to go. We'll see if it works out.
I mean, geez, it's just going to come down to a frag fest on site, I feel like, at one of the sites. Turd, right side, never got cleared. PG Man was just lurking there the whole time. Hoven does get one plant to go down from Aspi, but Mentalist will fall. No Montang, so no shield for the post plant. Now, my calls is low. Keep that in mind. PG Man gets the kill onto Hoven, and the round starting to maybe fall into the favor of Fury, but the plant has gone down successfully for Bleed. Something that they can play off of. I9 trying to get some information. Information found. Nitrocell thrown. Yellow ping. Bang! Massive kill from I9. Reaps now the solo, but he is watching that diffuser from above. kill onto Lycolis. Successful. A second directly below. They're both below. Another kill. Oh, it's a team kill. I9 is taking out BG Man accidentally. He has to get on this kid. He fakes. Gets off. No time. No chance. Reaps will do it so incredibly well. Fury have bundled it at the final hurdle in that round. They fall over themselves and trip over themselves. Huge for Bleed. And onto the defense they go now with overtime match point.
And that really does feel like a big stumble from Fury. Phenomenal clutch from Reaps, but the split objective choice, nobody has won it on defense. They got the opening kill. That is the only round in the match that hasn't been converted, and it's at the critical juncture when you have OT defense. They have stumbled. That is a massive loss from Fury, and one that could haunt them for the rest of the series. And if they're going to lose the match, I tell you what, it'll be haunting them for the next 3 months. That is a huge round to lose, but equally a massive round to win from Bleed. Phenomenally played there from above.
Oh.
Reaps getting full value in that round. It was messy from Bleed, having to try and trade out horizontally. Great nitro from I9.
3 versus 1.
And Reaps
No
just
one had
lurks up above.
the
I thought he
mind
hit the
to
shot
go
there.
above.
I thought
yeah,
he
I
hit the
did as
shot,
well.
but it was
yeah.
but it was a TK. Are you serious?
This is the player reaction, by the way, to the team kill, and you could see BG Man in that moment just had a little sigh. Oh, it's these little margins, guys, that come back to haunt you. I will say, in fairness to I9, at that point, with 2 players on the diffuser, it was always going to be difficult. With Reaps, the only one up above, no one contesting him. They needed to, in that moment, 3 versus 1. After I9 gets that kill, and they eventually then know that Reaps is above, they have to go for the rotate, no matter how long it may take. Even if you send 2, 1 stays below, but hangs out near the diffuser, I don't care. 3 stacking kit there, with Reaps in such a powerful position, just did not work out. And now Bleed have got the chance on defense to close this out and send us to Nighthaven Labs to extend what has been a tremendous grand final thus far. Reaps splashed out through managers, allows the push in. He's actually also been hit, taken to almost half health. Drone just maybe catching Hoven in towards break. Aggressive early from Fury, not wanting to maybe rest on their laurels or cast doubt into their minds. They begin this round perfectly. Good opening kill, good aggression early. Vulcan canister blown up. Flash goes out. Hoven is scrambling. He's not sure where this pressure's going to come from. Even Reaps has fallen back. This has been a great take from Fury.
Yep. Opening kill's critical. They got it in the last round. Struggled to convert off the back of that cold clutch from Reaps, but position themselves now nicely. Midway point of the round, admin control ascertained. Next will be that vending hallway control to follow. Like Coles pivots over towards the balcony. Hoven seeing if maybe he can sneak something through the drone hole, but thinks better of it. Canister popped, so that's a 20-second buffer now for defense. Strong keeper barrier position to deny default plant here for the defense. Like Coles with the hive launch, you can cut the line from that feeding balcony position. Hoven, it feels critical that he finds at least something here.
Under a minute. Bleed on the back foot. Fury just bearing down on them. Trying to push in towards meeting, but Mentalist will have none of it. Big kill, off service turn. Oh, the air jab though. Surely they play off of this. Indeed they do. The big kill. Bit of damage onto I9 from Turd, but the flank unsuccessful. Mentalist so low. Reaps again. He's already had 2 huge clutches. Gets Babe thrown out. The entry through the doorway no longer possible. The entry into Consulate shut off completely because of Reaps. Single-handedly won 2 rounds earlier. Closes out this one. It's the Reaps show towards the end. It's Bleed sending us to Nighthaven Labs.
I mean, all I can say is, wow, what a game of Siege that was on Consulate. Reaps, incredible individual performance, but in the end, everyone from Bleed did have their highlight moments in this match. I think that is the biggest takeaway from this. Fury will be reaping their decision, I think, to still go split defense OT to kick things off. That was a big error on reflection. As I said, that could haunt them in the series. If they don't go to the major, it's going to haunt them for a hell of a lot longer than that. So an opportunity to rebound. Nighthaven Labs, as you mentioned, neutral territory, and well-deserved of this close matchup.
Mate, at one point, Reeves was like 4-7 going negative, and from that point, he ends up getting essentially 3 clutches, 2 of them single-handedly, 1 at the end there, played the smoke roll so well on meeting, on site, denied entry, got kills, did it all. That is the power of Keanu Reeves. Let's go to the desk and see what their thoughts are here on this grand final.
Sentiment here is that we have a series on our hands. That's all I can say. Dev, a very, very entertaining second map there.
Yeah, I was pulling my hair out. That is an insane game. Like, firstly, Bleed looking like they were just like gonna stomp, right? 4 rounds of defense in a row. All of them, they got the opening pick. A lot of them were pretty convincing. Like, you had one where it was a flawless round, one where they only dropped 1 player. And then Fury got 4 rounds in a row to attack and to defense. And I thought that it was going to be a lockout in regulation for Fury. That final round there, like that Tellers round, I couldn't, not the final round of the game, but that Tellers round with Reeps clutching. I'm still catching up because Reeps had 2 insane clutches and his performance on smoke in that final round. But I'm blown away because, as we've said, like, he is the best player statistically in Asia League, but it does feel like he's been a bit quiet occasionally, and this was one of those games. And then in like 2 big clutch situations, he stepped up. One was where they almost bundled the 3v1, if you remember that. Like, Colas hit 2 gnarly shots on the mirror, and then Reeps just sent it with the bailiff. My God, like, Colas should have run that round, dead to rights, but Reeps is so cold. Like, we're expecting him. He's just sprinting. He doesn't care. And even in that other round as well, where he clutches from Grim above on Tellers, again, he's just like, he gets the first kill, which is good. Like, probably fair enough for Fury to lose that. Like, they didn't know where he was. Then they know where he was. I9TK's BG, man. And, like, the second that team kill comes through, Reeps just, like, his body language completely changes. I mean, his in-game body language. Like, we're spectating him, and he goes from, like, knowing he has to peek to just immediately falls back. Like, this guy is so focused that he understands win conditions changing on a moment's notice. And, yeah, I'm still getting over that game because that was absolutely nuts.
Look, Mandy, it's something that was said multiple times by multiple teammates as we started to talk to them throughout the stage. He is known as the player that either does nothing or does everything in a single round. And sometimes, just sometimes, the win condition is that man. Reeps has been unbelievable this series, but it's not to take away from Fury's performance whatsoever. This was nearly done and dusted in only 2 maps, had it not have been for those heroics.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a very clear divide between the attacking philosophies between these 2 teams especially. I think the way that Fury have been attacking this has been like they've been bringing along all these like really self-sufficient operators, right? You've got like Capital, Buck, Monty, Grim, all this kind of stuff, which as a player yourself, you can use the tools in your own pocket to make a play. Whereas I think on the side of Bleed, they've got like the complete opposite philosophy on their attacks, right? They're bringing like map-oriented operators, like they're doubling down on the hard breach. They're bringing in the Monty every single round, but it's brought along with some kind of, I don't know, some kind of explosive utility off the back, an extra nade or something like that, right? So I think overall on Consulate, I think their philosophy ended up being really good. I know we've been talking a lot about Reeps, but Asfi, I think on the Hibana, being able to flex between like Hibana with breaches or Hibana with flashes in the right situation was, to me, with the correct operator to be able to deconstruct the map. And I think that, to me, was what pulled it over the line. I think just the way that they ended up attacking the map as a whole, you know, a lot of the plays that we saw Reeps go for, especially like stuff like playing the vertical there, that's aided because you've got like breaches on someone, the right player. You've got a bailiff on Reeps or like something like that. You know, I think the way that they deconstructed the map was just better than what Fury were able to do in that map.
The beautiful thing about Bleed as a whole is so many players can go unnoticed in maps. You know, we saw Hoven earlier in that series starting to kind of gain that momentum. It swings back with Reeps, Turds having big rounds. Again, when you turn that story on the flip side, Dev, Fury, they're just, I felt like there were a couple of rounds where they were starting to get stuck in mud. How do you think this series translates to Labs? This is going to be, I mean, if ever there were deciding maps to go to, Nighthaven Labs, for whatever reason, continues to be that series-ending, series-defining, unbelievable map that just delivers.
Yeah. Nighthaven Labs is a little bit of an unknown for me. Coming into this series, when we looked at the veto, I said that I think the first two maps probably favor Bleed, and Nighthaven probably favors Fury. Admittedly, Nighthaven here is like a bit of a mid-preference map for Bleed. Like, they don't love it, they don't hate it. It's not their most banned, not their least banned. But they actually haven't played it since the 6th Invitational, and they only played it once there. It was against Team Liquid, and Bleed lost it. But it was a close 5-7. So that's like okay. But admittedly, that's quite old news now. It's been a while since SI. As for Fury, they played this quite recently. It was picked against them by Elevate, and they won it. And that, for me, shows that I think Fury are good on Nighthaven Labs.
Yep.
And I think it's going to come down to whether Bleed have had the time and the wits to firstly predict the veto. Like, I think this a lot comes down to, I presume Julio's doing a lot of this work, but yeah, if Julio managed to predict or expect that Labs would be left in here, which I think he probably would have, because Fury don't always ban it. And secondly, has Julio and the team had enough time to really look at Labs and break down the way Fury play it? Because I think that just having a little bit of a head start on knowing how Fury play it and briefing the players on Bleed on that will definitely help. At the end of the day, obviously, it just matters what happens in the server. But these teams are like absolutely neck and neck. The momentum is so like flippant. It can move at a moment's notice. We saw that 4 rounds from Bleed, 4 rounds from Fury straight away. And so I really just think like it's going to boil down to the server. I think both teams will probably be ready for this map, and I don't really know who's going to win it.
And Mandy, we're going to kickstart a little bit here on the vetoes. It looks like we've got a defender start for Fury. I mean, given what we've seen in the in the series so far, it doesn't feel like it's going to make a massive difference what side anyone starts on, just due to the nature of how close these two teams are matched. Does that change anything going into this final map?
To me, not really, to be honest. I think Nighthaven Labs is already a map that I think is leaning itself into being one of the more 50-50 maps on the sides. And especially with the brand of Rainbow Six that these two teams are bringing in, I think they'll both be challenging each other in their own ways and be able to have their own interpretation of the map. And I honestly, I think it could go either way. I don't really think it matters that much what the starting side is, although defense does tend to have that that innate comfort that comes with the side. So yeah, I mean, maybe Fury can get a head start here, but I wouldn't count on that.
Yeah, and even if they do, be careful of the false positive. We've seen it time and time again. Well, it is time for us to go to a break. We've only got one map to decide which of these two teams is heading to the Manchester Major. We'll be back after this.
Well, this is it. It's the final map of the grand final for Age League Stage 1. Fury will begin defense of Nighthaven Labs. Bleed will be attacking. And Bleed have been able to get some respite. The pressure valve released after what was an intense finish on Consulate. Just able to take out their map pick 8-6. Fury, they cannot get into their minds, guys. They cannot sit back and wonder what if. They have to just now let go of Consulate and focus entirely on this final map.
Yeah, Nighthaven is very much a middle map for both teams. 5th preference for Fury, and it sits currently as number 5 also for Bleed. So it's a map that they frequently ban themselves, but also have banned against them, and add a layer on top of a bit of mystery. We don't have a ton of play data on the map for either team as well. We do have somewhat recent data for Bleed, albeit at SI, where they took on Team Liquid. They lost that game. Oddly enough, last win was against Fury. Fury themselves also played the map at SI against Loss, and were actually very, very successful, but nothing to suggest that this favors one team more than the other by all too much. I'm expecting very close halves between the two. 3-3 honestly is, I think, a very fair benchmark on what is a relatively neutral map in this particular game. As for the bans, they come through, the most notable one being the Monty from the hands of Bleed, identifying that it has been very valuable for Fury in this series so far, and not wanting to face it here on Labs.
It's really difficult to sit back and say who deserves this one spot. The easy way to say it, though, is that they both deserve to go internationally to majors, to 6 invitationals. It's very unfortunate that we will be leaving one behind. But at least we can kind of, in some ways, rest knowing full well the team does go will fully deserve to go. Which is a bit of a blessing here for Asia League, for what's been a stage that was hyped up to be ultra competitive, and has certainly played that part throughout this stage to begin 2024. So credit to both teams, credit to this league. It has been, as always, incredibly entertaining. There can only be one winner, though. And we begin Nighthaven Labs, the final map of Asia League Stage 1 for 2024. Fury and Bleed. It comes down to a best of one, and maybe there is something in that for Bleed, because that has so far been the only way they've ever beaten Fury, is one map.
Yeah, wouldn't that be one hell of a continuation if Fury are able to win another best of 3? Certainly possible. Basement round 1 here for the 3rd map here in the grand final. Ooh, Turd with a logic bomb, and here's one over towards lobby, but doesn't go to investigate. Instead, we'll link up with the rest of the team over towards the garage side of the map. Ram in play, and so the boogie auto breaches from Hoven can create line of sight in towards both objectives. Triple sack on the roam, or at least a double currently through cafeteria here from Fury. Looking to find tradable positions for one another. Positions that will ultimately need to be cleared by Bleed, I assume. One logic bomb remains, and this feels pretty pivotal for Bleed.
Yeah, early days. Can't get too caught up, though, in these opening rounds. Just I'll rip there momentarily. Oh, PG Man just throws it up. Oh, he gets a kill onto Hoven. Excuse me? Well, that is a huge nitrous cell, considering it's essentially just a fadeaway. A bit of a hope and heave. Trades now ring out around the map. PG Man's still alive, but just barely. Gust of wind would knock him over at this point, like Colison defending. Good position. Logic bomb, though, rings out. Final one, activated by Turd. Lycolis has to fall away from that position. Mentalist creeping down. Certainly, though, right now it's a split for Bleed, although Turd makes his way back over towards Garage. In fact, now all three somewhat positioned together. Not a lot of time. 20 seconds. Through the vert, and suddenly that could open up the site. Flash thrown out. Mentalist drops. Again, got to keep moving here. There's not much time remaining. PG Man's low in for the plant now. By Mentalist. Turd Is he going to be strong again? But there is that low health BG man. I mean, he's quite literally just run straight through him. Mentalist now into assembly. He's the solo. No one to protect him. And therefore, Dark gets the easy double kill. There was only so much that Mentalist could do in that late round execution. Time was their biggest enemy. And Fury hold on to open up the account here on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, the coverage there in the late round had to be absolutely perfect there from Bleed to recover the round. Sure, they picked one from Verb, but that plant position is reliant on a couple of key angles and crossfires being held. There's gunfights though, going the way of Fury. Consolidate the round very nicely towards the end as well. So good work from the defense. I suppose just to contextualize things a little bit, I was going to look at the data on this map for Asia, but it has only been played once, so not really much to take away from that, unfortunately. Good work there from Dark. Yeah, so solid little confidence booster for Fury. They can now head top floor for round number 2, and with both Azami and Mirror in play, this site certainly becomes more playable than it otherwise would be with one of or both of those banned out.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, big switch up. So from the Deimos to the Blitz, typically they are combined together. Just having a quick little look back as well, Skyscraper and Consulate, the 2 maps that we've played so far, and of course both have been incredibly contested. But it was a 4-1 start on the defense for Fury back on Skyscraper, so I'm looking at kind of those defensive starts. It was 4 defensive rounds to begin, of course, on Consulate for Bleed. So defense has been the prevailing side. Shock and horror to all. And so therefore for Fury, getting these rounds is certainly going to be far more important. Bleed, any early attacking rounds they can get will certainly be quite different to what we've seen play out in this whole series, in this whole grand final. It has been defense to begin all of these maps so far. And it has been again to start Labs with that opening round. Having 1 basement, they go top floor, command and serve, and now for the second round. 2 nitrous cells, no, 3 nitrous cells brought into this round. And the Blitz being used, it can have a couple of entry points, either to clear out rafters or into IT, but even for a bit of a push through blue. Ooh, this is aggressive. Hoven, slip in, gets into that rafters position. Does break that mirror window. 90 seconds left. Big posture though on the IT side. Oh, it's a headshot angle, but oh, Crit J, disgusting. I thought he was going to be the one to fall there. Hoven was holding such a great angle. Big opening kill for Fury. And Mentalist will just send it in towards blue and hope to get this battle to be won against Lycolis. Indeed he will, but the trade, he wouldn't have been expecting that. And I don't know if Crit J would have been expecting Turd to then follow in. And there's another trade.
Are you serious?
So incredibly chaotic here. I9 to fall. Another one to fall. We can't capture them all, and it's a 1 versus 1 with 60 seconds left. Guys, slow down. There's still time. Reeps to pop up against BG, man. He can barely even see him. He just shoots and sprays and prays and now holds the angle. He's got the time. 40 seconds underneath the Kiba barrier. Oh, he spots him. A slight little adjustment, just like that, and the head peeks out. Huge attacking round for Bleed.
And another clutch from Reeps off the back of another super hotly contested round. You know it's the 2 best teams playing well inside of the server when there's that much time left on the clock, but they're both so in tune to what the other team is doing, and we're seeing such quick, immediate trading all the way down to a very close 1 versus 1. That is, again, really high quality siege. We saw Bleed unlock the round off the back of the Blitz and that push over towards top blue stairs. And there's trade after trade after trade after trade after trade. Just did not stop. Reeps found himself in an awkward position, but made good use of the Salma and then able to force the position of that final defender. There was Mentalist unlocking the round before the Nitro was expended. Crit J finds the trade, but then immediately traded back. Turd, then caught off guard. And then BG Man eventually left in the 1 versus 1. Falters to Reeps, who has been the absolute menace inside of this server this evening. Fury cannot shut him down.
Attackers are heading out.
Huge round. gives Bleed that early advantage with a early attacking round, sets the tone. Can they follow it up? A few successive attacking rounds would really put the pressure on to Fury early in this decisive third map. Garage to get opened up, I9 holding close, nothing he can really do to stop that whatsoever. And certainly get some information with that cardiac sensor, but not really anything else. He'll at least be able to play from below and get more info on the fact that IT is getting opened up. The Thatcher able to aid in the fact that these electric laws have been placed. So, crazy start here to the final map. But Bleed looking pretty confident and comfortable here on the attack.
See how they go about unlocking storage this time around. Very old school lineup with the Thatcher Thermite and the Aces Double Down for Hard Breach combo. You also think about the IQ being brought with perhaps a Valkyrie presence. Won't be the case, but there is Solace and Pulse, which can both be tracked. Nomad as well, so when Bleed are able to ascertain some map control, they then can cut that off with air jabs on flank watch. And it is Reaps on that Nomad. So we'll see if he can continue to be a threat. I9 taken very low. Reaps now to creep forward.
Open a kill for Hoven. Oh, this is not ideal for Bleed. Sorry, for Fury. This is not the kind of round that they would want on defense. Losing another. Dark needs to get going and does with a big kill there. He's had 4 so far. 60 seconds left, and that just kind of stems the bleeding ever so slightly for Fury. Reap's still quite low, but boy, has he activated here on the final map. I mean, his clutch plays and Consulate kept him in the game, but he does lose his life there. Cast a curse. Well and truly. 3 versus 3. With 40 seconds left in the round, a rotate now from Asfi with the diffuser. Mentalist wandering around outside, wanting to get themselves into the best position to hit site directly. Couple of flashes still available from Asfi on the Thermite. Gritchay low, but he has got a Nitrosol, can play back of sight to deny the plant, and in they go through Garage. Turd, good angle. Selma to open up even more sight lines here. There's no real time remaining. 12 seconds, so it's just going to be a plant in the doorway. Dark, can he deny from this position? Wants to get an angle, pings it out. Yellow ping can't be played off. The plant does not get denied, despite the fact there's a Solus down below. That's his whole job. The flash to deny the push up through cargo stairs. Asfi will push this. So aggressive, but he wins it. Dark maybe was not anticipating anyone to push down those stairs. Bleed catching Fury off guard with a quick plant in sight. They banked everything on that Solus. PG man to drop down into Garage, but Mentalist with a crucial position, and Bleed with now a crucial lead in this decisive map of the grand final.
And again, it's another really good read from Bleed in the late round. Planting in the perfect position so that the Solace had less of an impact in directly denying from down below. I think there may have again been a miscomm there, or a shortness of communication perhaps there from Fury. That info still could have been relayed, I think, to others who were in positions to deny.
Attackers need to
Either way though, with the plant going down and then the re-aggression from Bleed down below, they were able to confirm the round. Hoven with a very snappy 2k to kick things off, open things up. Dark then trying to get his way back for the retake. Taken down by Asfi. Big round there from Bleed. And the late round once again falling short for Fury.
Yeah, hard to lie, but it's worrying signs right now for Fury. Defense has prevailed in this grand final. Skyscraper, Consulate, now into Labs, a map that can certainly be really defender-sided at times. Not always, but I feel like in these kind of crucial moments, it certainly can be. And 2 attacking rounds early for Bleed now puts them in a very strong position. Fury need a quick and swift response. Otherwise, this grand final, this major could get away from them. Bleed have been so strong on Labs on the attack. It's some of the better attacking siege that we've seen in this grand final. And don't get it twisted, we've seen enough attacking rounds in this grand final, but they have looked very calculated here on Labs. into the 4th round, back down to tank and assembly for what has so far only been won by Fury, but it was only played once. It's their safe haven. Back they go again to try and tie up the score board to 2-2, but if they lose this round, and I9 is disconnected.
Too late as well.
And it's too late into the round to call a rehost, and therefore Fury have to play the rest of this round as a 4 versus 5 in a critical grand final round. That has happened, and boy, does that test the mental.
Yeah, and on the primary side as well. Oh, and Crit J almost falls as well to Vert. Hoven doubles down.
Oh no.
Another round pitch to go the way of Bleed, but BG Man is able to fight back. Crit J still on the roam as well. 40 HP. He needs to find something else here. But Bleed are being patient. Perhaps sensing that there is still one off-site. Drones now to come forward. Double drone from Bleed. Is Ashby aware of Crit J's position?
Oh, Jay. Well, he had a chance, and that chance has subsided just as quick as he had it. It's gone. He's down. It means that Fury will be down to just 2 players remaining with a minute left in this round. I'm actually not even sure if Ashby's aware of this. Drone onto BG Man down below.
Attackers dropped the
I mean, to me, the way he's holding this angle, he might not be aware of the fact that Crit J is down. Never mind. Now he knows, but with that, the Nitrocell follow-up from BG Man is perfectly timed. From above, Hover with a chance, and on the angle, and the flash doesn't quite go through the floorboard. 40 seconds left. Reaps, good position. Bleed, getting themselves in towards the site. No more Nitrocells, and Reaps now to go for the plant. Third. Oh! BG Man got one, but then Lycolis will fall, and so suddenly BG Man with an all to do, and what a shot from Hoven! It's a stab into the heart of Fury. 3 attacking rounds now for Bleed. And yeah, they haven't called a technical, and mainly because I9 has got himself back into the server. But my goodness, if that doesn't test the team's mental, guys, I don't know what does. In a do or die round, I9 DCs just after time to call the rehost. They had to play it out as 4, and they couldn't get the job done. Bleed with a 2-round advantage.
Yeah, really unfortunate circumstances for Fury in that particular round, outside of their control. But what is in control is the final 2 rounds of this half. We pitched a 3-3. Had to look back as well at the numbers at SI. It was a 54% defensive win rate, so 3-3 is more than okay. Outside of that round, though, just gone with the technical issue. The 2 prior were, though, quite, you know, well played by Bleed. They do feel like the better team
5 seconds left before insertion.
in the server at the moment. It's really up to Fury to prove that they still deserve that spot at the major in the next 2 rounds to keep it competitive. Fighting back on the attacking half is easier said than done. Bleed just comprehensive in that prior round. Not really putting a foot wrong outside of the plant denial. Not quite, or the plant coverage, not quite landing at the end, but it was traded well by Reaps. Continues to be good in the late round. Above we go round 5, and the Blitz is once again in play.
Imperative that Fury get the last 2 defensive rounds here to just put themselves at least back into a somewhat winnable position. Bleed are running over Fury, are running rampant here on Nighthaven Labs, and boy, does it make you just wonder about Consulate. A couple of winnable rounds for Fury that could have got the job done on that map, but Bleed held strong. Nicolas, frag grenade lands at your feet, and all you do is ponder what's to come after that. There's a Blitz on the side of Bleed. I9 back into the server, but so far no kills. The player that was so incredibly strong on Skyscraper, he had a tremendous game. 15-8. He led the way as well on Consulate. 11-10. And he is absolutely required now for Fury here on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, we'll see what the game plan is for Bleed in this particular round. I'm presuming, again, it's going to be to send the Blitz over towards Blue Stairs and play the trade game. It may also be Rafters as well. In the face of the Azami, that is a potential option as well. But Mentalist is posturing and smokes off Garage, so Blue will be the play. And Turd to follow for the trade.
Straight in towards Blue. Easy kill. Lycolis will fall. Crumbling. Fury are starting to crumble here in the grand final. Bleed completely overwhelming them in all facets. Well, Crit J comes back up against this Blue hold. The Mentalist is too strong, and with that shield, he was impervious to damage. The pistol, the final nail in that coffin. I9, he can no longer do the miraculous, and it's 4-1 inside of the server. And Bleed just starting to show those wry smiles and sensing that their time at the major is forthcoming.
Again, another very clean round, and I feel like it's not often we see emotion from Mentalist, but just that little smirk after that round, I think indicative of how confident Bleed are feeling at the moment. As long as it doesn't overflow into overconfidence, they have set themselves up in the perfect position. They've got that platform already built for the second half. If they are able to fortify that even more with the 5-1 half, then I get very scared for Fury. Again, the Blitz, powerful into that blue position. The trades this time from Fury, not quite as effective. A 1v3 this time around as opposed to the 1 versus 1 last time. And you can see the reaction there, the cheeky grin from Mentalist. He knows that this game is going very well for them at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard to imagine Fury is going to be able to make the comeback from here, having to do all of this now on their own attack. It's going to take something absolutely special. Very special. I mean, it does kind of feel quite saddening to see that a grand final that has played as close as it has now ends up in this position where Fury are getting absolutely decimated. It almost makes it seem like this was never a grand final that was close, but don't get it twisted. Skyscraper, Consulate, back and forth and just ever so entertaining and close. Have Fury still got one final hope that they could get themselves back in to this map, to this grand final. It has to start now. They cannot allow Bleed to get 5 attacking rounds. IT opened up with the auto breacher doing work. And all the confidence flowing with Bleed.
Yeah, Fury perhaps looking to aggress a little bit more this round. Again, off-site with the likes of the Vigil in play, the Solace as well, and the Valkyrie in effect to also gain information, but keep in mind that is being picked directly into the IQ, which has been brought several times from Bleed. In fact, this will be the 4th time in a row that Turd has brought IQ. And he should have a bit of a field day in detecting all of these particular operators, provided he can get good use of the scanner. Reaps above, diffuser in hand. Crit J and server. This feels like an important battle.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Every battle from here is important. Fury need to be just about perfect. Big battle between Holman and BG, man, and that is won by Bleed once again. Every single battle being won by Bleed comprehensively here on Nighthaven Labs. Huge extension up above, but being met pretty comfortably right now by Bleed. 60 seconds left. Someone needs to step forward to the plate now for Fury. Dark on the Vigil in towards lobby. You've got the Solus. You do definitely still have a couple of weapons in this round that could turn this tide. But a tide that so far feels like it's turning into a tsunami. Further compounded there with that death of I9 and Lycolis to fall. And I'm just starting to sense that Fury have 1 foot in the grave and Bleed have got 1 foot towards the airport, and that destination, Manchester. So close now, 5-1 lead to close the half. What an attacking display from Bleed. And Fury may be sensing that their chance has just wilted away here on this final map of the grand final, completely overshadowed by Bleed.
look, we have seen we have seen 5-1 comebacks before, but it's very, very difficult to envision it here in this match at the moment. Bleed dominant.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Very
attackers.
few of the rounds in this particular match, in this first half of Labs, have been very close. And so, very much fills me with confidence that Bleed on defense can lock out these objectives. They've been really good today, a phenomenal team effort.
Secure the wall.
Last roll of the dice then for Fury, 1-5 deficit. Need to crawl their way back. They too will bring the blitz, like Colas to play them.
10 seconds
Single
to
hard
insertion.
breach with the Mav in play. And Crit J on the Ash to counter
5
barrel.
seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, just nothing has gone their way. Bleed are winning all of the
Seconds
contact
to
fights.
locate a
They're
bomb and defuse it.
winning all of these entry kills as well. 4 in a row in terms of opening kills. That is very startling. That is very concerning, especially when you're on defense Labs and you're giving up those opening kills that early, that easily. Just no one for Fury has been able to really get going here. I mean, I say that Dark Crit, BG Man have all certainly got some kills, but as a team, they are just fundamentally off. But all the credit goes to Bleed. They have been sensational here on Labs. Reaps, Nitrocell. I mean, this would be an impact to start the second half if you throw this over and you find an early kill, further compounding the misery that Fury now find themselves in.
Oh, early Nitro from Reaps and then gets caught on the footholes. So a really good pick from Dark on the side of Fury. They haven't won an entry battle since way back in round number 2. Which was oddly enough where the streak begun for Bleed. So it's a big win for Fury. It's now about being efficient on the trades for the remainder of this round.
90 seconds remaining in this round. An early attacking round would certainly just give them some confidence back. Confidence that has certainly been missing. Asfi with a little fadeaway, but it doesn't quite get the kill onto Crit J. Stays alive. Mentalist will fall to I9. Sorry, the other way around. I9 will fall to Mentalist. There's been a very important and impressive performance from Mentalist in this grand final. As someone with so much experience on this Bleed roster, he has been incredibly ever-present across all 3 maps.
Oh,
But he does fall there to BG Man. Little swipe there. Long range into sight. Trying to play off of this shield. It's like Olas, but nicely done from Asfi. Brings it back to an even number and the swing close. And that's a wonderful kill. Asfi's had enough. He wants out of this server. Crit J the solo and he's got 1 HP. Bleed are just moments away. Crit J would have to do just about the impossible. 1 bullet to the toe and he will fall. 1 close left and it's easy headshot. And easy as it's done for Bleed. Fury are on the verge of having their international streak broken. Bleed are 1 round away from the Manchester Major.
glee on the faces of Bleed quickly turns to composure and an opportunity to refocus during this tactical timeout. I wonder what's running through the minds of these 5 Fury players right now. How much belief is still tucked away inside. 5 match points for Bleed. It's been a great showing from them here on Nighthaven Labs. Fury will need to continue to fight. There's nothing to lose at this point. But backed into a corner. And it's not even one of those instances where we can sort of sit here and say, oh, if they adjust a little thing here or there, or maybe if this player maybe is able to do this, they could flip this result. As we said, Bleed have just been dominant in every single facet of the game. And even when they haven't been, which I guess was an example in this round, the blemish of losing that opening pick with Dark getting the first onto Reaps, they were still able to turn it back, not trading Asfi there, who was allowed to run Riot. And with Critcho taken so low early on, he could only lurk. So in the 1 versus 2, wasn't going to win that. Just another clean round on top of many others in this map for Bleed.
Yeah, they haven't put a foot wrong, have they? And it's certainly been a deserved performance from Bleed to go to the major from here, up 6-1. More importantly, they're on defense. It's so incredibly difficult for Fury to now find 5 attacking rounds in a row. In fairness, Bleed did do that themselves in the opening half, but I mean, the pressure's certainly now with Fury. And for the first time, Bleed are on the verge of winning a best of 3 locally against Fury. What a time to do it. The best time to do it. Where we can only send one of these two to Manchester. Bleed have brought their best performance. Fury have fallen short. They've been valiant. Maybe not on this map, but in this grand final. They were great on Skyscraper. They were, I mean, just as good on Consulate. They could have easily won Consulate. A couple of moments here or there. Had they maybe not gone to Split, had they maybe gone to more conventional sites, they could have won it. This could have been a 2-0. And Bleed would have never known. But we don't live in that fantasy land, and they do know, and they know their labs has been strong. They've set the tempo. Their pacing has been tremendous, and even on the defense, they are searching for kills, roaming around. And Fury have not been able to shut them down.
Yeah, what a flip on the storyline. I mean, it was just under a year ago, the Stage 1 LCQ, when it didn't have the lower bracket, where Fury knocked out Bleed 2-0. It was a pretty shock result at the time. This one, maybe a little less shocking. It's been a competitive match that has ballooned out a little bit here on the third map. It's a cutthroat league. So many competitive teams that know each other inside and out. Bleed, though, too good today. Minute 30 on the clock for Fury to cook something up here. Still 10 players alive inside of the server. Fury working Vert at the moment off the skeleton key from I9. Dark has been allowed to lurk into Garage. Bleed still double stacking the staircase. Looking to hold on to a bit of ground for as long as possible. Chip away at drone utility as well. Only 4 drones remain. Asfi also over towards Cafeteria. In a position to make a play off site 2. Now just the sole defender up above the Bleed. The others back on towards site. They need to be careful of that Vert. Fury now to make their move, and they have to make it count. No room for error for the remainder of this match and for the remainder of this round.
It's the slowest round that we've had in terms of opening engagement. Until that moment, just then, finally, we get one kill. I9 on the floor, now down and out permanently. 35 seconds left, and the push into site is going to be a very difficult one, and Aspi does get the flanking kill onto Crit J. And all you can think of is this is the moment here for Bleed Esports to close this one out now. Up 4-2, like Colas and BG Man. Absolutely need to pull off something crazy. Now BG Man in a 1 versus 3, and up in flames is not just him, but really this team. For Bleed Esports, they have finally overcome this furious hurdle of a best of 3 locally against this rival. And they've done it at the best time. They've done it finally in a grand final that has sent them to the Manchester Major. And for Fury, their time of international streaks is over. They will sit out the remainder of Stage 1 and have to come back again and try in Stage 2.
A thoroughly deserved result there from Bleed. The better team on the day. As you mentioned, they break that BO3 curse against Fury at the perfect moment. It's a cutthroat league and a cutthroat format. They had to grind away at this stage. But at the end of it, really good work. Dominant there on Labs. Both of the other maps, really a coin flip at the end of the day, but ultimately too good when it came to the BO3 format in this instance. So congratulations, Bleed. Looking forward to seeing them at the major. I'm sure they'll have a rough go of things starting in phase 1, but if there's any team that can do it from APAC and make it through to the second phase, I think it's these guys. So wishing them all the best. Good performance tonight, and yeah, hopefully they can carry that form into Manchester.
Yeah, personally for me, a little bit disappointing that the grand final, which was shaping up to be a classic, ended in that fashion, but it ended in what was a shown dominance of Bleed and what they're capable of. We knew that, we know that, they know that, and that was a really, really good display. We're going to go back to the desk and get their thoughts as, of course, Bleed are now off to Manchester.
A firm reminder that if you are not capable on the day, Bleed will dismantle you. It hasn't been done before, but history does not repeat itself, Dev. Lightning does not strike 3 times in the same place.
Yeah. Well, I had a bit of a go at Turd on Twitter because he posted the head-to-head graphic showing the pattern of Bleed Fury, and I pointed out, well, you guys only win in BO1s. Now I'll have egg on my face and I'll happily take that. It's a really exciting moment for Bleed. Like, for a long time, Fury have been like their bogeymen locally, and they even said that, we're not going to the major until we beat Fury, and they finally did that, and in quite an impressive fashion on map 3 as well.
Mandy, obviously a surprise result in the end, and especially considering, Fury got to choose what side they'd want to start on. They just could never find their feet. It felt like round after round they were trying to claw them back. They just were not given a hope.
I actually think that the side start actually did matter in the end. I know at the start on the desk we were like, it doesn't matter, but I think the way that Bleed were just able to like choke out the defense on their attacks was like, that was some impressive stuff. Like, that was very hard to watch if you were on the side of Fury, because it just felt like any in they tried to get was completely shut down by the way that Bleed just had so much presence on the map. And I honestly, I'm super impressed with their interpretation of Night Heaven Labs. We haven't seen it at all, but that was very strong.
Dev, the statement of a lifetime heading to Manchester Major on the back of, the boogeyman for them, however you want to put it. Bleed, yes, they finished champions. They finished atop of the Asia League, but it for me it means more than just topping the group. It means more than just finishing first in the league. It means that return back to the international stage. It means just consistent competition at a level above what we can even offer here in APAC.
Yeah, there's one word that you said there that it really means for me. I mean, we know what Bleed is capable of. We've seen them beat big teams overseas before. We've seen them take maps off of VP, off of W7M, now Furia. But what we haven't seen before is consistency out of this roster. A year ago, everyone heard that, there's a new super team in Asia brewing, right? Like, Reap Sweat left Direwolves for this. IG has disbanded for this, all that kind of stuff. And then we got this, basically Gaming Gladiators, the old Direwolves and IG all disbanded for this roster, right? So it better be bloody good. And at first we were surprised because they didn't make Copenhagen because Fury knocked them out. And a year later, I think finally Bleed have figured out the consistency. I tell you what, for a year, I think when both Bleed and Fury play at their best, Bleed's been hands down the better team. When they both play at their best. But Bleed don't always play at their best. They haven't for a very long time. They consistently go up here and then down there. And I think finally we're seeing a Bleed with Julio as well, helping from behind the scenes, a world champion, a guy that knows how to build consistency, build a roster. I mean, this guy built W7M to where they eventually became, let's not forget. I think we finally have a Bleed that can become a consistent challenger, maybe even make the top 8 at the next event or the event after that. The other thing I know for sure is that Asia needs 2 bloody spots because Fury deserves to go as well. But
absolutely.
Bleed have really made a statement here.
They certainly have. The Guardian behind them, Julio, but of course, at the helm, it is Mentalist. Let's welcome him in. And all the boys apparently that are behind him.
This is good, this is good.
Oh,
How are you,
Hello.
my friend?
What's up? Well, the camera is doing us dirty here. Like, you can only see like 3 of us at a time, but all of my boys are behind me. Video is there as well. So yeah, really happy that we finally defeated our demons today. Yeah.
Can we get a full shot of them, Chris? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey.
That's ladies and gentlemen, your Asia League champions and the representatives to the Manchester Major. Mentalist, an unbelievable performance from you and the team. How's it feeling?
Dude, this means more than just a win for us. I know we as a team we're good at like defeating adversities, but today was just on another level. Honestly, during Skyscraper, like I think all of us felt like history is gonna repeat itself. We're gonna choke against Fury yet again, and it's gonna be the 3rd time in a row. But I think we all rallied together really well, and we brought it back on the next 2 maps. So we focused on our game plan. And we executed everything really well, and thankfully, we killed them before they killed us.
Eat or be eaten in this league, or so it seems, Mentalist. Look, a lot of preparation, I'm sure, has gone into this. Can you touch on any of that, or are you going to hide that behind the closed curtains of the Bleed camp?
Dude, we understand our inconsistency when there's a lot of pressure on us, especially in the regional league LCQ. I think it's more pressure on us than like invite or at major, just because of how little mistake it is allowed in our league in the LCQ. So before the LCQ happened, I think we spent like 2 weeks. Every day we spend like 3 to 5 hours just dry running, going through maps, going through like defaults, adaptations, all that stuff. And me and Julio would talk for like 3 to 5 hours every day, like non-stop. Yeah, and then yeah, I'm glad that paid off. I think without that like preparation, we wouldn't have been able to bring home the win today. So yeah, definitely a good feeling when your hard work pays off.
Yeah, Mentalist and to the whole team. You guys have obviously been very good for a very long time. You've had a lot of potential, which we've seen, but consistency has been a problem, and Fury have really highlighted that when you guys have played them in the past. So what is it that's actually changed for you guys? Like, we've seen you beat M80, we've seen you beat big teams overseas, whatever, but coming back home, like actually being consistent, what has been the secret to that?
I think in the BO1 regional league, we have no problem of being consistent. We may be a bit sloppy at times, but consistency-wise, we're all right. The reason why we're inconsistent at LCQ is because the amount of pressure, and we're just not playing like ourselves. So to help with that, we're pretty much, other than the mental aspect, we have also made sure like our defaults, our game plan, our step-by-step like plan is good enough that even when we feel like the pressure is on and the game is hard, we can still just take a step back and focus on those fundamental things and have a checklist that we can kind of follow and just make sure like we can reset ourselves to play well, and not just get tunnel vision and spiral down a deadly path.
My question is probably going to be more directed at the combination of Julio and you as well, Mentalist. I think that you guys are really looking like an international team. I think it's really fair to say now that I think the expectation that we've all got on you guys is that you're going to be one of the best in the world. And I think my question for you two, and especially for Julio, is what do you think is the next step to making you guys one of the best in the world and actually be able to compete on the international stage?
Next step is just building on what we have already built on the foundation, increasing and improving our repertoire as a team, for example, increasing each individual player's operator pool, as well as improving fundamentals like drones, communications, all that stuff, so that we can be more flexible and more threatening as a team when we are played in an international stage where people is going to vote each other and people is going to prepare for each other, and like a lot of like different complex aspects is at play. But yeah, our goal for next step is just make main stage at a major. So for the upcoming major, definitely not only are we going to make it out of stage 1, we're also going to look to finally make it to like stage 3 on the main stage.
I think you're well and truly at that point, Mentalist. It's been an incredible trajectory from you and all of the team. Obviously, you're at the helm of it, and you've got many young gunners behind you that are helping you push that on. So we always like to give you the floor here, mate, and I think it's as good a time as any. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Rips is getting impatient. He has to go back to his TikTok. Anyways, yeah, thank you guys so much for believing in us and supporting us, and I hope that you guys can keep supporting us. It means I know it's cheesy and everyone says it, but I'm sure it applies to every single team that support in every shape and form comes a long way in like motivating us, in making us want to improve. So yeah, thank you guys.
Props to Fury as well. They played really well, and they would deserve to go to the major as well.
W in the chat.
Yeah, Fury, they played really, really well today. I think they are a team that shines really well under high pressure situations when they have preparations as well. So it's really a shame that they cannot go with us this time. And I really hope that for the next major and for the invite, we can see at least 2 SCA teams.
I think the playoffs have shown it, mate. The playoffs have shown that the pressure is back on to blast. We're going to force them to give you back a spot. Mentalist, thank you very much for joining us. A massive congratulations, and obviously the best of luck in Manchester.
Thank you. Thank you.
to Manchester.
So
The
wholesome.
final APAC team goes, Dev, and how fitting. I know that there is just as much warrant to have Fury in that discussion, but my God, Bleed and their storyline just will not cease to amaze.
Yeah, very much so. It's like we were saying before. Yeah, super team out of nowhere. You know, three really good teams that have been to majors died for this, and it took them a long time to build up to this level. And now, I think not only is Mentalist humble, but he's somehow both humble and realistic and ambitious. And I think the combination of those three things is incredibly deadly. And yeah, Bleed is absolutely capable of the world. I think you said it, Mandy. Like, it was a bit of a loaded question saying you guys are capable of being one of the best in the world, and it took me a second for it to sink in. But after you said it, I was like, hell yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Like, these guys absolutely can be one of the best teams in the world. Yeah. And if there is any APAC team to one day win a major, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a team like Bleed. And I know, big call. Not saying anytime soon necessarily, but if it's to happen one day. Can I also say, Julio, absolute king shouting out Fury like that. You know, interregionally, right, internationally, there's a big rivalry, and APAC gets a lot of flack, right? Let's be real. This guy's come in from a world, two-time world champion from Brazil, and he's come to our region, and he's said that Fury deserved to go to the major. I have mad respect for that.
It's like, honestly, the fact that he does come from a different region but still understands the connectiveness of APAC is such a beautiful trait to bring into this region and to show to the world that we are as one. Although we may move only solo to the major, the region is getting better as a whole. Hoven with an unbelievable series, 122 EPS across the entirety of 3 maps with 11 multi... Am I reading that right? 11 multi-kills? My God. I mean, that was a player that we kind of somewhat highlighted coming into this, Mandy, as someone who had a good performance yesterday. But it was the turd conversation. It was the conversation about Reaps. However, Hoven has just absolutely shone when the moment called.
Yeah, absolutely. This guy just plays like liquid, and he's been like that since like back in the Gaming Gladiator days, right? He's always in the right place at the right time, putting the pressure throughout the entire round from the beginning to the end. I'm not surprised to see if 11 multi-kills is correct. I'm absolutely not surprised. This player is just always in a playmaking position, both on the attack and on the defense. He's got such like a big array of operators that he can play as well. And I'm not surprised that he's the MVP for today, especially in a match like this.
Yeah, and certain moments, certain occasions do really call upon individual players. And to be fair, Dev, the collective of Bleed stood up today, and especially on that last map. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, and there's not much more to be really said. We've kind of tied this up. We've made this as pretty as it can be. Bleed are your Manchester Asia League representatives, which is just such an exciting prospect to see them go back internationally. And this is how they got there, of course. They found themselves in... the only way I can put it is a very easy semi-final. It was breezy for them. They went 14-1 across 2 maps, and then of course to end up in a very tense series up until the final map against Fury. But that's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. Mandy, looking at this holistically, any comments, anything you want to say?
Well, it's so hard to say this holistically. I think I'm really looking forward to watching the next stage for these guys. Not just Bleed and Fury, but also running Elevate and running Jolita through the conversation as well. I know Jolita haven't had the most amazing playoffs run, especially falling to a team like Direwolves, who are really tough to keep track of, but I would really like to see the mentality of a lot of these teams grow a lot going into stage 2, where they can actually see themselves be really competitive for that major spot and actually see themselves as the best team. I think what stands out Bleed from a lot of the other teams here is just the way that they view themselves in the ecosystem of Rainbow Six is so much more globally focused, right? Whereas you look back upon like the group stage and Elevate beat Bleed in one game and they're like, oh my God, it's crazy, right? If you know you're the best, when you win, you expect yourself to win, right? And I think Bleed have just shown like they are so cold when it comes to the end games and the interviews, and I think that's really what makes them an international team. And I want more teams to get into that mindset.
Cold composure might just sum them up quite nicely, Dev, for this stage. How would you sum up your stage and of course Asia League stage?
It was great. The only bad thing about Asia League is that we don't get more teams to the major because clearly Fury deserve to go. And honestly, Elevator in the conversation as well. But yeah, there's no doubt that Bleed deserve it. There's no doubt that Bleed have become one of, if not the strongest team in APAC, and definitely are in the conversation for being one of the best in the world in top 8 or top 16 for sure. I'd be very surprised if they don't make it out of play-ins. Be very disappointed as well. However, they know that it's not about that. They know it's not about putting a lot of pressure and setting yourself like a KPI or whatever you want to call it. It's about just striving to be the best. That's what you're saying, Mandy, right? About like when you win, you think you're the best, and you think you're capable, you're not surprised, or you don't get too overhyped, right? But also the same when you lose. I mentioned it earlier tonight, but there was a great tweet from Ashen retweeting something that Rampy said, and kind of the gist of it is basically like, you can bark a lot when you win one game, but when you win where it matters, that's really where you should be celebrating. And a loss is just an opportunity to get better. It's not something that you should dwell on or anything other than that. But a win, you should celebrate, and then you should make good on it and look to your next ambition, and that's exactly what Bleed are doing.
It's exactly what Mandy's doing as well. She's looking on to bigger and better things. Mandy, your final broadcast. I will give you the floor here. Anything you'd like to say to the community at large?
I mean, yeah, I feel like I had my final words on the OS League, but the Asia League has been a really special league to me as well. APAC South was my first ever studio cast back in Sydney with Dev and with you and with all the boys as well. And I think it's really the league that I think I was like so invested in, just how competitive it was, just how much entertainment comes out of this league. And I think how much experience it's really given me to propel what I've been able to achieve as a caster with Dev. And honestly, I think I owe a lot of my happiest memories of meeting people, especially overseas. All the best players come from this league. They're all so happy. They're all so charismatic. And so I'm so happy to be finishing my career on this league because this community of players in Asia really deserve it.
Mandy, all you've done is made the broadcast better for all of us and for everyone at home. So thank you very much for joining us over the last 2 years. It is sad to see you go, but of course, it is a beautiful start to a, I'm sure, unbelievable career, sending things into space and all about. So best of luck in all of your journeys. And for everyone at home, our journey now turns to the Manchester Major. That's right, all teams for APAC are now solidified. Bleed, they lead the front for the Asia League. However, that is done and dusted for Stage 1 of 2024. I can't believe I'm saying that. It felt like it was such a long time ago that we started, but it's already over. Thank you very much for watching. Best of luck to everyone at the Manchester Major. And for those of you that go, please take care. Stay safe. Good night.